It's impossible to start the day here, Vince, without bopping to High and Bai's antics over Shanghai, of course. But we're already a couple days in. We're here on the B stream. We'll get you up to speed with how things are situating in the Europe RMR B for the Perfect World Shanghai Major, what you might have missed and what's yet to come, Vince.
No, exactly. I mean, it feels like we've casted so much Counter-Strike over the last couple of weeks. It kind of meshes into one at some point. But yeah, now on the EU side of things, on the B side, we've already seen quite a few teams have surprises and shocks. Like, it felt like the EU A went according to plan. Everything went according to the script of what people would have expected.
Yeah.
But B, not so much. I mean, the fact of the matter is, Big or Passion UA will be making it through to Major at 3-0 today. That is going to happen for sure. One of those two teams.
It's crazy, isn't it, when you look at sort of the cream of the crop and how it's shaped up? Because I think that was the narrative all of us were saying, where it feels like, wow, the seeding's been so good. Like, all of the top heavy teams are going through. Quick results as well for some of them. Like, you remember Vitality breezing through right back there. This time around, it's been a little bit different, and it's kind of surprising. Some of the results were pretty crazy, and it's why the draw of the games that we've got on both streams today is very interesting. We'll get you up to speed quickly as well. You can see on screens here, the first two games on both A and B will be BO1s, and then we've got those BO3 games a little bit further on down the line, Vince. These are the games we're going to be covering today.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Eternal Fire are also down in that 1-1 bracket, quite a surprising loss that they sustained yesterday. And I think maybe a few less surprises about TSM and PVision being in a potential 0-3 elimination matchup.
Yeah, kind of
I think that felt a little bit more of par for the course. I will say that TSM, I had some expectations of them coming into this tournament. So that's a very, very close game, though, if we're being real.
It's a scrappy one. I think, you know, for our final game of the day, of course, before the shift swaps over and you get some different voices in your ears for the exciting Astralis bait game towards the tail end there, it's going to be pretty close. We'll go straight back, though, to our opening game. That's going to be VP taking on 9 Pandas. Now, again, obviously kind of mirroring what we said there about it being a bit of a scrappy game of CS, potentially could go either way. I feel like, actually, this is what we've got on the cards for this one, Vince. VP, it's been a bit of a struggle bus RMR thus far.
Yeah, it has, and I'm trying to be positive and optimistic about VP because for the longest time I've been waiting. I've been waiting, just to see them finally start to pop off with this roster. When Electronic joined, people were excited, myself included. I thought this was the moment where VP were going to really escalate themselves forward. It just hasn't happened, man. Like, if anything, you can make an argument they've regressed a little bit. Like, they've actually got worse. I don't know what to think of this team. Like, I come into every tournament waiting for that opportunity to witness VP finally reach the level that we know they're capable of, and they just never do. In terms of the picks and bans, though, pretty straightforward so far. What we kind of expect, obviously, permabans coming out from 9 Pandas, Anubis not played by them either, and Dust2. Fair enough. I think it's actually a pretty down the middle map for both teams. Obviously, you're looking at iDisbalance versus Jame on the AWPs. The thing about iDisbalance, though, as well, you know, we've spoke about VP. For 9 Pandas, he has pretty much the lowest rating on this team right now. At the tournament, he's on a 0.85. On the HLTV sort of power rankings, there's a stat called Firepower, which is rated out of 100, and that's based off kills, damage, entry frags, these kinds of things. Jackie, he's got 3 out of 100. It's the lowest of any player at the RMRs. Oh, and he's your AWPer on Dust2.
Yeah, dude, that's a bit grisly, right? Because again, like you say, you kind of summarize it there with that final sentiment. That's the full stop. Dust2, your AWPer, you got to come up, you got to come alive, you got to really sort of show us what you're made of. As much as VP have been struggling, God, you have to come out absolutely swinging into this one. For 9 Pandas as well, especially when you factor in for the organization, it's a bit of a topsy-turvy story, right? Obviously, you technically made it to your first major in Copenhagen. You would have been at the debut major for Counter-Strike 2. Unfortunately, due to visa issues, unable to attend. Gamer Legion, the second in line, took their spot. And now you're back here. You're back at the RMR, slightly different roster. You know, a little bit of changing that went on between them in terms of the roster there. And how are they looking in terms of the form today? Because you absolutely have to pull it out where it matters. You know, this is a weakened VP where there is definitely opportunities that you could capitalize and seize on this one. But yeah, again, Vince, I think I'm looking at this, I'm sort of summarizing this to be a lot more of a scrappy game, especially with the map pick now going through to Dust2. We could be in for sort of the alarm game to get us woken up and ready for the action. Oh, okay, we've just got word. Ancient, Vince, instead. A bit of an error there with the Veto graphic.
Ancient. I think honestly, like obviously they play very differently to one another. Here is the Veto coming up now, so this is actually how it came through. Ancient is picked at the end, and it's VP that picked that one up. So I mean, realistically, I feel like we can actually carry over a lot of the sentiments that we were just raising there.
It's similar points, isn't it? Yeah.
Because like honestly, AWPing is a key part of this map. I will say though that iDisbalance, more so than Jame, in my opinion, has the ability to run rampant with the AK. Obviously, going into this tournament, he's had a lot better success when it comes to that. He's almost plays like his secondary role within the team is almost like an entry fragger on the rifle. And Ancient, I think, on both sides, whether you're CT or T side, we've seen it time and time again, CT side aggression is so key. Not obviously every single round, but just to throw it in now and again to throw your opposition off guard. So, if anything, maybe this is iDisbalance's chance to kind of like shine a little bit and show us, because the stats I was raising there, yes, they're very bleak, they're very grim, grisly, as you said, but it is only 2 maps.
Yeah,
so
of course.
It's possible he's going to find his way into this matchup knowing how much is on the line, because even though he's had a rough time of it, they still have won one game. They're not in an elimination potential just yet, so he's got time.
He definitely does. He definitely does. A little bit more in terms of the flavor for Jame as well. Statistically, he did actually have a big individual game coming out into things. I think it was like a 31-17 matchup, which is a bit of a rare sight when you imagine, obviously, you know, he's not been that guy really anymore, right? It feels like, as you say, since Electronic came in, more of a mishmash of ideas. It feels like it's been contrasting play styles, which has led them further west from what they would usually go for, the style of Counter-Strike they would stick to, and of course the changes in the game as well, right? Like their bread and butter that was sort of winning the matchups where they were running the clock down, playing that very slow strategic style, cycling the AWP in and out, save after save. The game changed massively, whereas VP didn't adapt. And much like you thought, Electronic coming into this team, I thought that was the bolt from Zeus. That was like the big batteries to give them energy again. But it feels like it's sort of not working still. Jame individually looking good yesterday, but of course you have that upset loss. It was a 16-14 in overtime against Passion UA. Maybe on a different day, those 1v1s could have gone their way, Vince. But it is what it is. We'll stick with the facts. We'll get into our opening game here. BO1, it's going to be Virtus.pro up against 9 Pandas. And already there's damage done. They find moves through Red Room. We talked a lot about Jame, but we won't be seeing him in this round.
Diladez just completely removes him, and iDisbalance as well getting involved. With the Glock straight up middle. A 3rd kill in quick succession. Pretty much lays this round bare for VP. They're going to have to deal with the post plant as well on top of all of it. And although Fame shows his hand from the inside and takes a kill with him, he's taking a lot of damage. And it falls upon that man that we've been talking about a little bit. Electronic caught in multiple angles. Picked off, and 9 Pandas take first blood.
That's a lovely pistol round. Coming out swinging. Getting themselves right into the game early. VP. Well, the turmoil, the upset, the potential curse that seems to sort of loom over them at RMRs start to rear its ugly head once again. Strap in, we'll see. We'll tell you the tale of the game on this one as it develops. You've got a thing for the organization as well, Vince. They want to make it there. I believe it would be their 15th major appearance. Currently only 14. Only 14. Tied 5th all time with Cloud9 and FaZe. So a lot of prestige, whereas 9 Pandas, it kind of technically is their first, but obviously, as we alluded to back with Copenhagen, there's a little bit more to it. Into this round, you lose Resort early. Mac 10 from glowing in the backline, though. This could be clean if he can link them together. Good flick back across, actually, to beat out on Norbert, and they're down to 2.
Yeah, Flit and Electronic, but they have that Galil, so considering there's no kits and obviously no Kevlar on top of it, I expect this will be a save. 9 Pandas good for the 2-0. And I mean, there has to be a lot riding on these games for VP, because we saw Falcons, obviously they've been a very turbulent team as of late. The second that they didn't make it to the major, they dropped multiple players. They've had a complete reshuffle. I think it's only Major that's still in the squad right now officially. And you have to think, man, if VP don't make the major here, considering the kind of lackluster, very marginal improvements, if any, there could be some players on the chopping block for VP as well. I mean, I just don't think it's good enough if they don't make it to the major.
No, 100%. In terms of the two games they played as well, obviously we were alluding to the fact that like James had a big pop-off game in the opening matchup versus Passion UA. That was Mirage, for those of you that didn't catch it. It was rough conversions across the board. Felt like Electronic wasn't really hitting his highest marks there either. He was looking far better in their win though. That was a 13-10 where they took on TSM on this very map. Electronic showed up there, 25-11 in his individual stat line. Early doors on this one, it looked like it could have been a little bit uncomfortable going into the second round. They lost the first player, but converted it back quite quickly. And this is a rough ton of damage on the push-up. Using those nades that can be so very important on CT side Ancient to make it uncomfortable for a quick hit towards Cave side, softening up Shalfie and leaving him down to 20 HP. Flit in position with that Galil he dragged over from the prior round.
Another smoke has bloomed up onto the lane. Oh, there's a boost up. Flit bypassing that. And they get saved by his own aggression. I think if he was playing more of a static passive angle, that would have spotted him. Good to go for the time being. The interesting thing about this team as well is although Shalfie is the IGL, or officially listed as the IGL, we know that Glowing has done it in the past as well. So you have sort of two people very capable of making calls and going back and forth and trying to remedy situations. Idis Balance though, going to be getting up close. This is that kind of aggressive rifling that he's also capable of alongside the AWP. Just bypassing the smoke, but Norbert, unfazed by the flash, has spun around for two, and Electronic in mid-air deals with Glowing, desperately trying to get that bomb planted down in this 2v2.
They were throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at that one. Diving through the air, Electronic with the Mac. Making moves, but still somehow they claw it back, and the timing on the walk across from Fame. Oh, it's uncomfortable, just as he adjusts his crosshair. So you get a clear shot straight into the back. If there was a way in this 2v2, well, it feels like it's just been ripped well and truly away from you. James isn't going to want to afford going in on this one. You don't have the time to pick up the round. No kit in the back pocket. M4 being brought into next will be far more worth it for them. You can see the litter of corpses across the site. And of course, no one exiting back down there either. They're going to go CT together, get safely away, hold on to their guns, take that third round. Not the cleanest, Vince, but still another one being converted here. So great start into the game from the 9 Pandas.
Yeah, no doubt. Not clean, but they got the job done. That's all that counts. In these trades back and forth when it comes to plenty of casualties. Wow. That's a high note. That's impressive.
God, you can hear his voice slightly going in the end, but he held it for so long.
Yeah.
Mate, even the caster booth, Vince.
Yeah. It's got some pipes on it. But yeah, when you trade back and forth like this with this many casualties, it's always going to favour the T's. Constant bomb plants just ticks your economy forward. It costs obviously way more to get fully reimbursed on the CT side as well. So you can see the effects it's having. Like VP 0-3 with an MP9 on Fade. No kills yet for Jame, and they've lost Electronic trying to get aggressive down on the Cat. Horrible start, but at least Norbert will even the odds.
And obviously those nades on that CT side, they can buffer out a bad buy, but you've used them all up early. So it relies heavily on the impact weapons. Jame putting that to good use. Backpedals off, hits the flick onto the head of Idis Balance. Has he done enough to shift the balance back in favor of VP on this round? Bomb's still back towards spawn side. They can cut loose on this one, especially with how much map control Shalfie's been able to find on the push on in. It's Flit that could potentially cut off the rotation, depends on the time, but he's baited further back. That kill onto Norbert's huge, Vince. It's push and pull, constantly keeping their attention. Flit with the peek back in towards the bomb site. They're going to split on the run out, see if they can shut him down. He's keeping himself in good angles to fight this one, even finding damage. So James ready to take down the softened up players. Wants to bait them in with a tap on the bomb, but James holds strong. 3 kills there. Rough buy going into it. MP9's very limited nades, but James makes the difference.
Difficult decision here for 9 Pandas as well. Like, do they want to force? They got 2 players that can easily afford another AK. 3 around $3,000 a piece. That is a crazy shot, to be fair to James. He was anticipating it, though. I mean, I don't think it's a raw flick in the sense of being off angle. You're expecting that a boost can come up onto that side of the plat, and James is obviously a real student of the game. He knows that being a possibility. Electronic getting involved as well, and they do force buy, right? They know the economy of the CT is not great just yet. They managed to squeak out one with 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and I think I saw a Mac 10 there for a split second on Shelfie, so not too bad. But, you know, we were discussing before about how the T's economy was building up nicely. They're now down to their last few cents and dollars here. This is a great opportunity for VP to equalize and get themselves situated early on the CT side. So they've actually refunded the Mac 10 so they can get the Deagle and the extra utility on top of it.
And this is how it's going to be used for the opening gambit. Smoke deep out towards the B-bomb site early. Red room going to be blocked off as well. CT's push ahead of this, though. They're clearing everything else. They've got all the info for free instantly. So VP are aware of what's going on. This is why Fame's repositioning. Double up. Play inside of the donut. Huge frag from Electronic. And Fame can swing back in. All the pieces hitting their marks. You lose one player, but the trade game well and truly in their favor. 9 Pandas get out on the site, Vince, but the penny had dropped before they'd even arrived.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, really good read by VP, and they were in such good positions as well. Like through on Donut on the site itself, they're anticipating an A play. Clearly done their homework before this game started. And they are two teams that know each other pretty well. On top of that, of course, from the same region. But strangely enough, even though they're from the same region and do know each other, have played against one another in terms of, like, you know, FPL and those things, they actually have 0 head-to-heads recently. So it's gonna have to be homework watching other demos and getting involved. You'd assume they've probably practiced against each other, though. Both of them have been in boot camps for ages. I think you said that Jane was in Japan recently.
Yeah, apparently there's the Jane Japan vlog. That's what he was up to pre RMRs.
Well, there you go.
So who knows? Maybe a bit of a Chinko, mate. You know, he's been warming himself up there, getting those jackpots ready for the action. I mean, he looked damn good, at least, in some of the games we've seen.
Yeah.
So individually, maybe a nice mental reset. He's come off the back of the holiday, ready for the business.
And to be fair, like, I think people look so, like, way too much into those kinds of things in terms of, like, oh, it's going to affect someone's performance. He may have needed a bit of time away. Just to reset, like you said.
You never know, yeah.
To come in, like, recharged. If there's a time for you to go and take a bit of a break, it's the lead up to the major, I would imagine. Because, yeah, you're going to get your boot camp and you're going to get your reps in. But they've been playing so much CS. I mean, obviously, as James, the IGL, and the AWP, there's even more pressure on him. But Electronic, withstanding the flash, deals with blowing. And there will be a ringing engage up on the lane through ramp. But a Molotov in the eyes means that Resol has to sit there. Tries to spray in, gets the first, but here is Norfolk on the cross with the A4. Only the 1 kill. And so the site has been taken, but Fame nearly drops him from the side.
Fame. He might fade away in this position. They bait him out. The Molotov, he sees it casted over, so he's got to swing in, trying to get ahead of it. And his head's knocked off because of that. Down to a 2v2 then. Villadez holding strong. Great read. Posted himself up on the box. He's looking for the swing out. That's the AWP of Jang dismantled. And a pathway now. They can wrap off instantly. Of course, the Electronic, he isn't afforded all the luxuries of information we are. If they just cut noise and came late back in towards the B-bomb site, it'd be a genius. But the penny will now drop for him. He's going to realize, of course, they've wrapped off. It's into the 1v2. They've got post plants. Has a kit and a smoke. The likelihood of getting this one over the finish line, it's not going to be great for him.
Yeah, so much time has already ticked off the bomb as well. Like, I'm not even sure it's worth it. Maybe anticipating that they've backed away to try and hunt him down, but in a 2v1, it's so unlikely. Now the smoke has been heard. They're going to be Eagle Eye trained on this one as he goes into the full defuse, and Villadez and Idis Balance are not going to allow him any further passage forwards. I mean, you can see what he's going for. They can buy again, so it's a bit of a free hit for Electronic. Up to 10 kills, though, is Villadez already. And he is one of their best players when you look at, you know, form coming into the RMRs. 1.15 as of late. Resol, the only player on the team that's outperforming him.
Бля, я так думал, что за хуйня торчит нахуй.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Do they have their signatures on their shoulder?
I think so.
That's nice.
Yeah, I was looking at, because obviously it's the player names, but you can see, obviously without changing the rulings now, where each and every player has to do them themselves at the RMRs before the major if you qualify. I suppose these are the designs they want to go for, which is quite neat.
Yeah, I like that. Just on their left shoulder, when you see the cameras, you'll be able to look at each of them. Nicely done. Nicely done on the server too, Jackie. 4-3 in the lead. VP can't buy, but it's been real back and forth. I think you said it's like that tension of the push and pull constantly that VP have been having to contend with. They've had a lot of success, but yeah, the Illides is really popping off right now.
For Nine Pandas, their run at the RMR obviously started with the victory over Astralis back on Nuke, 13-9. Very comfortable game for them there. And then a close affair, an overtime loss in the end versus G2 on Dust 2. It's why it was an extra bit of spice if that's the way we went with the Veto. And it's a weird one where, you know, they were losing heavily. That was like a 12-3 game that they ground all the way back to take it to OT. So anything can happen when they're on our screens. In this round, though, not looking good for them whatsoever. Mopped up pretty damn quickly. With only Illides left, and on the walkout, Fame is ready. Won't give him a chance to make this any more costly. So finally a clean round for VP as well. Building up a bit of cash, equalizing the game. 4-4 being the scores on the door. And no real money in the back pockets for Nine Pandas either. They're going to use their second timeout already.
And that felt like an eco round. That was full rifles that Nine Pandas brought into that. They had AKs, they had tons and tons of utility. 5 even trades and 5 Ls taken by Nine Pandas already. And yeah, they'll be dipping straight back in for another buy, but Khalil and Tech9's across the board. I guess like fully respecting VP when they get that established economy with Jane being able to run rampant with the AWP. They want to try and break that down before it can fully get into play, but you may have missed your window of opportunity. That ship may have sailed at this stage. AK's also in, 4 of them in actual fact for VP. They're in great shape on the CT side, all things considered, to how rough the start was.
It feels like a distant memory now, doesn't it? Big change of pace from Virtus.pro. Jane this time back towards the A bomb site, inside of the donut. Thought he was going to be supporting, but he does the real damage on the first pick. Swings right out. Shalfie tries to get up close with the tech. And Resort puts that Galil to good use. Is there still much more they could do, though? Gap in the smoke blown open. And they double up. It's all down to Resort, and he's going to get nothing more. VP coming alive with each and every round here. That one was just a light investment. The tech's going for a quick play, hoping to squeeze the bomb plant out of it, but no extra cash for the T side.
Yeah, light investment in terms of how much money was spent, but unfortunately for Nine Pandas, it was pretty much everything they had left. So this round is even worse. Deagles on 3 players, 4 players now with Glowing picking one up, and Idis Balance. Don't think I've seen him with an AWP so far in this half, and he's on 1 and 7, so that's the damning statistics we were discussing in the pre-game segment coming to light again here. Flick getting aggressive down on the cap, finding that no one is home. Incendiary tossed over on elbow is going to keep them at arm's reach and allow Electronic to shut it down. Molly and Smoke funneling away the T's, and they're going to be backing back over on the A side. But Fame and Jame are here, and they've had a lot of success over on the A main repelling plays. Flick going to try and farm up some cash. Is sent packing, but damage has already been done, you have to feel, and it's only an MP9 that's going to trade hands.
I love that from him as well, right? Walks straight up into the smoke as soon as it fades, ready for the fight. They had started to posture further back, setting up for the late hit towards the A side, so you get to read and 2 kills from it. Can't even really extend out towards mid to try and grab that MP9 to give him a little bit more oomph in the round either. Good shot with a dig, but need a whole lot more to win this one. 50 seconds on the clock, trying to jiggle out. They were hoping to bait the shot from Jane, but it's Fame instead. And Idis Balance is down. Result. First kill was clean with a deagle. Second takes 2 shots, but is still on the mark, and he gets himself an AK-47. But Jane again. Now he arrives. Puts it all down to Resort for real. Single shot fired out from the donut. 25 seconds on the clock. At a certain point here, you want them to fight you. Going down after time when his position's compromised, it'd be really brutal for him, especially when the money's already in a rough spot. Charges out on mid-side, and Norbert will give him that one. It's a 6-4 VP. Cruise control since they got going.
Yeah, I think that's why you saw him pick up pace and like just sprint out. He's like, I'm here, come kill me, come kill me. Obviously, Norbert at that point is forced into taking him out because he doesn't want to lose his own weapon. And so a bit of a mini bit of success, but you can see that IDIS balance with 19 ADR. Had someone actually ask me, what does ADR stand for? That's average damage per round. So it means that he's doing very small amounts of damage right now on the server, as is displayed with the fact he's on just the 1 kill. He's got the AWP in his hands. And it's Shalfie that's got the first, but Result goes down as a result. The even trade, once again coming through for VP. Been really good at locking down the avenging kills. And although James is smoked off, there is another player in mid, and that's Fame. And he is standing his ground, standing tall and delivering for 2. There is no way forward for 9 Pandas.
They're going extinct at this point. And it's Flit in the back line to try and take them all down. Good for the flick up onto IDIS balance. An uncomfortable game for him thus far. And this half is coming to a close. Dilladez. He was one of the 2 players that were able to get opening picks for them. It's him and Result. 2 rounds they win those initial duels. We saw 1 opening pick here, but it was quickly converted back into a mass favorite lead for the CTs. With just under a minute on the clock. Can he really get himself too much to make us believe potentially in the solo man? He'd have to win out on the duel versus Norbert, grab the bomb and then try and make the play. Spotted him. Flash round the back to try and get close, but you got the wrap around as well from Fame. He might be low on health, but he can just guard the bomb. That's all that really matters at this point. Swing out to backstab. They tuck into the cubbies, leaving him with no real time. He's got to go for this one and do it quickly. Jane. Struck straight down. Maybe there's a chance, but you got to win out versus Norbert. That's the real problem on the site. Oh, even spamming into the edge of the smoke. He sees him, Vince, but the reply is damn good.
Yeah, I was concerned for a second for VP there, because keep in mind that Fame was extremely low HP, and he made noise coming through from Cat platform. So I'm pretty sure that Dilladez knew exactly where he was. So kind of transferred for that second frag. Those 2 from Fame, though, hugely impactful in this round, and this is the moment. Norbert did take a lot of fire, but no real damage. Unlucky. And he's been the shining light. Like, he's been the one player for 9 Pandas you look at and you think can make something happen. The rest of the team has been lagging behind, glowing only on 2. We've already discussed about IDIS balance having trouble. We've not seen Result really pop off to the same levels that we were maybe anticipating. He typically is one of the main players to watch out for when it comes to 9 Pandas in terms of his entrying work on the T side. Typically has impact all over the server. Not today so far. VP, after going 0-3 behind, have bounced back with a vengeance.
He's one of the 2 players on the team that have major appearances under their belt. Him and Shalfie, both of course with 4s. Fame though. He's been the player in the headlines time and time again. Putting himself into a great position in the round. Electronic on the walkout, coming up through Donut. He's right behind you, it's like a pantomime, but they've got no idea. He's gonna drop another smoke as well. He's freaking him out. Gets himself into an even better angle and finds damage, allowing Flit to strike from the back, tags them up, but doesn't kill him. They're low though. 64 and 36 HP between both. 33 seconds on the clock. The double peek out towards Red Room. It's all Electronic. 3 kills in the round. And that half massively favoring VP there.
Yeah, when you consider that 3 of the 4 rounds were off the back of the pistol, they won 1 rifle round after that point. It was incredibly one-sided once VP established their economy, once they got themselves into the server properly. It was really one-way traffic. It was 7 out of 8 rounds to conclude the half, to put it in perspective. Additionally, Norbert and Flit, the 2 top fraggers. Norbert at the top of the scoreboard. Not something you see very often nowadays. At one point, he was really fragging out, but he's always been kind of like relegated to these supportive roles and the difficult positions. He's a great team player, though. I've always rated Norbert extremely highly. Maybe not the top fragging kind of player, but he does the dirty work. He does the stuff other players don't want to do.
That's the celebration to Electronics round. Lovely way to show that off as well from the observer cam up top. Puts into perspective just how he was bypassing everyone and causing some carnage. So shout out to the production team there, nailing it. All right then, Vince. I mean, 4 rounds of difference between them. Second half pistol, 9 Pandas. Can you do it again? Maybe Sheathers a bit more stock, give some room for iDisbalance to get himself on the server. Very quiet game from him. Glowing not really being able to activate either. It has been all Dilladers over and over again. VP, what's the setup? They've got the early smokes. Block off towards Temple, CT. If the push out towards the bomb site supported by the utility with Fame holding onto that flash, iDisbalance. If he's going to wake up into the game, Vince, needs to be now.
Oh yeah, in the right position with the right weapons. And a swarm of TEs coming into his crosshairs. There's going to be none damage done, but no kills once again. At least Shalfie is there to pick up the pieces, but it won't be good enough to stop the bomb plant. And all 4 of them, like a train going through Temple, looking to locomotive their way out onto the site, but instead it's Flip that goes down. And now Jane tries desperately to keep his teammates alive. It will be 9 Pandas just swarming the site and getting the upper hand with Glowing going down early alongside iDisbalance. It looked bleak, but 9 Pandas will survive just about.
Oh. 2 of those being ridiculous smoke shots here. Even Shalfie on the run out. Dilladers is the one that feels like he's really trying so hard to get the entire team fired up as well. Like he's been going nuts every time. Throwing the hands up, Shalfie as well, screaming. Good to see the energy still there. I mean, you're still in this game. We've seen from them. Like, even if it's a rough start, you think back to the G2 result, you can grind it back out. They can keep it going. So don't trick yourselves. Don't let yourselves think it's over before it's even started. Could be the right read on this one as well. Electronics holding in case there's an info play towards main or down through mid, but the peek out from Disbalance is supported by Dilladers, and they get the true picture of the rounds. You can posture off now as well.
Yeah, and to give you a kind of a true picture of the situation as well. I think one of the other reasons why they're so hyped is if they've done their homework on Ancient, they know that VP's T-slide on Ancient is really rough. 41% win rate on their T-half for VP here. That's after 12 maps played. So 9 Pandas who have a very high win percentage on Ancient and a 53% win rate on CT side, they'll be feeling pretty confident right now. Sure, they kind of got blown out in that first half. Again, 4 rounds doesn't sound that bad, but 3 of them were off the pistol, as you can see there on the graphic. But this is where their fortunes can really turn around, where you can get iDisbalance activated a little bit more. Glowing can start to have a few more big rounds. You're seeing Result join alongside Dilladers and putting in the impact. Grenades, pretty solid, softening up Electronic down to 79. Oh, they're going to push forward though onto the site. It's Nova that goes in first. Flashes are good, but Glowing is able to withstand and comes out with 2 alongside iDisbalance. Dilladers getting involved too, and VP are pushed straight into their demise.
Flip. Trying to deal damage with the tap shots through the wood. Softens them up with the splinters. But there's an instant reply, and James only got 15 health to his name. Tons of time though, that's the benefit. He might be low, but if he could find a window of timing, maybe squeeze his way into the bomb site. But Resource read this correctly. Slow walks up into main, he can post up for it. Jane makes all the noise, suddenly slows it down, backpedals and wants to go out through mid-side, hoping he's drawn the rotation, but you don't know how close Resort is, and that allows him to peek in. Oh, Resort's got little pandas on his head as well.
I didn't spot that.
You see that? He's got little, I don't know what it'd be called. It's like a little headpiece, but with 2 pandas on there.
Oh, I thought you meant like panda ears, but like actual just pandas.
No, yeah, like panda faces on his head. We might see it on the player cam.
Браво! Молодцы! Жестко! Тише! Эфир мне дайте, смотрите.
That's kind of cool, mate. I'll take that one. We usually see the talismans on the desk. I didn't expect the talisman on the head.
Building in confidence as well alongside it. I mean...
Oh, there he is, look.
Oh, yeah. Good spot, Jackie. I did not see that. Nice little detail. Flip, though, with the entry, but it's the lone AK that's gone down with him. He tried to be a hero. And a suppose with getting the pick, it's not bad. And they've managed to juggle the weapon across there. Norbert nearly dies, again doing the dirty work for his team. Goes to retrieve the AK successfully. Now Jane gets a second crack at the whip. All 4 players still have Kevlar without the head armor. But for me at this point, it's the lack of grenades that is a real problem. You want to burst out onto the site, but you've got nothing to really utilize, so they're going to just walk right through that smoke. And Idis Balance alongside Dealer are holding it down one more time. Jade with the wild spray gets punished, and 9 Pandas tie us up at 8 apiece.
Even though Idis Balance was having a really rough start to the game, the impact of some of these kills on both these hits towards B, that's where you're going to just put it all to bed. Forget about it. Start focusing on the here and now, right? Like even Glowing, although it's only that 1 kill, it was important because it saved Idis Balance on the previous run-up. If he doesn't get that pick, it all goes wrong. This could be a very different scoreline. Instead, you've been able to tie it up. Now take the game 8-8. But there's another test. These have been calls off the back of the investment VP have been able to afford themselves. This time they have a raw set of guns to work with. Badilla Dez swings out through the cave, gets the early pick. Glowing tries his luck on ramp for the swing back onto Norbert. And it's equalized, 1 for 1.
Well-timed smoke as well, but Electronic's not going to fully respect that, pushes past it, and in doing so now, I don't think the CTs have any idea this is a possibility. Electronic with the sideswipe attack, plunges the AK deep into the CT defense, trying to annul the partnership that's been built up between the two of them. Forces Idis Balance out into the open, gets 1, will be traded back from Electronic. That aggressive push through the smoke is everything in this round for VP, but they can't assume anything because Shalfi's about to get the kill on Jane. 2 play 2, and although they have the forward positioning after the post plant comes in, that first kill in this engage means so much, and it's that man Electronic again. Tons of impact in the round.
That's another hat trick from him. And the quality of the kills is damn good as well, and they can double up to control on this. He sees Fame, baited in for the peak. Electronic always ready. And VP, another round where Electronic shocks them back to life and gives them the lead. They will have money. You can buy straight back into it. Actually feels like one of the very few times, if not the first, we've seen Idis Balance be able to put the AWP back on the server as well. So I'm curious how we can be looking with that. It's been SMGs, rifles, him and Glowing playing off each other for the info. When the scope comes out, is he able to follow on from the form he started to find?
It's a really good point in your race because, as you've been mentioning, and I completely agree with you, this kind of in-tandem partnership duo they've had on the site's been nice, alongside the flashes and smokes. Flick gets aggressive, but it's a 1-for-1 trade overall. Norbert is going to make sure that's no longer the case, and he picks up a second, exploding into the round. But because they've been playing around these smokes and flashes, it's like with an AWP, it's a completely different field that you have to play with. And to be fair to Idis Balance, I don't think he's going to get much of a chance to use it. All of his teammates have been quelled, and pretty easily so. Norbert with a huge round into this, with 3 kills by his name, up to 16. Only Electronic out-fragging him after that 4K in the previous one, and he could get another. Idis Balance doesn't know that he's up close. Oh, it feels like he's only a matter of seconds away from his death, and Norbert looks over to Electronic and says, oh, you picked up a 4K. I think I'll have myself one of those too.
Passing the baton of who gets to find the impact. Oh, a bit of a rough one. The duo was still alive, but obviously just one of them towards either bomb site. This is how Glowing perished, and then Idis Balance trapped out. Shalfi frustrated. And you would be. Coming back into this one, it was a good start for them on their CT side half, being able to equalize the rounds. A timeout was called in. It's VP that have put the brakes on the game, winning out at this point. Low funds to work with for the CT side as well, so important rounds here. Convert these, you're damn close to being able to close this down. It's only a best of 1, so just looking for the finish. Communication there between Electronic and Norbert. They both had back-to-back 4Ks, giving each other a little low 5. And the rounds will continue. 5-7, Deagle. Outside of that, no money to spend. Low cash across the board.
Yes, that's hence Shalfi's frustration, right? You knew that you had an opportunity. You've got the open play. You lose it. You're into an eco now. Have you missed your chance? Has the train pulled away from the station and you're left there, suitcase in hand, face palming? It would be a 1 and 2. That's a rough grenade from Flip, but not fully punished as a result of it. He's at least keeping 9 Pandas interested over there on B, which was the bulk of their 5. 3 of them over on the B side. And although Shalfie has made moves into A main and kind of bypassed most of this aggression, does he want to peek out and try and get frags, or is he going to wait for the cavalry to arrive? Because they're all making moves through now onto CT, and this will be a massacre. 2 AKs are laid in wait. And there's another player in the form of Flip that's rotating around the back with a MAC-10 and will shut down Glowing regardless. And so Shalfie, as patient as he's been, he's now the last man. Maybe looking for exit frags. His position is unknown. But it's going to be an 11-8 regardless.
Yeah, as they were wrapping around through CT, he started to walk back towards the end of A main here. So he's hoping to see if there was one player lurking down bottom mid, catch whiff of someone, potentially steal away a single weapon. His best bet now is to bury your head in the sand, wait for this one to go over. You won't be getting yourself a rifle, but at least he's still got the 5-7. And there's money again. But the hot commodity, the fact that they were so close on rounds, it wasn't a bloated lead for VP, that is well and truly gone. That ship sailed. It's an uphill battle from this point forward. And the weird thing is about this team as well, Vince, like, you've played nearly 150 maps online in the past 6 months, so it makes it kind of tough to judge their form. It's the LAN experience, though, that makes it really awkward. 8 maps played on LAN in the past 6 months, all from the same BB Belgrade event, Season 2 play-ins, but they took wins over Furia and Astralis. That was a BO3 versus Furia, BO1 versus Astralis. So that's why we're saying, like, there is always a chance they could do something crazy in this RMR. It's now or never, though, really. Round 20, worth its weight in gold. It's an awkward encounter towards Red Room, hoping that they overextend. Electronic takes the bait, iDisbalance connects.
Finally getting some success. I think that might be his first AWP kill in this entire game. I could be wrong, but he's not had many. That's for sure. But better late than never. Could be the difference maker here, as Glowing playing more passive on the site, jump peeking, spotting nobody on the ramp, allowing Dilladez to continue to be a nuisance. 18 kills to him. And yeah, I mean, they nearly did pull off the craziness, right? They took G2 to OT. It was a 16-13 loss. I think most people thought G2 were going to steamroll 9 Pandas. Wasn't the case at all. They beat Astralis as well, although Astralis has been looking rocky. Obviously, without device is always going to be a big problem. So they can get it done. There's no doubting that. But this is probably their last chance to get themselves back into this matchup and have a bit of an even keel in terms of their weaponry. They've done a really good job of stalling off this push. There's only 23 seconds left. Pop flash in's not going to affect Dilladez whatsoever, and he does also have Glowing there. Should be a pretty straightforward lockdown, but instead Flit and Fame come through, and an insta headshot to Shalfie.
That's beautiful from Fame. Lovely round, continuing on from the success that he's been able to pick up. Really clean stuff. And again, you're back into a position where your back is against the wall, literally iDisbalance. He's got to run off, hold on to that AWP. That's best case scenario, but that uphill battle, it's now become climbing Everest. 12 rounds on the board for VP and Flip running you down. Here's the footsteps. He's able to get himself situated for that one. But there's still more to come. His trials aren't over. A long save on this one. And if James kills him, that's a free AWP upgrade.
He's only got 1 bullet as well, by the way. If he misses this, he's in trouble. Oh, no, the timing! Deary me. Oh, we saw Shalfie early with the frustration hitting himself in the head. I'm concerned, Jackie. What's he going to do this time? Please be more chill, bro. Oh, 3rd and final timeout. I do feel bad for 9 Pandas because they've had moments, but like the fact that Dilladez and Glowing weren't able to get another kill or 2 out of that engagement, they had such a good setup. The flashbang didn't affect either of them. It's that wide swing shot onto Shalfie as well, though, as the Molotov came down the cubby that was kind of crazy. I think it was Fame that hit that. And that was pretty much the round done. And we're going to see it again here. this is the setup you have, and you lose out. That's mad.
Бля, пацаны, они визажа не смогут, мне кажется, держать.
Trying to shake it off and mentally reset, but do or die now. 9 Pandas. Fight at middle, having the nades on target to soften them up. But Xiaofi, no impact found with the MP9. The SMG doesn't deal damage onto the weakened players. And they're executing quickly. They feel like they've got confidence to close the game here. A rapid run out, trapped in Donut. Incendiary thrown down, it pins them. And the backstab arrives just in the nick of time. Resort coming alive with the SMG. And Jane, last man left standing. Is he left for dead here in the 21st? Or will he be back for blood? He's got his back turned as he walks up. Dilladez, he's got the right idea. Holds strong, hits that one. They survived their first test. But no mistakes can be afforded. And for Fame, he's been having some real impactful rounds. And it's kind of always crazy when you think about the storylines for Fame. His first major, that was where he won it. It's so hard to kind of beat that level, right? He's been to another major since that point, Vince. Haven't seen him back for a little while. You want to see him popping off. I talk about pop-offs, mate. There you go. I mean, they're trying to keep their heads in it. You imagine that's literally what he's going for there. Like, he's looking at the team to be like, guys, we can still win this.
I mean, he's the player with 5 multi-kills. That's really been popping off the entire time, but it's him that's been doused down. Jane with the extinguisher. Now rendering everything a moot point because this may be the beginning of the end. The smoke's going to clear and Result only able to get the 1 kill. And considering that IDIS balance is low and mid control has now firmly changed hands and exchanged into the favor of VP, Xiaofi cannot afford to die. If he goes down, there's real trouble coming up. But he's going to find Jane. Now gives them that slight advantage into the round. There's still so much time, and the fact that Flit is already round the back of the B site, it is allowing safe passage for Electronic to pick up the bomb and make moves. The one concern for him, though, is going to be up on the catwalk. He's not sure if players have pushed around already from Cave. And so they're going to be very isolated. They're hoping that Flick can lurk around the periphery and the extremities of the map and cause chaos. And then Electronic will have safe passage, but he's about to walk into Xiaofi. This trade is so vitally important. If it goes the way of 9 Pandas, pretty much they're out. But if they lose out, that could be this match done.
They had info towards mid, so he wants to go out. Double up, play together. They could entry through Donut. They played this one perfectly up to this point, making the best of the real bad situation they were in. Xiaofi opened it up with that crazy duel versus Jane. Felt like he should have lost out on that one, but he's still alive. Blood's still pumping. You've just got to finish the job here. 10 seconds. He can force them off the bomb through the smoke. He can save it, but the shots are off target and commits for so long that he's left on 20 HP. And this flips right into the court of VP. This is where they could find themselves the 13th and close it. Pre-fires on target, knowing that he was low and glowing. You've got to shine bright in this round. Jump straight on the bomb to bait them in. Smoke's going to fade. Good for the first connection. Flit on the dive out, wanting to bait him off. Showing a bit of skin. Going for the commit, but glowing. Oh, somehow finds that one. Surviving with 8 health to his name. He'll get the round. 9 Pandas still in it. 10 on the board. But that's a round that's going to get you back up, Vince. That's one that's going to make you feel uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, especially considering that Glowing throughout this entire match has had a real struggle. Coming into this round, he was on 40 ADR with only 4 kills. Only 1 opening duel and only 1 multi-kill round. So this is huge in multiple facets. 1, VP's economy in rough shape. 2, 9 Pandas get to double digits. And additionally, maybe this is where Glowing really steps up his own level and his own individual efforts. Because typically, he's a solid player. His impact is normally 1.1 or higher. He's actually a solid rifler in his own right, but they've already conceded. They managed to squeak out the buy. A better economy than actually anticipated with that post plant. And so still threats to contend with. Dilladez doesn't want to exploit and expend all of those bullets in his magazine, so he holds fire and allows VP the post plant. Oh, look at this position for James as well. He's so passive. He's watching the double doors all the way back from towards T-spawn. This could be a problem, though, if his teammates die on the side. And there's a chance that happens. In amongst the smoke, all the chaos goes, but it will go firmly in favor of Virtus.pro. And down Dilladez will have to travel through the smoke, through the fire and flames of the bomb. And there's not enough time for the defuse. This match is a done deal, with VP taking it 13-10.
It was shaky. 9 Pandas, they've been keeping games close throughout the RMR, but close isn't enough as VP find a way to win it and lock that one down in the end there. It looked so uncomfortable as well, so tentative at the angles they were playing. The fast hit towards the B site, your position was compromised inside of Cave, and all the CTs grouped up. If the shots through the smoke didn't kill him, Flit was set up to be the knife in the back to end it. And that's the way it goes. I mean, they've been fighting so hard, tooth and nail level CS. But again, it's another defeat on their books.
Yeah, like you said, it doesn't really matter, as sad as this is to say. It doesn't matter if you take GT to OT. It doesn't matter if you take VP to limits. You still lost 2 matches now. And sure, you can take positives out of that. You can take sort of the upshot of those things of thinking like, oh, well, Dilladez did pop off and we had some really cool moments and Glowing got that clutch, but you're still going to be in that 1 and 2 bracket, and there's some very good teams there already. That is going to be sketchy if you're 9 Pandas. I think what's going to be brutal to them, though, is knowing that there was that passage when they had about, I think it was like 11-9-ish, where they actually had a really good opportunity to take the fight to VP and even win this match. And they flubbed it twice off just fast executes onto the B site. There was no way of them sort of having recourse. They lost that 1 and 2 trade in Cave, if you remember, very late on in the round. And it felt like that was the moment where this game was lost.
Yeah, some uncomfortable rounds for them. Again, another good result there where we see the power of Electronic on this roster when he's starting to feel himself as well. He had some big rounds. Norbert then was also tagged in with 4K of his own. Down to the wire one too many times. 9 Pandas walking that tightrope. Eventually, you're going to slip. And obviously for their journey now, it gets far harder, right? Because obviously we've seen them getting close results. But like you say, that's not what you're looking back on. It's at the end of the day when you see those results come in, when it's all said and done, Vince, it's their placement, where they are, major or not. That's all that matters with these RMRs. And for VP, suffering that first loss, you'd hope it was a splash of cold water to the face to make them realize, right, boys, we need to grind it back and really prove what we can do. If they don't qualify to the major, you know, you think sort of, you know, we were speaking about the turmoil since Electronics come into the roster, how it's looked sort of worse rather than better for them as of late. Well, that could be this team up on the chopping block. Maybe some changes. Maybe things start to go wrong there, Vince. So them getting this one, it's a good start.
Yeah, I think absolutely. VP have got to make the major. If they don't, there's no excuses. Right, there just isn't. We can put into fact, like, you know, James has at times hinted at potentially not IGLing anymore. He's had interviews where he said these kinds of things, like, maybe I'm not the right man for the job. Well, if you don't make it here, that's the case. And realistically, you're looking at the man that was the huge difference maker between a potential L and a W. He had a ridiculous game. All the stats that you can conceive of, this guy was pulling out in spades. That 4K I'm thinking of, though, he basically just entried on the site with 4 kills by himself effectively. That just won the round outright, and it inspired Norbert to do the same in the next. And, you know, there's 2 sides of the coin. We said this before. It doesn't matter how you get a win, especially on the opening day. As long as you get a W, that's all that counts. The same can be said for a loss. And so 9 Pandas, they've played some good Counter-Strike. Their 2 Ls to G2 and additional VP, those are legit results. Like, those are good efforts. But you still find yourself now eyeing up potential elimination in your next game.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Obviously, you know, you've got your winners, you've got your losers. It's the way it goes. These RMRs, Vince, the results, at the end of the day, they're not the big point about it. Even playing some great CS, that one was too much of a tall task. VP, win it out. More action to get through, though. We'll be back in with our next BO1 here on the B stream in a few moments' time.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
You know, originally they actually had Maui Snake film that, and it was live action. He was doing like kick flips all over his town at home.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how they did the 3D modeling, mate.
I've learned something today.
Yeah, all Maui, all Maui.
I want to see Maui.
He's a trendsetter, isn't he?
I want to see him skateboarding now, man. I need that in my life.
We'll convince him to do it. We'll see if he can skate off the desk into the stream room.
Yeah.
Maybe we can make that work. Maybe, Vince. We can dream, we can hope, and we can strap ourselves in for some more counter. Another game coming up here, of course, it's going to be Sashi taking on Eternal Fire. A bit of a different flavour of this one. Again, though, kind of similar storyline in the sense where for Sashi, I feel like you could have pushed further than they have.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. You know, they played against Big. We managed to watch that game, and they had a really strong start on Anubis, and they kind of flubbed it towards the end.
Yeah.
And obviously, Big now have gone on to go 2-0. They have the potential of making the major and going all the way through to, like, you know, the 3-0 bracket, which would be crazy. But we saw moments of Sashi where we thought, okay, like, this is actually a team that could do the business. They beat Astralis. Sure, it feels like everyone's going to beat Astralis right now. They're in pretty dire straits. But I was a bit disappointed with how they were unable to finish the game against Big. Yes, Searson popped off. It was good to see him. And obviously, we'll see what he can do later against Passion. But ultimately, it was a case, another one, similar to what we just watched there with 9 Pandas of so close yet so far.
Yeah.
And you have to go back to the drawing board and figure out, like, kind of what went wrong. I don't see this being an easy matchup at all, though. Eternal Fire are legit a very scary team.
100%. And obviously, we'd hope this is Eternal Fire where things have started to click a little bit more. It was an off result as well for their opening game. That was with Wicadia. I believe going into the second half, he still hadn't got himself a single frag on that Dust 2 game, right?
That's right. We were casting him against Aurora.
Yeah.
He had like 4 kills in total. And at one point, his ADR was 15. Which is such a far cry from how he's normally playing. He's normally one of those guys that's really, especially on the T sides. That was what was crazy to me. Is like sometimes on the CT side, like it can happen. You know, if they're pushing one side all the time, you're on like B defense or something, which he was playing by the way, and you're losing A constantly. Yeah, sure, your stats are probably going to reflect that. Same as if you're playing like Mirage B side and you keep losing A. His T side performances were shambolic on that map, if we're being honest.
Yeah, it wasn't him. It really didn't feel like it was even him in the server almost with how he was playing. There was a couple of unlucky rounds, but a lot of them, he just looked like his head was in the clouds a couple of times. So obviously coming into this one, very different matchup, very different result. He's played a couple of games since that point as well. You'd hope he's shaken that off. I don't imagine he's the sort of player where that's going to be a repeat performance, Vince. That's why we were harping on about it, because it was such a rare instance of not just underperforming, but being absent.
Yeah, exactly. But fortunately, they had Major really fill in that void. He was playing really well on Dust 2.
Yeah.
And then they had a disappointing result against 3D Max yesterday. They lost in OT. It went multiple OTs, and it was Woxic that just didn't show up to the server. So we've had kind of this Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde that I've spoke about before with Eternal Fire, where you never really know what to expect. They kind of remind me a little bit, maybe not the heights of the old school VP, the Virtus.pro, but you know how in terms of like one game to the next, you don't know what's going to happen. That's how I feel with Eternal Fire right now. So Nuke's been banned out already. Dust 2's been banned out additionally, which is going to probably be good news for Eternal Fire because they looked a little bit shoddy on both of those maps.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Inferno's where we're going to go then. That's the decider for this one. Actually haven't played this head-to-head against one another. They've met a couple of times, EWC qualifiers. Man, the weird thing is when you look back at the games, though, the only map really where Sashi were able to show up massively was Overpass, and obviously not in the pool anymore. It's not here, right? It's gone, and they drained all the water. So there's no water anymore, Vince, and it's not in the map pool. What's going on, Valve?
Mate, Overpass is my favorite map, so this is still a sore subject for me. So I'm feeling sad.
I'm sorry for your loss, Vince. It's my bad.
Thank you for your
I shouldn't have brought it up.
Yeah.
I know. I'll ring Valve. I'll ask if they can put the water back. I'll try.
Thank you, Jackie.
It's all right. I'll get him on the blower. Hello, Gabe. He said it's coming. It's okay.
And also, can you bring cash back while you're at it?
Yep. He's telling me something about Tuscan and Train. They're saying they're removing Mirage?
Yes.
Vertigo stays in.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Gabe. All right, bye-bye.
Can you imagine just the from the community if Mirage got removed and Vertigo stayed in?
I'd actually love it.
I would love it too.
Yeah.
It's like, we're both Vertigo
We're
fans.
Vertigamers. We're Vertigooners, mate.
We are. I love it, though. I love it. Just all the complaining on Twitter would be beautiful.
It would be so good. It would be so funny. But right, well, look at what we're actually dealing with here, of course, outside of these important business conversations with Gabe Newell. We'll leave that for later. That's a post-show conversation. But yeah, I think for Sashi, again, I don't want to kind of carry on beating the same horse in the sense of like, oh, they can do it. They could have upsets. But the only reason I say that is normally I'd be on Eternal's Fire side and be like, yeah, they should lock this one down. But they haven't shown us their A game. And that's what scares me, because I'm right there with you. I love watching this team. I feel like there's so much firepower, so much talent. You always want to root for them, because it felt like they were underdogs for years and years. Finally came together, right, where they were fragmented into different teams, even at one point split up so much that, you remember, like, Major went away. He went to a different game, then came back, and the success started to come in. You want to see him do good things, Vince.
Yeah, I mean, you had Woxic at like Cloud9s, and Taras was big, they finally got the band together. And they did really well at the last major, so it gave you hope. It gave you a feeling for Turkish Counter-Strike. They finally had a team to fully back and enjoy. Long gone were the days of Space Soldiers with Paz and Engine and those kind of players. But here we go. Xantares already takes a goosh to the dome. He's dropped down to 11, but a lot of grenade damage on the oncoming. Tease up on Banana with the smoke. They're going to have to vacate for the time being. They can't fully commit just yet.
Spamming shots out. It's Cabby just shooting on the periphery of the smoke. Seeing if potentially there'll be a bit of a tap back, some information, because of course you've got a hefty grouping here. They still want to go for the late B finish. As far as they know, there's only one player, but Eternal Fire, they're smarter than that, so they call for the rotate early. Utilities stationed on by. No smokes, but 2 flashes. The brains of the operation to set up his team, with Wakadia left as the solo defender of the A bomb site. And the penny's going to drop as soon as those smokes are thrown on over. Unless Sashi are able to really hit the mark in the pistol round with their actual fragging, Vince, this one could be a bit of a cleanup.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? They have to come out to the open. It's a well-timed pop flash and a second one. A bit of team damage as well as Lucky. Takes out Mister and Major popping off once again with the USP, leaving Queasy a little bit nauseous about how things have really came to fruition. He's going to get sideswiped. It's Xantares that takes him down anyway. He took the first point to call, took a headshot early in the round, but he's there to deliver the final fatal blow.
That's the thing about Xantares, mate. Never count him out. Even if he's low, he fights with confidence. And pistol rounds. God, we've been seeing pop-off pistol rounds for Major over his entire career, right? For years and years and years. It feels like it's always there. It always happens. Something about him and USPs, dude.
I've been very impressed with his performances overall at this RMR. He's on a 1.12 at this event. And remember, it was him that really did carry Eternal Fire kicking and streaming back at Copenhagen as well at times through the RMRs as well. So he is a big tournament player, make no mistake. A lot of damage in that round as well for Major. He had multiple assists alongside the 2 kills he picked up. And Sashi with no post-plant now in with the Glocks. Getting whittled down and chipped away from the HEs. And Woxic is there. He wants this fight. Oh, dear me. Not a single kill for Woxic. And Wakadia, he's going to be saved by his Julies.
Yeah. Got the kill onto Iceberg in the back first.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, I was a little bit worried for him. Obviously, that is always the classic. If you've got Glocks at home and you're not jumping around corners to set up your teammates, you better start doing it, because it flicks off the crosshair, makes it a bit more uncomfortable. It's the way to play it. But resets, Julie's come out, spitting bullets rapidly. And 3 kills. Oh, whoa. Easy now. No need for that, is there?
It's just chilling.
What the hell?
Poor little chicken.
Why has he done that?
We had high and by in the, in the intro, they're chilling with the chicken.
Yeah, that's like his police chicken or whatever it is, right? Man, how are we going to tell High that this has happened? We're going to have to get Maui to skate in and deliver the nukes.
I just imagine Maui now just round the corner. What's up, guys?
With his snapback on backwards, doing kick flips.
Yeah.
Tony Hawk, who's that? It's Maui Snake.
Looks like Iceberg about to humble Major. He did have a great game though, Iceberg, actually. That reminds me of him on Anubis. He was balling out of control, and speak of the man, and he will deliver. Xantares neutralized. Iceberg, the jacked Dane himself, getting up close on Banana, but they know there's a smoke in their eyes, so they're just going to hold fire for the time being, and they have plenty of time on the clock to afford this luxury.
You can see Xantares waxing lyrical to the team the second he went down as well, coming across what he had seen before his death met his eyes. So Sashi, banana control was good. Splash damage, though, did soften him up. Misters on 34, 77 and 62 between both Iceberg and Lucky. And Wakadia, he can be set up. His captain throwing in the flashbangs, takes first contact, does it by himself, doesn't need the help. Wakadia try as he might. Only getting the one, so it is a 2 versus 2. 20 seconds on the clock here. HE in the back pocket of Calyx. He's slightly late to the scene. Can't put that to good use to attempt to deny the plant with a Molotov as well. All about the retake then. Kit in the back pocket for Woxic. You've got banana control. Queez. He had some key rounds for Sashi. Back on Anubis. Up against Big. But this is one they just need to close. However they do it, look for your first here.
He's been thrown in, but there is Mr. Last bullets in the magazine and nails the double headshot. Sashi right back in, and that's off the back of Major having 2 hero shots with the MP9 as well, early on in the rounds. And this has been a bit of a reoccurring theme over the RMR. We were discussing before about how Wakadia had a horrible dust too, and I said Major stepped up. Of course, the player that was at the very top was Calyx, who's not normally that guy. He had a great first map. Second map on Nuke, a rough one against 3D Max. It's Woxic that's not delivering. Major's up there again. Calyx is up there again. So that is a concern if you're Eternal Fire. Like, if Woxic and Wakadia aren't really popping off, if Xantares is a little bit quiet, that's where the danger really starts to come in.
Something that impressed us a lot versus Big was Sashi's control of the utility as well. Ooh. This time around, trying to use the nade to force out the fight on the quad player, but they swing right into you, double up. Look at this though, Iceberg's in the smoke. Xantares, oh, the timing! Just as he turns around, had no idea. Iceberg, hiding in plain sight, strikes, Mr. dives up, clears out second oranges. This has been a systematic shutdown. Eternal Fire, you don't even get a look in, especially with that frag being picked up, you've got to back off. Broken investment as well. Bare knuckle brawl up close, and Calyx wandering to his demise as he grabs himself an AK for a mere few seconds. Sashi answering straight back, that's 2 rounds. Money in the bin for Eternal Fire. And they're already identifying, they feel comfortable with this banana setup early. Taking the fight straight to them. This was just sheer shenanigans.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Xantares. Like that's his second round in a row. He couldn't have done too much about his death. He turns around as Iceberg emerges out of the smoke. Iceberg, a bit of a kryptonite, a bit of a nemesis.
It's always the same pop-off. He loves the hands in the air, man.
Yeah. Got to flex. Flex on those fools. Calyx, in the meanwhile, though, he's got his use up close. Oh, no. He's missed it. Queez punishes him.
He's tased the wall. And the double nade. Great read. We were talking about the nade, the utility damage for Sashi. So good versus Big, but it's how they set themselves up with it. On this one, it's up close and personal. 2 pistols honed in on your angles. They don't over-egg it. You back off. You got the range advantage to work with. They know that.
Wakadia also had his use, by the way. They went for a double Zeus stack.
Yes.
And he just gets nailed by HEs. Now, Woxic's put that P2000 to use. So it's not going to be a clean sweep round on the side of Sashi, but now that they know exactly where he is... Oh, he gets 2 kills there. That's a hell of an effort from Woxic. Not bad. Copenhagen Wolves. Now, that is a blast from the past.
Little throwback for you. But this round, it's living in the present for Sashi, as it will be a third. And yeah, I don't mind it too much. I'm still kind of one of those where it feels like as much as the Zeus did get a little bit kind of nerfed with like the damage cone on it and some of the angles you have to go for now, it is basically an insta-kill if you can get it off. So obviously those awkward angles, especially inside of apps on a map like Inferno, it can work.
Yeah.
They picked them both up as well. Will they see any use? That's a completely different question, but they are in the inventories.
I really don't hate it, to be fair, because I mean, the alternative is that you invest slightly more for like a P250. Obviously, it's like up to $300 at that stage.
Yeah.
And it's not an insta-kill, like unless there's no head armor, but obviously when you're going to be against an Eco on the T side, you're buying head armor for sure. So at least you get that possibility, as you say, of the insta-kill around a corner, and if it goes unchecked, if they just run in there, things could have got real sketchy real quick, especially with Wakadia kind of playing this bait and switch with his own Zeus. But to be fair, one thing I think Sashi are really good at is having very good read of the situation and like this situational awareness. The second that they see Calyxes in apps with a Zeus, they're like, there is a possibility someone's either in bedroom or they're down on boiler. So let's just double nade regardless, just to be safe. What do you know? They just basically get the free kill on Wakadia as a result of it. It's the same thing when they went for that play through the smoke and we saw Iceberg pop off on Xantares. Mister didn't go for the wide swing. He jumped on top of the boxes. Because he knows if he's on new box or any of the two oranges, you're looking at the direct cross to the fountain. You're not looking above you. So you just got the free kill and the round fell into the palm of their hands as a result of it. So really well played by Sashi overall. 3-2 in the score. And although Eternal Fire do have a bye, we've seen a couple of weaknesses and potential vulnerabilities on B that they're going to have to start to contend with.
And even if those hits towards the B-bomb site don't come, it's the conditioning of consistently fighting for banana control early. So in a round like this, you throw 1 or 2 nades, make them believe it's a B hit, suddenly you've postured off Wakadia, so he's not on Arch, meaning they've got all the space in the world to run up. Oh, the flames blocking his vision. It's a 1-for-1 trade thus far. They're going to be able to get the smokes down on the site and the bomb planted, and with no real look back through on library side, it's not worth the risk. Free weapons in their hands, they're going to have to bail on it. So a great play from Sashi. That conditioning towards Banana, straight into the execution. No Wakadia on Arch, and they just run on in. Take it as theirs.
Now, once again, just a really solid call. The AWP is down. We'll see if one of Sashi want to pick that up on the retrieval. That's a super expensive one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the Gunganeer.
Yeah.
With the LGB stickers as well. Shout out LGB one time.
Don't go for it. Fair enough. This run and gun style on the T side has worked incredibly well. So don't want to slow it down necessarily. Like, Lucky obviously would be the man for the job. They did pick up the AWP. He's had some pretty good performances. It's actually one of their shining lights against Big, as we were discussing earlier. They weren't able to quite get across the finish line. Like you say, like they conditioned Banana so many times, they draw away a rotational element, and then they execute fast on Arch. No slowing down altogether. Just puncture straight through and catch. I think it was Woxic who was using the AWP, but he just got shot in the side of the head. He had no idea what was happening.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for it whatsoever. Free player Banana starts for the CT side. But deep util. Again, this nade damage. It's proving its point time and time again. Softens them up massively. Tuck in behind the box. You can play anti-flash with Xantares taking the contact. Ooh, spreads a little bit further than Mr. expected. Means he's got to throw out that smoke. Barely alive, Vince. There's the follow-up nade. Good response. They get the first pick and they're trying to seize the initiative. Expecting another player close by. Jump shots up. Don't wide swing on it. Keep yourself at least in a position where you can stay tucked in. Iceberg. He bides his time. Here's the reload. Doesn't know if they've postured off though. 50 seconds on the clock here. If they do go for the BX scoop, probably their best chance in the round. They've still got nades for the full take. With the smoke going down, about 15 seconds they're going to have left on the round once that one clears.
Yeah, it's really well timed. I honestly think that Sashi may want to push through this. There's 2 reasons why. 1, because of the 15 seconds left on the clock. 2, because they have no mid control whatsoever. So as far as they're concerned, they're being flanked right now from the back. They're going to have to go forward. Smoke now going to start to clear. And as they do, Major's able to snatch the life away of Iceberg. Xantara's being played into. Doesn't matter if he dies, as long as they get the round win, the flashes are good. On point. Lucadia with the assist. Cabby, try as he may, is being whittled down through the smoke. He does get a second frag. May just about sneak this bomb plant.
It's gone.
Oh, millisecond off the clock. And Lucadia puts him down afterwards. Nice try by Sashi, though. That's quite a bit of damage they just inflicted towards the end.
Always brutal. 4 seconds on the timer, ticks over to 3 just as he starts to plumb. So that one's gone. 2 kills back, but control of the round for Eternal Fire. And we saw as well, with that timeout that Eternal Fire took, Fabre, the coach. Major said in multiple interviews, a lot of respect for him as a coach. All of the players believe in the calls he makes. You could see how invested he was, one-on-one, talking to each one of them, communicating what he wanted to change. And the banana control on this one, far cleaner. It's 2 picks with no room to fight back. They go back to basics with it. Bomb wasn't seen, so Iceberg can recover that. Woxic lost out last time. Oh, don't do it again. Even goes back in. I mean, he's trapped, doesn't really have an angle to escape. So Cabby just holds strong, fights on that one. And the thing is, Vince, Bomb's on the back of Iceberg. He's still lurking here towards Banana as well. So you put a bit of pressure on A. They're toying with them. If they draw off this extra rotate, if Xantares leaves, just Major with the utility in his hands, playing up on the pillar, it could be awkward. Smoke comes in though, blocks them off for now.
That's also why playing quad as an AWP when you don't have a player on middle, on arch side to help you out is honestly a really sketchy proposition. You saw it firsthand. You nailed it. Like, he's stuck. He can't just leave. He could have maybe wasted a bit more time. I think it was Wakadia that was on the arch push around the side. But because it was from Boiler, Wakadia wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway. The angle wouldn't have afforded him that opportunity. And now with 30 seconds, Molotov down. There's going to be a HG behind it to blow open the smoke. And Major's tossing out the incendiary. I'll be throwing this one down afterwards, boosted up. There's tons of flashes, and down goes Major. Stuck in no man's land. Machine gun down. Post plant will successfully come through. A lot of damage to Xantares as well. And considering that Major has been the main man in this map, the talisman in terms of damage, him falling down with Xantares on low HP makes this retake real tough.
They're grouping up, looking for the run out through ruins. They want to go in together. One flash for Calyx. It's got to be a right popper to send them in. But time's ticking. You got the kit in play, but it's all about the frags. Good post plants. Cabby with a snapshot baits them into the swing, so Iceberg can peek on out. Even if he falls, Quizz would have had the security in the bag. And Iceberg, this is different from him. That's a nice round, but you could see, compared to where he's been popping off, he's been screaming. It was almost like he was telling everyone, chill, boys, chill. Keep it calm. Don't let the adrenaline get the better of you. They know that that's a huge round. Like, this was the opener. Real rough stuff.
Yeah, you can see Cabby here would have been shielded from Wakadia peeking from arches anyway. So Woxic, if you're going to play that angle, you cannot miss. It's that simple. I think he could have maybe tried to bait for longer and then listened for the magazine depleting and then made a move. But in the heat of the action, it's easy for us to say these things, obviously. As far as he's aware, he's about to get double peaked from mid at the same time. So that's the way it goes. Sashi off to a 5-3 lead though, man. Like, this has been a really solid T-half thus far. And Eternal Fire, they are struggling.
Yeah, they really are. This is what we're saying. This is what I was saying. Like, there is upset potential because it's not been their A game. And as you alluded to, it's kind of like the baton being passed of, you know, 3 players pop off, 1 player pops off. They're not all having the same level of impact you'd usually expect. It's an up and down, very low lows for a couple of them over the course of the RMR. And for Sashi, it felt like towards the end there, basically the call was that you were just saying, like, look, just play the default, play for the anti-eco. So I think they want to go for a slower round here, set themselves up and just see if there is going to be a push in from Eternal Fire. Because you don't have a bite, you can't play it like a gun round. If they go running on down, oh, it could be a ton of damage off this nade as well. Goes deeper. They were playing close towards the lip. Walking through, up close inside of the smoke. Banana control has been a hefty investment time and time again from the T's. They've got the boost up with Xantares. They might find that, but then it's Major that can make the backstab. And they just get it for free. All 3 kills, clean.
That's such a sick lineup, man. Really cool protocol Cabby's getting burnt down. 4 HP gonna get shut down in the back. Oh, I love that call from Major.
Yeah.
And he plays on the other side. It's all about the bait and switch, the misdirection. Now, they got fortunate that 3 players happened to be on Banana, but is it fortunate when Sashi have been on Banana so many rounds in a row now? Obviously, they made the call. They're like, right, these guys love to hit B. Let's take it to them. Beautiful round. You are going to be bitterly disappointed if you're Sashi, but Eternal Fire, there's levels to this game, and they just showed us firsthand that they are a step above.
Again, like statistically, right, they are the team to lose this one. It's up to them to be able to lock it down. You don't want to go 1-2 right now. And Eternal Fire fighting back in that round, that's key. Sashi probably a bit frustrated because it seemed like they had the read going into it. They wanted to play effectively just for a slower default, let them be pushed. Baited in by the setup towards Banana, looking for the kill on Xantares, and it all goes so wrong. Woxic back on quad. A better angle for him to be able to dip out, though. He's not playing right underneath the pillar, so he gets the first shot off, dashes the Incendiary. Arch has been problematic for them, and these Tech 9s up close, that's where it could be an issue. They get ahead of Wakadia, but Woxic takes the head clean off, and he's still coming alive in this round. Woxic's orb, again and again, smashing its way through them. The sledgehammer on the server. Sashi thought they had found the window. Get close round Arch, barrel into the bomb site, but at every turn, it's the scope of Woxic.
And a player that thrives off confidence or momentum, that is going to do the world of good to Eternal Fire's prospects. And we may look towards the end of this map, when it's all said and done, and go back to that 2 MP9 setup on Banana and say that was the moment where Eternal Fire started to turn their fortunes around. Because now Sashi, off the back of that beautiful 4K on Woxic, a clinical hold, and down into an eco with a P250 across the 5 of them. So you can see a couple of grenades dropped out. They can go back to and pick up later on, but for all intents and purposes, this should be a clean sweep round. They do jump across, forces Woxic's hand for the Molotov, and Wakadia is going to try and farm up some frags here, running out of ammunition though. He's been put down, but Woxic now is going to try and deny them from getting their hands on the M4. They have successfully got it with Lucky. Zentara's out in the open, tries to spin around. This is already getting far more chaotic than Eternal Fire were hoping for. And now 2 rifles in play. Major's been bested by Mister, who can run across to the B site, and he has the bomb. There is a way he can get a post plant. There's a way Sashi could win this round.
This has been so awkward at every turn. But for Sashi, even with Xantares, looked like he was being able to connect both shots with the spray control there. Always been so good on the rifle. It goes down to 1 man, Mister, and he's got the plant now secured. 2 left for Eternal Fire on the walk-up. It's Calyx and Woxic. He's clearing out the site whilst Calyx covers round the back, looking inside a ruins, tap to try and force the face. Nade, tons of damage. The time's ticking. Unfortunately for him though, going for the swing out, Calyx holds strong with the M4. Eternal Fire, a scary round, but a round, and that's all that matters for them.
And a $300 investment into the round, and you kill 3 players. Now, the good news for Eternal Fire is it's the last round of the half, and they have tons of money.
Yeah.
So it's not really going to affect them in the grand scheme of things. But with Sashi getting a post plant, it actually has significantly bolstered their buy into this round. They would have been around $4,000, $4,500. They're now up around 5K, so they can get full AKs with full utility. Without that post plant, you can see how little money they have left. There would have been some players, maybe without a Molotov here, maybe without a smoke there. So can have pretty severe consequences. But with Molly's thrown down so early on Bedroom, Cabby's going to try and bypass that one and get involved. I think he may have just missed that Molotov as well. Calyx, who was in apps, will have no idea that Cabby's this close. Now they realize Wakadia has seen it with his own eyes. The 1 player is in Boiler.
He takes a single shot. Cabby forced out by the flames, look to try and reply, spams the smoke. Arch has been weak for Eternal Fire. That's where Sashi has been able to find their hits towards the A bomb site. Wakadia was looking to force the issue. Exchange of nades. Eternal Fire throughout the majority of theirs very early on into the round, found limited damage from it. HE going back in only softens up Xantares barely. Little bit of HP taken off him. Again, they're trying their luck of showing their weapons towards B and trying to make them believe this is going to be a late B finish. Rounds we've seen from Sashi all over the course of this half. Draw that rotate. Wakadia takes the bait. It's Woxic that switches angles. He's been on quad. He'll take the position of Wakadia and hold round towards Arch. Last minute smokes thrown into B, but the real hit is coming towards the A bomb site. If they switch it up and go quad this time, it's Calyx that needs to surprise.
Woxic is going back to the site as well, though, so there's going to be two of them, but they are basically marooned. Enveloped by a whole bunch of T's. Well-placed flashbang, fully flashing Calyx. He can have no say in this round. Couldn't help Woxic. Oh, the flash bounces straight off his face. Being the last round, though, Eternal Fire have got to go in for this one. 3 rifles. Xantara's already weakened. Bomb plant positions are very solid on Sashi as well. They need Xantares or Major to pop off and then try and make the most of this momentary weakness. With 2 players in mini pit. Mister with the HE on top of it, going to be tossed in now. Major gets the first pick. Needs to be one of many. Time is starting to dwindle away. And although it's a valiant attempt with 2 casualties, it will not be enough to yield the round. We finished the half 6-6, all even.
Opportunity here for Hunden to get involved, communicate with the squad. Body language has looked similar from him and Fabre over the course of this one. More tentative. Obviously, it's never really felt like you've been entirely in the lead. Hands in the air. Very animated, at least, as he communicates with them. For Eternal Fire, you haven't really been able to follow their run throughout this RMR. That loss we were talking about against 3D Max, that was on Nuke. It was a 1916 affair. It's one of those where it does feel like kind of a fair loss in the moment because, like we were saying, it wasn't the A game for Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
The context there, that was Lucky going absolutely berserk. 38-23 being his individual KD. For reference on that one, not a single player on Eternal Fire was over 27 kills in comparison. And it's been a bit frustrating at times for Woxic, right? Like, he had that showstopper, then so much impact in the following round again as well. But the big rounds, the one that matters towards the tail end of the half, Vince, just caught out guard, and the flashes being on point.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely the latter as well is a very fair point because it was Calyx in mini pit. He wanted to get involved. He was waiting. Flash just bounces right off his face.
Literally on his nose.
Yeah, he was fully blinded. He couldn't do anything. And Woxic then was basically 1 versus 5 on the site with millions of angles to cover. And I think he was also affected by a flashbang. So, yeah, frustration certainly creeping in. But for Eternal Fire, you just got to shake that one off because you're still in the game. You're still in the fight. 6 rounds on the CT side. It's not fantastic. But you know that you can easily steamroll Sashi's CT side here. If people start stepping up their levels, it's still Major, still top of the scoreboard, still 105 ADR coming into this round. He has been phenomenal for Eternal Fire. But he needs Xantares, he needs some of these other troops to start to deliver as they position just outside of A. All 5 of them looking to try and make moves in.
Clear brackets. Go for the initial play, slow it right down, see if there's a response from the CTs. Information gathered, it's Iceberg with the USP towards mini pit. Arch is being hit. Cabby's attention drawn over to assist, and it's more than just his attention. It's commanding kill straight back, but Calyx now with a Glock up close and personal, supported by Xantares, the fade, sending them out of existence. Oh, the cheeky tap round the corner as well. Would have been a hell of a headshot if he got it, but it's down to the double up with a Julies. Lucky arrives, spamming off. Best Calyx, Xantares with a Glock, unable to find it. Frustration there, whereas it's elation for Sashi. A 7th round on the pistol, close, but it's theirs.
I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, I suppose the confidence was just there, the adrenaline was surging, but he knew that he had his angles covered. I'm surprised he didn't just try and force a plant down.
Yeah.
To at least take the economy for the next round. And you can see there's Xantares here with Calyx. Calyx was around the pit side. But Xantares had full confidence in his own abilities, and why the hell not with how he just popped off there in that round. But yeah, that is a huge boost of confidence, finances across the Sashi and Eternal Fire actually do force in. 2 MAC-10s, upgraded pistols, 4 players strong, just outside of the apps, making moves in second mid and leaving Major just to fend off a potential banana push as he gets into middle. If Sashi can hold on to this round, Jackie, they're going to be in a commanding position on their CT side. This effectively is a 2-for-1. This would be a 9-6 score if Sashi can win out.
Went to the 14th. There's a decent chunk of utility for Eternal Fire, and that can always set you up in these kind of rounds. A single flash can be worth so much on quad side to force a player off these kind of angles. It's the FAMAS as well for Cabby. So miss the mark and you can be punished. He's got support underneath. Headshots right on target. Lucky activates on the swing. Oh, he's a bit paranoid on the flick back around. It's only Xantares on the balcony. But no chance, no way. Sashi keep it relatively clean. Only 2 casualties there. And another round taken. I do find it so bizarre as well, Vince. There is a timeline here where Eternal Fire play 2 games versus a player called Lucky on 2 separate teams and lose both of them.
Yeah, that's very possible. That's a good point. And they'll be having nightmares about him because, like you said, he absolutely went huge on Nuke. He actually popped off. The Danish Lucky, not so much in this game, but he's had Cabby and Iceberg to help him out. I expect that his stats are going to go up, though, on the CT side, especially once he starts playing with Yorp a little bit. That's where he really thrives. Eternal Fire, they had enough money to go in for some upgraded pistols again with a couple of kills in the last one, but... Oh, an interesting little orange hue to that smoke at the bottom of Banana on T-steps.
Yeah, I've been seeing that more and more recently. Not sure if the lighting was changed a little bit with the train update. It seems they're a bit more reactive about what's around them.
Trying to wait out the utility, I think, here if you're Eternal Fire. Make them expend, I should say, as many of their incendiaries and smokes as possible. A couple thousand to repurchase into the next Sashi, but to be fair to Sashi, they're actually holding on to the bulk of them. Not throwing them out preemptively. Bit of damage across there to Xantares. Going to be a wide swing in, and Lucky misses. Xantares picks him off with the Deagle. Cabby Spray is there for 2. Saves the day to a certain extent. If he goes down, they could have got swarmed. But meanwhile, Major is making moves up on Banana. They still need to vacate the premises, though, with the bomb and make a move over on this position. And with a smoke in tow, Iceberg may have just put an end to this push, especially as he deals with Major.
Down to the millisecond of Major being ready for that one as well. As Iceberg was baited off, believing it's the full commit on the A site. Gets back in, is able to find it just before it gets out of hand. Time, a real big issue though. Even going for the plant here, going to be unlikely. Xantares still dealing death with a Deagle, but it's not enough. Iceberg can peek out, deny the plant. 6-9 scoreline. Sashi CT side looking good for him off the back of the pistol. For Eternal Fire, finally, the cash flow returns. Weapons can come back out.
Xantares with the Deagle, man. It's a real problem to contend with. You got 2 in this round. Nice effort. Like you say, though, it's all about this. It's all about the full AKs. Lucky now does have his AWP. We'll see if he can put it to use over on the A side, on middle and quad respectively, like Woxic did towards the dying embers of that first half. Molly tossed in onto the bedroom. Damage to Woxic, though. Down to 60 already. He will fall. Taking a bit of shrapnel, I assume, on Banana. They're up close as well on the sandbags. Once that smoke fades, a well-placed Molotov. That's going to be double grenades. 1 HP finished off. As Mister was all around the world, going back onto the coffins. Now he's going to get isolated out into the open. Flashbang is good, but Wacardia will not allow him safe passage through to the rest of this round. Eternal Fire in the blink of an eye just shut down B. And should be getting their first T round here on Inferno.
Oof. Nice shot there. Not allowing the SMG to find anything and denying one of the weapons for the save. The big ticket items being the AWP and A1S that they've got alongside the utility. So they really just look to defend one another Hope to limp over the finish line with at least that to play with, but Eternal Fire come out swinging. As soon as they got the rifle, showing us what they're made of.
Terrorists win.
Another element as well, Jackie, to be a little bit fearful of is it seems Antares, these last couple rounds, has started to warm up a little bit.
Oh yeah.
2 beautiful Deegs. Great entry here as well. Don't do it. Let them live.
It was a bad omen last time, mate. They killed that chicken and started losing rounds.
Ooh, the Cerberus.
Mage should be right on target. Dashed in at the toes.
I'm so surprised that didn't do more damage. That looked like it was going to be like 50 plus on both players.
Yeah, I felt like it was going to hit him heavy. Follow-up could be good. That one's directly on the IGL. Ooh, he actually bypasses him. It's Antares ahead of the pack. So Iceberg gets a read and goes down early. Pressure now on the single defender towards the B-bomb site. Well, that's Mister. He throws out his smoke. He's got the Incendiary and a HE left in the pocket alongside a single flashbang. Calls for the backup of Lucky. He can play further back towards CT side though. Watch it with the AWP. Means that he can still wrap off towards A if there is any information later on into the round. Actually getting up close towards this though. Smoke's now gone. He's taking the peak. The raw fight on the angle.
You have to assume that Major, he's so careful in these rounds, he's going to toss over a flashbang. The smoke as well, so Lucky has to back off. The smoke's a bit too deep though. It allows Lucky to keep peeking through. And they're going to exploit that. Oh, the smoke from the T's is far too late and the damage has already been done. Calyx traipsing over his teammates' corpses now, going to have to try and clutch out a 1-on-4, and he has no idea as to their positioning. They were both way more deep and passive on the angle. But he has no idea about this, about to walk headfirst into Mister. Spray is good, but loses 50 HP, and simply doesn't have the time to wait any longer. Has to go in for the plant. Lucky tries to rattle him down with a Tech 9. The spray off, and Calyx will fall, but that was a catalogue of errors on the approach. He didn't have a smoke for CT in position, and Lucky's like, well, cheers, I guess I'll just nuke everyone down with my AWP then.
Yeah, and it was so close on the timing. You could see, like, obviously drop the HE so that it was there for backup on the bottom side, so Mister could use it later. Then realizes, oh, they are actually going for this. Dry peeks back into it as the free angle. Bit of a celebration there for them, and another round. So Lucky getting away with murder on that one. Felt like he was going to be in a really rough spot with the timing. I was just imagining he starts to wrap back, they barrel out onto the site, you kill Mister, suddenly the AWP can't really find impact. But not the way the cookie crumbles. So first round there on the T side for Eternal Fire, but then an instant answer back. So going into the 18th, Sashi starting to find themselves a nice lead. You've got the AKs in play as well for Cabby and Quiz. Lesser buy on a few players here. Concessions made for Calyx, of course, after dying after time, and he had 2.9k in the back pocket. So even having that Galil is a bit of a benefit for him. Iceberg, ooh, focus up on this one. Could have really gone wrong.
Oh, big nades on the second time of asking, though. This time it is going to connect flush. We'll give a special mention to Cabby here, though, man. He's had a really impressive game. 6 multi-kills. 115 ADR coming into this round. Doesn't look that impressive at 15 kills, but he's been doing a lot of work. 6 assists alongside it. Now, Sashi have actually vacated one of their 2B defenders in the form of Mister over onto A. And so for the time being, it is Lucky by himself. This time the smoke is there in position at the right time to allow them to bypass to the site. And although there's a lot of damage on the approach with a HG on top of it that neutralizes Antares, may be able to punish this one, or perhaps not. Mr. goes in for 2, and Lucky just watching the tight angle will capitalize onto Calyx. Wacardia in the smoke, can't do anything. The 1 kill to Lucky, but that's all that Eternal Fire get out of this round in a bomb plant. And Sashi moved to 11-7 in the lead.
Counter-terrorists win.
Head-to-head between these two teams. Meeting 3 times with their core rosters. Eternal Fire lead that 2-1 in the history of it. But the last time they played, that was back in the EWC qualifier. Sashi picked up the victory on Nuke and Overpass, beating them out 2-1. They might very well be able to add another victory over Eternal Fire in this very series, and this one stings even more. It's not a qualifier. It's not where Sashi are usually king, Vince. They always find their way through those online events. But it's here on land. It's for the RMR. It's for a ticket at the Major. The perfect world Shanghai Major to fight for, and Eternal Fire going down heavy, 7-11. They come out swinging on the start here. Xantares with an opening pick.
Five and 2 for opening picks on Xantares. He continues to be a menace, continues to be a nuisance. It just goes to show how well Sashi are playing, that they've been withstanding that kind of pressure applied by a man with a skill ceiling as good as anybody on his day. Calyx nearly loses his head, but Lucky's made moves over onto the A side, delivering with 2 more. We said to watch out once this man has his hands on the AWP, and now he's got it. He is delivering. Queez needs to stay alive to supply the backup, but Cabby is there delivering from library, silencing Xantares and Major, and now Woxic stuck with the arduous task of trying to clutch out in a 1-on-4. At least has the bomb, but he's about to move into Cabby, who has been a man possessed so far in Inferno. And it's looking good for 5 match points, 5 upset points for Sashi.
Woxic, slow peak. And isn't it fitting, poetic in fact, it's Lucky with the AWP. And the very angle that Woxic was able to find so much impact against this team previously on the first half. Lays him out. Even with Xantares finding a heroic opener, it was the shades of Woxic from the scope of Lucky that put them in this very position now. Like you say, with so much buffer, so many rounds to close it. Iceberg giving Lucky his flowers there on that one.
Deservedly so, man. He has really come alive on this second half. He was a bit solo and quiet on the first, but once he had that AWP on CT side, man, special things started to happen. Cabby up at 112, Missed at 91, and Iceberg with 4 successful opening duels. Everybody is doing their part in this team. And Eternal Fire, it's just been flat. Like, we even saw Xantares with a really lovely entry frag there through the smoke, just blowing it open. So you get the entry you've been looking for, as has so often been the case for Eternal Fire, but then you just get squashed.
Tries his luck again at Banana. The Potassium Punisher looking to get the early pick. But it's Cabby that really has been a threat to be reckoned with. 17 kills, brawling inside of the apartments. Rent is due and Calyx hasn't paid up, so they fight for control of it, but don't want to over-egg this one. You can back it off. Don't give up that pick. You don't know who else is lurking around the corner. And Lucky in this position again, where if he's tested and delivers, it would be the end of the game with a 13th round for Sashi. He's looking to get himself into a good angle. Turns the flash, expects the peek from Boiler. The backup's there though, Vince, and just under a minute left on the clock with Xantares holding strong towards Banana. But they're not walking off on this one.
Playing together as well, so Lucky can play this different angle. But he'll be hoping for the same result. The bomb's still at the top of middle. Although Major's up close on B, feels like it's a little bit more of a bait. Lucky though with 1, now should be punished. As Cabby will have to try and fend off on B. The rotation also comes through, but Queeze nails Wakadia. 20 seconds left, different angle, same result. The squeeze that goes in could be a third. Tantara's low, picked off. The Danes are looking good for the clutch and the win. 2 consecutive unlucky games for Eternal Fire as they go down into the 1 and 2 brackets.
Sashi with the grade A Wagyu as they chop up Eternal Fire on contact. The meat company does it again. An upset there versus Eternal Fire. Looking disheartened, disjointed. A game going into it. In the head-to-head, it painted that they should win it, but this is a very different Eternal Fire. We're seeing at the RMR signs of struggling. Players popping off one by one, but never together. Never the 5 fingers on one hand. And Sashi capitalized, grabbed the lead, close it down, beat Eternal Fire, and move into the 2-1 bracket.
Man, you just saw Xantares there as well. Like, everyone else is standing up trying to shake it off, and Xantares is just completely devastated. You can understand why. He played well, especially on the T side. CT side, maybe not as much. That was basically Major, was doing everything over on the B side. But man, if you're Eternal Fire right now, you've lost to 3D Max and Sashi. And I mean, no disrespect to either of those teams. 3D Max have really been upping their level, especially as of late, like surprising a lot of people with that roster. But if we're being completely honest, Jackie, that should be 2 Ws for Eternal Fire at this point. Like, I don't really see an excuse for it. You get Inferno, you start CT side, and it's 6-6. You think, right, bit of a rough half, but you can bounce back easily on the T side. Their T side was just disheveled. We saw missed smokes, weird timings on peaks, no counteractive kills. Sashi were by far the better team in this map.
The setups look great, trades were fantastic, utility usage as well. It was one of the biggest elements why it was so damn close versus Big originally. We were always praising their nades, and again here, just tons of damage, time in, time out. And a very even spread of the frags on the side of Sashi. A quiet game for Woxic, other than that one key round where he came alive with the AWP, right? Secured that one, pure impact. But following it, Vince, you look at the AWP that started to deal damage, right? Lucky. A quiet game for him. As soon as he's on his CT side, he goes crazy. And it's represented here. Our standout player for the game, 17 kills, 12 deaths, 2 assists. All of it towards the tail end of the game. But that's what won them.
Yeah, I mean, to put it in perspective as well, that Woxic round you talked about, that was a 4K. That was nearly half of his overall kills on the entire map.
Yep.
I don't think he got a kill on the T side. I can't remember him getting a frag. Maybe in the pistol round, but that's about it. Whereas Lucky here, he's smoking. As you can see, 11 smokes used to try and cordon off those areas. Although his ADR isn't very high, that's often the case for AWPers. It's a feast or famine kind of role. But like, I'm looking at Eternal Fire, and I'm thinking these guys could go out 1 and 3 right now. Like, that's a very real possibility.
It could happen. It really could happen. We've seen rough runs for Eternal Fire over RMRs. Obviously, Copenhagen was a big boon for the organization and for these players. This 5, Vince, but it's looking scary. And now you're 1 BO3 away from elimination. Obviously, that's a little while in the future. We'll stick with the present for now. Another game coming up soon. Join us as we get into TSM taking on PWE.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
TSM taking on PWE. That's the hand signs, Vince. So that everyone at home knows what's going on, all right? I've translated that across. Did that work well?
Yes.
Did you know the letters?
No. The P one was a bit off, I think.
I mean, it's hard to do a P because it's like, maybe backwards, does that help?
Backwards, that's the one.
PWE.
There we go.
It's more of a D. It looks like a D.
It
I don't know, dude. It looks like a D.
You tried.
T's always good. That's always good.
That works.
Obviously, it looks like a really long T.
Yeah,
but
and that's what the coaches do, right? It's like, you know, timeout.
Yeah.
It works a charm, but the P needs some work.
we'll workshop it. We can come back strong. Maybe next time I can use crayons, sort of do like some doodling. We could do it that way. We'll see what's available.
Yeah.
But we can also focus on what's on your screens. TSM looks far better there with the graphic, of course, than me trying to do it with my hands. A roster that was a bit of an interesting one, right? Obviously, organizational return to Counter-Strike. We've actually been fortunate enough to see a few of their games over the past couple months. A roster that, again, I feel like there is talent, Vince. I just don't know if it was really clicking. And obviously, as this is an elimination game at the RMR, it proves that at least here, it's not been going great.
No, it hasn't been. I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, the fact is they're down 0-2, right? And
yeah.
When you look at the stats as well, like Zyphon is definitely the player I think you're looking out for. Rifler, Acor, of course, the AWPer as well. But when you look at PWE, I think across the board, there's a lot more heavy-hitting players and players that are a little bit better form. Belchanok, we saw him yesterday on Ancient performing pretty well. Art Frost, we know he's also a solid player. And Patsy, those are the three players. Now, the downside is Alpha over there on the left side had an absolute stinker when we last casted them. He was actually like 4 frags over the entire map. He had a horrible game.
No, he was so quiet, and it just felt like he wasn't really being able to find impact, always sort of, you know, burnt out by nades or losing out on duels. Very, very quiet game from him. That was in their opener, of course. It kind of was mirrored going into their second game as well. An unfortunate loss for them there again that knocks you down 0-2, which obviously is really where dreams are maybe beginning to start for some teams. We've seen that with Gamer Legion being able to keep it headstrong and grind the whole way through to make it to the major, but you've got to be built of strong stuff, Vince. You know, those are not easy games. It's so many back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gamer Legion as well have one of the best coaches on the planet in Ash.
Absolutely.
Behind as well. That was a huge part of that prospect. Not to dismiss TSM or PWE or anything, but I think Ash has now proved himself as one of the very top guys. Now, obviously, we're moving across to BO3s now. This is elimination territory. No longer BO1s today on the stream. So the first 2 bans, Anubis and Inferno, the perma bans for both teams. Dust2 picked up versus an interesting one, trying to really facilitate Acor on the AWP and how well he's playing. And then we get a Vertigo. I haven't seen that in a while.
No, we haven't. I feel like the last time we got to cast it was the Americas RMR.
Yep.
Yeah, and that was absolutely ages ago at this point in Counter-Strike. It's like a week and a half. And then Mirage being removed there as we start to find our way through. I quite like this video, actually. This is pretty good. We get Dust2 into Vertigo and an Ancient bookend. Mate, these are fun maps. This is good, Vince.
These are fun maps, but also on top of it, I think this is potentially a 3-mapper.
It could be.
I think they are going to trade back and forth. I think TSM will be favourite to take Dust2. They'll be favourite to take Vertigo. Dust2 will probably be picked by PWE, and they'll probably convert it as well, as far as I'm concerned. And then Ancient, even though it looks bad for TSM with 2 wins and 8 losses, they're actually playing against like some pretty high caliber opposition on this map. So I'm not entirely sure if the narrative really does fit with the stats that you're seeing on your screen. I think it's actually going to be a lot closer than those stats suggest.
It's interesting as well because this veto does subvert expectations a little bit. There was one previous meeting in a BO3 that they were able to play. That was back at ESL Challenger League. And PWE won that 2-0. That was Nuke, a 13-6 scoreline, and Mirage, a 13-7. Obviously, both of those not coming through the veto here. They were both bound out in the final 2 bans, with the decider being Ancient. So a little bit different than the one head-to-head we've got to go on from this. Again, I would say, I think individually, there's more benefit from what we've seen from the PWE players as individuals.
Yes, I think that's honestly where I'd come across with this as well. I think if you look at the individual talent, I actually do go alongside PVision probably being the better team. But in terms of like experience, Valder, we haven't mentioned him. At one point, he was like one of the best Danish players in the world and somebody that was up. In fact, at one stage, I remember there's a lot of top teams that were being linked with him, and he just kind of disappeared a little bit. He shifted into being an IGL over a star rifler. Obviously, his stats suffered as a result of that, and he's kind of been in this strange tier 2 purgatory ever since. So the experience, I think, definitely favors TSM. Nico, as well as another player, Danish Nico, has been around the block many a time. Acor now, obviously, previously at teams like Gamer Legion. We were discussing him the other day when Gamer Legion were playing. Very solid AWPer in his own right. But I will say, I think if it comes down to pure fragging, PVision probably get the upper hand.
I would say so. Definitely from what we've seen at this event as well. You know, it paints that they're looking pretty comfortable. There's been some great plays from Patsy. Kickert had his moments as well. Also, I've just realised that this is now 2 players sharing names at the RMR. You've got 2 Luckies on separate teams and 2 Nikos, all in the same RMR group.
Yeah, the classic Danish Nico versus obviously G2's Nico, who's been popping off. I think he's actually about to play as well. So it's a very weird cauldron of names and teams. Yeah. But maybe...
There can only be one, Vince. There can only be one.
Exactly. And maybe we're going to get one of those Nikos removed today in our first elimination game.
Yeah, Counter-Strike Highlander.
Yeah.
Imagine that if it grouped up so you know, they were playing each other. Nico versus Nico.
Hopefully no decapitation and swords. Just CS on the server, as it turns out. Not that dangerous.
No Scotland gameplay here. Although I think there's a Scottish map now, isn't there? They added one that's like set in Edinburgh or something. I saw that. Is it? It's not Basalt, is it? It's the other one. Is it called Eden?
Eden, I think. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Obviously, that would make sense. Short for Edinburgh, rather than Basalt, short for Edinburgh.
Doesn't quite work the same, does it?
No, not really. Not really. Oh man. Well then. We'll have a look how things go on the server. I think Veto-wise, we're in for a bit of a treat. And like you say, definitely potential for this to be a free mapper. I imagine this is going to be some scrappy Counter-Strike, very back and forth. I think there's room for it to go right down to the wire with the third and final map being the decider. This is an elimination game if you're just joining us. Obviously, both these teams, 0-2 currently in the pool play. So if you lose out here, it's over. But on the other side of the coin, it can be your beginning back into the RMR. It just is obviously a lot more cutthroat, Vince. There's no BO1s, it's all BO3s the whole way through, and you've got defeat looming over your head.
Yeah, you absolutely, and that's going to bring the best out of some players. It's going to bring the worst out of other ones. We saw this throughout the duration of the Americas RMRs and the EU A RMR as well. Some teams just totally capitulated. I think coming into this, a lot of people probably didn't have many expectations about TSM, in all honesty, because they're a team that been on this periphery for quite a while now of Danish Counter-Strike, with other than Acor and Zyphon are probably the 2 players that most people look at and think, oh, there's some possibilities there. The rest of the team, not so much. Sira is another guy that I think a lot of people won't know too much about, obviously, is the 5th player of TSM on top of it. Whereas on PVision, Belchanok, crazy good. Art Frost has been around now for a while. And Kickert, obviously, is a player that we discussed the last time we casted them. He's been around for forever. He's 25, but he's been in teams since he was like 14 years old. So he's got tons of experience.
Yeah, and that's what we were saying, obviously, you're kind of joking around being like, where has Kickert gone from the major cycle, right? We haven't seen him in so long. Feels like he sort of disappeared. It's good to have him back, but at the end of this series, it could be the same old story. No major, no opportunity. So they need to show up, the entire team of PVision. We kick it off on Dust 2, TSM. On the T side, early mid play here as well. Looking for the info with the Julies. That's Art Frost that ran clean on out. He's seen nothing. So off the back of the information on the long push, they instantly gamble with a huge stack. Oh my. Well, they've been blown to bits, but the bomb, of course, was over towards B, running on out, but it's going to be the full retake, 5 versus 3.
The full retake, in which they do not have any real grenades to play with. So, considering that you're going to have Glocks up close to the P250, this could get pretty sketchy pretty quickly if you're PVision. Already, a third of the timer has ticked away. Flashbang being tossed over. Up into the open, it's Zyphon that picks up the first one, and they're going to hold the line with Zyphon on 2. Sira now goes out for the peak. There's a team kill thrown in the mix as well. It's all gone horribly wrong for PVision. A 5v3, and they may not take a single one of these defenders down. As Art Frost is going to try and be the gatekeeper and let the bomb deal with Zyphon. but they're both going to go down with the bomb or just outright die from bullets. That is a horrible retake attempt from PWE, but Zypher take a bow. Those 2 kills were sick.
Yeah, dude, that is crisp. Oh, they went for the gamble off the back of the read, believing it to be the A play. Thought they had caught Wolf, but nothing towards lower early. Yeah, you got the first 2 picks, but holding the bomb site, it was Zyphon that made the Insurgent like a knife. And that's the rough overextension, okay. A bit more leeway seeing it back from his perspective there. It's obviously always an awkward fight towards upper. Bullets just hit your teammate in the back, losing Belchinok, and even went for the Butcher play at the end. I think he was out of ammo, so he just hoped he could get the swipe off. He was so low as well, got close enough. Could have been the knife.
They kind of saved from that embarrassment towards the end. Oh, it's going to be so... I feel like this is going to be a very, very close game. You know, we were discussing this on the desk in terms of trading the maps out from the last time they both met each other, but in terms of their performances coming into this one, TSM are on like a 7 or 8 loss streak in terms of matches. Other than a win against Sinners, it's a similar story for PARIVISION as well, for PWE. It's also in terms of the win percentages on the maps that we're playing. Like Vertigo is not a great map statistically for either team, even though TSM have picked it up. And this round with the Eco, going to be rushing straight through mid and Art Frost on those Julies. The TSM are already on the site and already planting. Easy, straightforward 2-0 coming up.
With just the USPs, you can hope that you draw the attention down towards CT spawn. And then that maybe Art Frost gets a little bit lucky, he can find his window to sprint out, spam down with the Julie, see if he can get some guns out of their hands. They are backing off now, round towards long as well. Take the fight down, keep them close towards the site if you can as well. Bomb blast potentially could become a little bit more problematic, and then just play for the exit. So Art Frost tucked into position. How healthy they are though, they don't need to step outside the boundary, they can just hold where they are. So no one's going to come running into his crosshairs. You didn't expect much out of the round, but they really find naught for it. And TSM being able to take that one cleanly. So pistol works out, rebuy comes out, PWE on the board now with the weaponry you'd expect to see. Art Frost donning the scope. What's he got in store for us on this map? Dust 2 can be an AWP's paradise if you take to it.
It can also be hellacious if you are not landing your shots, because there is that added pressure. There is that added element to the map. And if you're not landing, you know that you are being a little bit of an anchor for your team, but not in the good way. Art Frost, the meanwhile, though, peeking up on middle. The timing here for Acor on these jiggle peaks is constantly just bypassed Art Frost's presence. That flash is good, but they can't fully make the most of it. Art Frost position compromised, but Kickert is here for another flashbang. Smoke behind it, and TSM doing a good job of dealing with the early AWP presence from Art Frost. No kills in early on, but TSM getting up close on long additionally, where 2 players are laid in wait.
Playing a slower default on this one. All the nades in the world for the T side still, whereas the same cannot be said for PWE. Obviously, it's an investment back in with limited funds. You're favoring the weapons over the nades. That really means you got to hit your shots. Art Frost goes back in, redeems himself, throws out the nade as well to try and slow them down, but the Galil still peaks, and Nico slays his man. On response, it's Alpha. He'll see the boost, should know there's a player, but no. Flick straight down with the support of Patsy. And suddenly there's just 2. Flashbangs on target. Great re-engagement from Kicker.
That's great flash as well from Alpha, isn't it? Fully pops both players. Vision completely taken away. And I've got to also respect that re-peek from Art Frost after missing the fairly convincing straightforward shot. He went back in for seconds. He had confidence in himself. It's such a confidence-based weapon. Sure, he went down, but that's not really the point. Because they can pick it back up and give it straight back to him all over again. And now the money's starting to deplete away from TSM as they try and pick up the pace out long, and this time they get the success, albeit at great cost to Zyphon and Acor, but they get the pick on Alpha. And it's immediately drawn away. A full rotation from PVision. All 4 players sat here waiting to receive the push.
1 health. 99 damage done to Xiphon, but no kill. And like you say, the hustle and bustle has drawn the attention of the entire squad of PVision. So the cavalry is on the bomb site. Smokes in their hands, Artfrost throws out the first. Xiphon tucks into the pit. He wants to play a headshot angle where it's uncomfortable for you to take the engagement versus him. The rest of the squad wraps out. Start to make their push, a split from short and long. Re-smoke is in, they block off CT. Artfrost is the first contact with the AWP. He could be sideswiped here. Needs to be ready. The slight readjustment gap in the smoke. The shot's going to tag, but it doesn't frag, and now they know. They're aware of the push, but Valde running up on ramp. If he gets the entries, Vince, this could be the T-side's way in. Even if it's messy, they're being able to win out on the duels, and of course, Artfrost dropped off to CT, right back around. He goes up through short. Good fight. First clean. Oh, that is beautiful. The lineup from Artfrost. It's Xiphon with 1 HP. Don't let him get the 1 tap off. Smoke comes over, makes it uncomfortable. He doesn't know how low this man is, and with time ticking, he wants to dive straight in. He could take the peek here. Looks to bait it. Artfrost going for the jump up, misses the shot. He's so low on health, nearly wins it, but Artfrost survives.
1v3 for Artfrost. Whipping up the USP, removing the head, and getting PVision their second round. It looked like by forcing him off the catwalk, they'd won the round by isolating the AWPer from the rest of the pack. But my God, what a clutch that is. First shot, just spotting a pixel. This lineup is disgusting. And Xiphon is going to be gutted he didn't get the kill. He came off the bomb, knowing that any jump shot on him is a dead man because of his 1 HP. Huge individual magnificence from Artfrost gets them a second round, and now a weakened economy TSM on an eco just has to push straight in to the B site. Xiphon alone is found and fragged, and a bit of a head scratch really on that one, considering there's no one there to do anything about it. It's not like he's drawing away rotational elements while they push mid, while they go out of long. Not really sure what the idea was there for Xiphon, but it's backfired.
For TSM, the curse at this RMR has always felt like the devil is in the details. Small moments that add up, really close games in both of their losses. 13-11, 13-10. That was against 3D Max on Vertigo and then VP on Ancient. So it's not been the star power that's the problem, it's just been those minor details. And another round like that, where PVision don't know how close it really was with only a single point of health on Xiphon and Artfrost clutching it out, fight towards long. The Glocks looked to overwhelm. The body thought it was still alive, but the round itself should be dead and buried.
Well, the eco has worked out. Off with a bit of an awkward spray there, you know. It seems harsh to nitpick because he got a kill, but the real top riflers are picking up all 3 kills there without too many issues, even with an A1S. A 1 and done. I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that outcome. It forces him for the repurchase. But I think we've already seen glimpses of what we were discussing before, of how it's like, yes, TSM do have some very talented players. Xiphon, he's already shown it in the pistol round. We know Acor, once he has the AWP, he is going to be a threat. But it feels to me PVision are just a league above when it comes to their individual prowess. Artfrost showing us firsthand with that 1v3 clutch.
You can see it with the round timeline. 3 rounds back-to-back for PVision. TSM once again reinvesting into the AKs, nades to play with. HE dropped for the mid-rotate. So Artfrost has that one on hand in case he needs to break open the smoke early. It means he can afford himself another opportunity at it, but it's fast hits towards long. Alpha blind, but right on target. We were saying individually he was struggling previously in the games we've been seeing from this man. 5 kills right now, though. Slows down the push, beats the tempo play that TSM wanted to go for. At this point, you wrap off, just go for the mid to B. I mean, they've got smokes. That's about it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they can maybe put those smokes to use and try and wrap around onto the B site, but when you consider they've got Belchanok and Artfrost to deal with, like, it's pretty much the two star players on form right now. Doesn't bode fantastically well. Great confidence builder, though, for Alpha with those 2 kills while fully flashed. Trades up to the AK as a result of it. As they try and submerge the T's with oncoming CT smoke. But it's TSM that are emerging outside a catwalk. Smoke put down. Nice smoke, actually. It may afford them the luxury of that catwalk plant, but it's what happens afterwards that's a problem for TSM to contend with. Meanwhile, Alpha's anticipating. He's up close. Not the case. Valda shuts him down in the back, and Aiko comes in with 1, nearly 2. Valda goes from strength to strength with a second frag, and Zira comes out. A 5v3. And it's down to Artfrost to save the day once again. Already half of the timer is gone, though. He needs this pick right now, and he has no kit currently with on his person. Playing more for the exit frags, perhaps because the timer is way too low. TSM have snatched that round away out of thin air.
Oh, he's going to go down as well. Knows he's being pushed. You've got a combat orb up close and personal. The shot connects at least to salvage the weapon into the next round. You can see the body language. He was already frustrated of how that round's gone, and rightly so. 5 versus 3. Valde gets the drop on Alpha that's expecting to peek over the top of pit side. Acor comes alive, attention split for Kicker, and it just goes all so wrong.
Stille og roligt spil sammen. Bum, bum, bum. Ping pong. Det er helt flægt det der, drenge. Bliv ved.
Ping pong?
Bom, 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 ping pong.
Okay. Is he saying like it's a back and
I
forth?
think so.
My Danish is not good enough for that one, Vince.
Nope, same. I think he's saying like hit and run, like keep yourself adaptive and versatile. Oh dear. Well, they've been aced off the serve on this one. TSM tried to get outside along, and they've been shut down with ease. PVision showing that that was a blip on the radar. Back to business as usual. Zyphon and Acor at least have control over the bomb between the two of them, but there's not many bullets left in that magazine on Acor. He needs to be careful. Goes in for the reload now. Zyphon from above. If he peeks out too long, he's going to get shut down by Patsy's AWP, more than likely, who does miss. Double up setup now in play, and it's a bait and switch for the easiest of kills for Kickert. Although he is low, Acor can't do too much about it. And PVision have secured a 4th round, and the money for TSM is very grim indeed. It's 1 round, but straight away slapped back to reality. Artfrost does get punished, though.
Acor with the entry. Potentially a bomb plant out of this. I mean, he smokes it for himself. If they're given the 1v1s, there's always room. I mean, Acor's the crisp. Oh, hang on. Will the Acor fall far from the tree as he wants to fight? No, it's a jumping Patsy. Oh, mate. Diving through the air, blows him to bits. Insult to injury and a round on top of it.
Really nice effort from Acor, though, man. That flick to the player up close was lovely.
Yeah.
Definitely can respect and appreciate that he really did try his best to pull that one out of the fire. And it has ticked their economy forward. It does afford them the luxury of maybe going for like a scout or a few deagles now as opposed to pretty much nothing. So not bad. Not bad at all. Timeout called, though, for TSM early doors. And just to give you an idea as well, you know, we're talking about Valda and the experience this guy has over the years. He's been playing for what feels like forever, 29 years of age now. Previously at teams like Ents, OG, North, of course, is where I think he captured a lot of people's sort of imaginations. Heroic before that too. And there was a fair amount of years where he was kind of touted as being one of the best Danish players out there that wasn't playing for like Astralis. That's the shot. Really nice. See you later.
Oh, mate, it's so brutal seeing it from his perspective. Just the headshot no scope. And I do wonder as well if kind of the point Zyphon was going for with the idea of like the ping pong was that he's seen how much they over rotate in those early rounds. Where he's saying like, don't commit to a site hit, like just show a bit of skin, then wrap off, because we know they're going to invest heavily off the back of anything that's shown.
That's a really good point, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a moot point here, right? Because obviously, just got the Glocks, doesn't really work. But that's kind of why I was trying to like justify. Is that what he meant by it?
No, I think you're onto something, because if you go, oh, that would have been a crazy flick, even though it was just an eco round. If you go back to, I think it was the first rifle round that PWE had, they lost a player and they pushed all 4 players on A straight away. So obviously, if it's a read that they've made, it's just getting a bit scrappy, but it's still just going to be the one death on PWE. If it's a read that they've made, then that is something they can play with in future, absolutely. Maybe pressure long, while simultaneously trying to get like top tunnels control. See if you can maybe get around on mid, smoke off CT. There's options.
It gets a little bit more awkward here just by the nature of being able to use that second scope. Artfrost, we know it's a bread and butter weapon, but Patsy, he's definitely no stranger to the AWP. Okay, so it's back to the early opening play. They go for the fast hit towards long. It's been limited success here. This time around, it's 1-for-1 with Alpha going down, but Belchinok, right snapper, peeks back up. You're kind of forced into this one as well, because they need to recover the bomb. Grabs it, but as he dies, he goes flying out. And Acor, the only one that's left, vastly outgunned into the round. Closing this one, that's going to be 6 for PWE.
Yeah, I mean, if that was the call, obviously I would imagine there's Danes watching right now laughing. They're like...
they couldn't be more wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if that was the call, as you highlighted, and they have picked up on some over-rotations, then that last round ain't it, Chief. Like, you fully commit to long and you just get totally pummeled. I mean, I realize a lot of Dust 2 does come down to spawns, obviously. Like, you want to try and make the most of long spawns or B spawns. That definitely can happen too, but PWE was so on point with their trades. Like, Alpha went down, who, by the way... We singled him out as having a rough day at the office last time we casted him. Let's sing his praises, give him some flowers. 114 ADR, he's had a really good showing at long, a lot of impactful frags, even though he's 7 and 8, he's done a lot of work. But it's Belchinok with the follow-up kills, 3 in total, had a slow start, but he's started to pick up the pace in this one. So TSM, they've tried long control now quite a few times. Go on, kick the ball. You know you want to, Acor. Sad.
If killing chickens in Counter-Strike is a bad omen, I feel like kicking the ball in Spawn on Dust 2, that's a good omen.
Yeah. And just ask Eternal Fire how that went, killing chickens.
Exactly. See? See what happened there? Can't be done, mate. Gotta let them live. Just little guys running around. You know, chickens are actually, I believe, like one of the only animals that experience REM sleep.
Really?
Yeah. It's something about like their brain structure, whatever it is. They have like actual REM sleep.
Like the rapid eye movement sleep.
Yeah.
I did not know that, Jackie. Today I learned.
Chicken facts. Chicken facts. I have given you a chicken fact, Counter-Strike community. Tweet at me and let me know what the Danes were saying. I'm curious. And you talk of the Danes as well, like the organization, right? For some viewers, for newer viewers, especially Vince, they might not even know that there was free appearances at majors for TSM. Remember way back, like obviously the core that went on to become Astralis effectively, right? And the mental thing is, all 3 of those appearances were in the year 2015. Feels like so damn long ago. Acor on this round opens it up with a hero warp, and they've got Parshu in the smoke. Artfrost, you might not be ready for this one, but does he know? Oh, info goes both ways. It's going to fade. Deagle with the backline lines it up. Belchinok ready for the reply, but you're at a disadvantage here. TSM with a round to make a play on.
I need one as well, because the ebb and flow of this game has been very much against them. They won the pistol, and pretty much since that point, PWE have been having everything go their own way. It was all off the back of that really luscious clutch by Artfrost, who's gone down. You can see both of those AWPs that came into the round have now been spilled on the deck. Kicker, Alpha, and Belchinok still have the firepower advantage. It's only the AWP. Not been able to get their hands on a secondary one here, TSM, through a middle. Although they do have a couple of smokes, they got no flashes or mollies to really breach out with. The way Alpha's been playing, you fancy him for a kill or two. Zyphon going to go out first. AWP now peeking just behind it. Alpha gets caught though, and it's Cirrus Tech 9 that goes to work. Spray's a bit rough, but Kickert still nails the landing on 2 HP left. Acor forced away the easiest of Deagle shots. I say that as all the whiffs, but does just about recover.
Oh, it looks scary. It really did look a bit worrying. You thought maybe Belchinot was going to be able to turn on him. Even Kicker, low on health, but still scrapping up on short side. Hero, the round there is the AWP. They get space off the back of the pick. You find your path in through the smoke. Important kills the whole way through and down to this dangerous double up. Yeah, frustration there. TSM, you could still make a real close half out of this. A-core. Thought he had the drop on Kicker out through the long side, but the flashbang throws him off. The shot rattles out, but doesn't land onto anyone. Weapons recovered though. Nico grabs it.
That pop flash was perfectly placed. Based off spawns again. It's often the case on Dust 2. You want to try and make the most of those long spawns, get there first, punish the CTs, but it's TSM off the back of a victory that could be bowing out again. Patsy takes the fight, doesn't play the deep, narrow angle, instead decides to wide swing. Another player coming through. Zyphon will make the most of it. A flash accompanies the peak. The bomb's dropped back towards the T-spawn, and it will be Nico going for it, but Alpha, he's thinking of maybe going for a quick cheeky peek, I should say. That would be into his demise more than likely. Oh, Frost is holding though onto Catwalk. TSM in real trouble here again.
I mean, Nico's pre-scopes. There's no audio cue. He's getting contact on it, but the barrel's going to give the game away.
Yeah.
Shadow as well. It's all right there. So it plays into the hands of Alpha. That advanced angle in Longhouse plays perfectly. Sarah with the flashbang goes between his legs. He's nutmegged him. Still fights ahead of it. And that's another round straight back. So PWE with 7 here. We talk about Nico. Quiet at the minute. 3 kills, him and Valde. Both tied up. It was a nice assault from Zyphon on the reply. One too many times on the close cubby. And Art Frost hits all the hard ones, doesn't he?
Yeah, his flicks are on point, man. So is A-Core. They're quicker. Art Frost's 12 kills will not be added to in this round or this half, as it will come to a conclusion very shortly. Lack of weaponry on a couple of players, but that opening pick is going to do the world of good for TSM's prospects. They can now make the most of it, get some mid-control, try and pressure off the extremities of Catwalk. It's only Alpha there by himself. He decided to gamble stack 3 players over on B. It's not really a site that we've seen TSM go for, barring the pistol, really. They've, for the most part, been A and mid.
Alpha this time, he's been defending towards the long house, but wrapping back up close towards short. Quick look down in case the flashes are coming in, so he'll be able to dip underneath those. Kick up, paranoid about the close angle. So they do show a little bit of their hand into this round, trying to make them believe it's a play towards the A side due to those early over rotates. But the bomb in reality is on the back of Valde, and he's in upper tons. Re-smoke there. 3 players stationed on the site, with only Alpha being the A defense. If they go for the mid to B in this round, it's the one time it's going to be really rough for him to be able to pull it off, especially with the nade coming in and the spray. Kicker hits the head of Sarah. Splits up the squad. They want to bail on it, but they're not quite sure. Communication's all going wrong. It means that they get swung on again from Kicker, who takes them down, kicking and screaming, and Nico on a mission to just die before time.
8-4 the half, and it's PWE had a great read of the round, but like TSM were just unable to adapt. It's like they wanted to go mid. They said, actually, no, let's go back. And then, no, we have to go mid again because time is so low and we don't have any control over Catwalk. It's such a weird round. The comms seemed all over the place. Not on the same page at all. And to be fair to TSM as well, like they've had a lot of red in their wins and loss streaks as of late. In fact, it is just an L streak. They've got 7 or 8 losses in a row. But you look at their performances over the duration of the 2 best of ones, a 13 loss to 3D Max, who've looked good this tournament, and a 13-10 loss to VP. That's not too bad. But some of these T-half calls were very odd.
I did feel like they got ahead of themselves a few times there. Threw away a couple of opportunities. Hell, even if you think about, one of the rounds they won, which was the Valde Deagle on the peak out.
Yeah.
Could have been a very different outcome there if Belchinok hits the shot back and then he's in the 1v1. And also, like, that red, in terms of their LAN performances, those are the only 2 games they have played on LAN in the past 6 months. These are their first LAN results that we're starting to see for TSM. 155 online maps, though, since the player break vid. So there's tons of demos, there's tons of research that you could have done for this team coming into the event. And PVision feel like they've had their number a little bit on that one. And again, I think it goes down to what we were saying in the pregame. Like, individually, the firepower for PVision feels like it is just at a bit of a higher level.
I mean, you got Kicklet popping off as well. Kind of went under the radar a little bit because of how Artfrost has been so kind of flashy with his kills and clutches. But Kicklet's been there just chugging along, taking names along the process, up to 115 ADR, 3 multi-kill rounds. Flirtation through on middle, but nothing really connecting as of yet as Valda pulls the plug and gets back onto the A site. PVision have managed to rally through onto the mid, but also long control starting to become theirs. And if those Julies peek around the corner without a flashbang alongside it, they could be in trouble. There's 2 kills from A-Core. Nicely done, but everybody else on his team have been struggling. And the advantage firmly in favor of PVision as they look to take the bomb and put it straight onto A.
Xiphon and Sarah. Trapped behind the smoke that fades, the vision is back, but are they able to turn this one into a reality where they get themselves a 5th round and a pistol to boot? Lurking on the bomb site, waiting for the info. You can swing together, play off one another. Labor taps from the Julies. Uh-oh, Belchinok as well. He's giving them a chance. Xiphon gets one, he's so low on health, and Patsy just has to peek up. They close it in the end. Scary response on the round, but still, it's a 9th for PVision.
Bro, it's like I was watching my own pistol aim for a second. Like, nice. That was... it was shaky. Understandable. Elimination beckons for both of these teams. You can understand why maybe some anxiety is creeping in, but there were a lot of moments. And like you said, they give them a chance. It should have been a real closed case, a closed casket on the approach, but it wasn't. PVision, however, will be getting a 9th round, and pretty damning for TSM considering 2 of their 4 rounds were off the back of the pistol round. They went 2-0 before they were cut down to size. Although Artfrost may have taken a stray bullet down to 34 off the scout of A-Core or Valda, PVision still have tons of firepower left open for debate as they make slow moves down on middle. Now you can see the TSM as well. They've got aggressive out on long. They've got Nico up close, allowing A-Core to go back and forward and shimmy in with his scout. It's one of the advantages the scout has over the AWP, of course. It's way more mobile. You can run and gun a lot more with the weapon. Smoke down, but there's not many more where that came from. Just the one for Syrah. PVision, no reason for them to get overzealous and overextend into an awkward spot. Just take your time.
Valde with a scout. And a lot of information being gathered by Xiphon up close with that MP9, listening out for the audio cues. Meanwhile, Nico going on a late lurk all the way out through Longhouse. They might not expect there to still be 2 players on the bomb site, but Valde falls to Belchinok and Kicker on the rat back. Catches the timing of Xiphon. And that's just your B player remaining, Sarah. MP9 catches whiff of him, but you don't really like the fight. Can't blame him. So PVision, almost guaranteed here that this is going to be your 10th round. There's no response, no pathway for Sarah. And if he does walk out with a bullet straight to the face from Alpha, instead even just tucking in, I don't want to run the risk of throwing away these AKs, so he'll be able to hold on to that MP9 at the very least, but it's not a pretty sight. And Alpha actually goes for it, finds that one. So 10 rounds, full house, everyone wiped. 2.4k being the average across the team here for TSM. CT side start really not going their way.
Yeah, I think they also just sat back and effectively were allowing Syrah to potentially save because they'd already heard it was an MP9. They knew it was just the SMG. You've got full rifles. You don't want to throw any of those away on a foolish sort of like, you know, MP9 pickoff. But Syrah obviously got a little bit antsy. Kicker, meanwhile, is about to find out that Long is pretty much completely open and available for business, because TSM have stacked on the middle portion of the map. When you consider that two of their players, Nico and Valda, the two sort of veterans of the team, not really two players you look at for a lot of firepower, down at 3. More importantly, Xiphon on 6. Other than that pistol round, I am hard-pressed to remember a single round where Xiphon has popped off so far on this map.
Yeah, been very limited success. It feels like the story of the map, really, for TSM. You know the situation you're in here for PWE as well, so they can play this one so slow, just take the initiative where they feel comfortable. Long-range fights set up with the nades. Nothing to play with for TSM. It relies so heavily on them being able to actually get out through the mid doors to even take the hit up short. And Patsy's in position, they walk straight by. The first one's got past, but he still finds it. Oh, and they're just feeding him the kills. Switches to the sidearm, straight to the head. Almost the ace on it versus the eco bash.
Yeah, if you're Patsy, you know where one lays, there's going to be many more that follows. You have to play that pack mentality in these kinds of eco rounds for the most part. If TSM are going to be playing one player out, you're expecting a second, third, and fourth. So nice play from Patsy, padding the stats, but more importantly, padding his economy as well. With a 4K in the round, 3 of them off the back of the Mac 10. And Zero try as he may, it's going to be the same outcome as the previous round where he tried to hold on to that MP9. It is certain death. And PWE up to an 11-4 score. Everybody on double digits. Everybody performing solidly here for PWE. And TSM, other than Acor, who's landed quite a lot of AWP shots in that first half, and Syrah, who's been trying his best, there's really not much to be excited about here. And going into Vertigo next map as well, even though TSM have a slight advantage in terms of stats, it's still not a great map for them, all things considered. The way that PWE are playing right now, like, I'm fearing the worst for TSM. Like, this has been a very clinical performance.
Yeah, if the organization thought this was going to be their return to the major, it might be a major disaster for them. If you lose this map, you're 1 away from elimination. And it'd all be over so quickly with how fast this map's played out as well. Acor, elevated angle, taking the slight fight on short side if they come running on into him. Again, the luxury is that PWE have the extra nades to work with. The CT side, not so much. The last of them being thrown out here, so it is just raw flashbangs they have remaining. And they still don't really know the true picture of the round. Heavy investment on the A-bomb site, with only Sarah being the defender towards B. Alpha keeping them on their toes. Xiphon, quick turn. Fights back into it. He's got back up this time as well. Insurance policy from Valde. But the real hit on Sarah finds success. They're out on towards the bomb site. Nice tag from Valde. Slows down the AWPer. Lets him swing back in, but there's another peek coming, and it's Belchenok at the window.
Oh, they know, though, the tunnel is a problem. Spray's a little bit off, and Patsy's going to be struggling as a result. If it was clean, you wouldn't be down at 12, and Belchenok's going to fall into the same bracket. But it is a 2-on-2, and the CTs will be coming out, the close-knit angles of the tunnels, but Nico doubles up. Him and Valda sharing the burden of this round. And TSM will have a 5th on top of it, but that is one past test, and there are many, many more to come up. Also, when you take into account, by the way, and this stat's going to be slightly different now because Nico's just got his first multi-kill round and Valda's just got a second. The Acor had, going into that round, more than half of the multi-kills that TSM had in this entire map. Whereas you look at the side of PV, everybody has at least 2 or 3 multi-kills. It just goes to show how incredibly one-sided the bulk of these rounds have been.
You're the AWPer head-to-head on screens here. The direct duels that have been won. This felt like it has been a very back and forth, seeing who's got the AWPer hand in these engagements. Highlights your point as well about the multi-kills there for Acor. Now, he's been pretty quick with the opening duels down mid, right? When they were going for the totem pole.
Yeah.
And their T-half, obviously CT side, though, feels like he's starting to quiet down a bit. He's got the AWP back out here. First time we've seen what feels like a healthy buy from TSM going into round 17. But it's the round scoreline that's worrying. Flub this one, it could be over so quickly. And we see the exact counter. Art Frost on top this time, looking for the run across, fires out the warning shot. 2 players on the B-bomb site, one going for a fast hit up short side. That's Acor. He wants to take the hit straight towards mid.
Gets it. Batsy sent packing. Player in the smoke, and there was a couple of shots there. I thought for a second Kicker was about to get the most disgusting of one-taps through onto Nico. That smoke now fading. Flash through, but it's not going to affect Kicker. He had the blue bin as his sanctuary. Molotov out and a flash first frag. Oh, the second would have been huge. Elsewhere, though, Belchanok has gone in for an entry, and they've already spilled out onto the site. So for all of this long back and forth, Catwalk was plundered and collapsed. Lovely shot from Art Frost onto the top pixel of Nico's head. And as soon as TSM get one round and get a decent buy, it's brought back down to its knees. There's PVision are now going to have 7 map points. Oh, TSM have to just save. Destroyed on the approach. Catwalk just basically was like paper. It was like a paper bag. They just stomped straight through it. No problems.
It's like a paper straw when it gets all soggy, mate. Just folds over. Brutal scenes. And just like that, I mean, you make it to 12. Had to find huge impact in that round. Acor, it was a nice play as well, even better. You see it on his POV there. He flicked back up. He was looking for the lower fight, but adjust towards the palm tree. Talk about great shots. Art Frost certainly delivering in this series. He's starting to wake up. Belchanok's been hitting some good shots. Patsy and Kicker as well. The experience on the team, firing on all cylinders. That deadly duo. It's the point we were talking about before. You look at Kickert's career, 6 major appearances. The last major he was able to attend 2 years ago, back at Rio, winning that one with outsiders. For Patsy, he's had his quarterfinal placements. That was with Spirit, of course, at Rio as well. An iconic major for those two. And this might be your first step towards correcting your path of the RMRs, living to fight another day. Just one more round and lesser cash on a few players, so concessions made. No AWP for Acor, it's a scout instead. Art Frost firing out the warning flare down mid. Zyphon playing close towards the smoke.
Wasn't far off connecting either. Would have been one of those B players with a hole in their chest. And did I just see my man Art Frost like cross his legs while he was playing? That just hurts my knees looking at that.
He's flexible, mate. He's got the snapback. He's got the positioning. He's a bit of a G.
Like, if I did that, I wouldn't be able to walk for days afterwards. I'd be done. I'd be cooked. It'd be all over for me. I'd be in the same position that TSM are looking like right now. At least they had the benefit of a best of 3 and more maps coming up after this. It's not a best of 1 elimination. You have Vertigo up next, and that's assuming that they can't make the comeback. Valda's going to trade up to the AK, flash out, but Art Frost, while Flash doesn't care. And he was fully blinded there too. Just pulls the trigger and blows Valda away. And our PVision with the player advantage up against the Scout and 2 M4s. They're looking to try and put this map to bed right here, right now, as Acor is sent sprawling from Art Frost once more, and Zyphon follows suit. It's all on Syrah.
It's a cold morning in Shanghai as the frost has arrived. And for Sarah, frozen, broken and brittle. The flames go down. 2 tags there. Audio cue translated over. Belchanok trying to post himself up for the quick peek. He's seen the head, wants to take him down. Nade strips him of health. 5 HP, no pathway into the bomb site. Crosshairs all over the place. Dust2 should be dead and done. And the final shots there. Kicker closes it. PVision with the opening map in the elimination best of 3.
And a well-deserved victory on Dust2 as well. It was so one-sided. The scoreline completely paints the picture. A real team effort as well from PVision. Yeah, and multiple players around that 17 kill mark. Art Frost is going to get a lot of the accolades, a lot of the flashy highlight reel moments with obviously kicking off that 1v3 clutch. beautiful play, which is exactly what's coming up right now. This was in the very beginning of the game. And keep in mind, like, if he loses this, the economy is savaged for the CTs. TSM can go off to a pretty decent lead. Really big clutch early doors, but you had Kicker, Alpha also performing, Patsy was performing additionally. Yeah, that PVision team was looking scary.
This is PVision. As much as, you know, it paints a bit of a damning picture over their run throughout the RMR, they've still been close losses. Like 13-8 versus Heroic. We saw that game on Ancient. They certainly could have taken that one further. But then it's the NIP result that's so crazy as well. That's a 16-12 in OT where they've lost on Anubis. But they won the majority of the buy rounds in regulation. They were the one ahead by a clear margin, Vince. So it's almost kind of crazy when you think about the fact like they took those 2 losses, but we're still believing this team could really pack a punch. They prove it here in the head-to-head. Massively better for Art Frost. The rest of the team, like you say, coming alive as well. It's not a one-man show.
No, certainly not, although you would think it with a lot of the highlights that are popping off. But like I said, like Kicker just got his head down. He was just chugging through the kills, just being so consistent. He was top in terms of ADR, 18 and 7. Patsy just behind him. Actually, Art Frost had the least amount of ADR. As I mentioned before, that's often the case with AWPers. It's a feast or famine type of thing. Don't really look too much into that because the impact was there. In terms of the opening picks and in terms of the multi-kills and the clutches, Art Frost was on point.
Oh yeah, you know that one round's going to be replaying. There's some clips of that one going about, I'm certain. Kickut, though, we'll give him his dues. He really did show up. You can see the consistency of the kills, and that's the major point, right? So many rounds where he's finding opportunities. He's fighting back, multi-kills, big entries. 18 kills, only 7 deaths, 5 assists. Huge ADR there. And winning those opening duels, man, it really just looking great. It's good to see Kickut on the server and showing that he can still contend because he's a player that we know has tons of talent.
Yes, he does, absolutely, and he's still only 25. You know, he's a young
guy. Yeah,
he's been around for so long. You'd think this guy's like pushing 30, if not older, but he's only 25 years of age, so he still could have a bright future ahead of him in terms of, like, you know, being one of those stalwart sort of IGL / you know, veteran players in the future. He's a very interesting prospect, but on the other side of things, where was TSM, man?
I don't know. And if we don't see them soon, we won't see them again because that's the brutal reality. Lose another map, lose Vertigo, and you are gone from the RMRs. No chance at the major, TSM. It's not happening this time around, so they've got to bring it back. Keep it locked here, though, as the Perfect World RMR EUB will continue in a couple moments' time.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Vertigo haters, Vertigo enjoyers, please be civil. Because, Vince, we got Vertigo coming up, TSM 1 map down, and it was a real rough map, to be honest, mate.
It was. It was an incredibly one-sided map that I think TSM are going to forget pretty much immediately. And
yeah,
let's hope that they do, because I would normally give them the edge on Vertigo. It's not a great map for either team, to be completely honest. PV just played before this tournament got banged 13-3 by Fnatic. But it's the nature and how they won that gives me a little bit more faith that PV can actually pick this one off and take TSM down 2-0. Other than A-Core having a pretty good game, Xiphon had moments. There was nothing. Nico was off the server. Valda kind of somewhat recovered towards the end, but was never really in the fight either. So my concern here is Vertigo that can lend itself to a lot of running and gunning and just getting aggressive and in people's face. If PWE come through like that again, when everyone's pulling their weight and dropping 15+ kills, this could be another super one-sided affair.
It certainly could. It certainly could. You know, it really did feel like basically it was A-Core trying to do whatever he could to keep them in the game, right? Whereas everything else was falling apart. It was very sort of old school calling from Valde and the way that they were playing it, where it felt pretty disjointed. They just couldn't get around for love nor money half the time. You've got their map performance stats here over the course of the past 3 months, obviously factoring after the player break and how they've been looking. It's an interesting one. We said in terms of the head-to-head they had previously, it was the overlap of Mirage and Nuke that we thought it might go down to, but both of those were banned out. Ancient's the decider if we get there. Now that if becomes even sort of bigger, maybe capitalized and underlined, because I think there is a very fair chance it could just all end here on Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to take into account, though, to be fair, TSM did have a close, narrow loss to 3D Max on Vertigo earlier on in these RMRs, and 3D Max have looked really damn good.
Oh, yeah.
So that could be a potential, like, silver lining or a little bit of positivity going in TSM's favor. But I almost don't want to look at previous results, because elimination matchups are a whole different experience, a whole different ball game entirely. This is where the anxiety and the doubt and everything else creeps into the max. And we saw that Syrah oftentimes was really antsy, like he was very sort of apprehensive in how he was playing. He's a very young guy, obviously he doesn't have that much of experience, but you have to feel like you mentioned, they haven't played on LAN much, very few times, and so when you're facing elimination, it's very different. Are they able to withstand like this natural aggression and kind of superior individual talent that PWE clearly has? I'm not sure. The other thing as well, though, to play devil's advocate, Vertigo plays very differently to Dust 2. Is Art Frost going to be able to activate as much with the AWP? Probably not.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Obviously, you know, it is a bit of a different sort of skill set for the AWPers. It's not just the horizontal, it's the vertical. They're different kinds of angles, right? It's why you see some players really just not take to the map, because it feels uncomfortable. It's a lot more aggressive in terms of sort of flicks, how fast you need to be ready for it, and limited engagements really that are possible for you. It goes down to the rifling, the nade sets, the sort of clutch up moments. So yeah, will he have the same kind of impact? We'll see. Is A-Core going to be able to deal the damage he was doing? Maybe that's an even worse point for them as well if he doesn't show up here, because he was sort of the backbone of the team, right? And I think for Xiphon as well, limited signs of life. He was very vocal. He was trying to get his point across in a lot of the key rounds of what he wanted to do, but you could see like the human element of Counter-Strike, it was wrecking him. He was really frustrated. So many of those rounds where he just looked uncomfortable. Yeah.
And for Xiphon as well, like, he is one of the guys that you need to deliver here.
Oh, yeah.
And he did in the pistol round. And you're thinking, okay, here we go, TSM, you're off to a good start. You won the pistol, things are looking good. And then after that point, it's like he didn't really get involved again for probably 10 or so rounds. And it's not just about Xiphon and A-Core, though. You need to see the spine of this team, the Valdas, the Nikos also performing. They both had 3 kills going into the last 2 rounds of that map. 3 kills. Nico had 0 multi-kill rounds until the penultimate round. Like, these are stats that simply are not good enough at this caliber of play and that you cannot allow to happen 2 maps in a row.
No, it just can't. Like, fundamentally, right? That's it. It's over. You would be knocked out of the RMRs. It'd be dead and gone. Like we were saying, like the last time we saw those appearances of TSM as a brand at majors, all in 2015, that's nearly 10 years, Vince.
Yeah.
Feels like it's forever ago. Like, that's an absolute age, a decade, basically, in like Counter-Strike. Even when Counter-Strike moves so quickly, you factor in how long that's been, and you kind of count your lucky stars, right? You make it here for the online qualifiers. You're in a position where maybe there's an opportunity, some upset wins. Let's see how it goes. Take it a game at a time. And as much as they've been close results, like we've given them their pedigree, you have kept it close. That's a mirrored statement for both teams. Each and every one of the games they played, although they've been losses, they've kept it always down to the wire. They've shown that individually they're going toe-to-toe with some greats on the server, but coming up against one another, there is a disparity in the skill level, and it feels like it's all in favor of PWE.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, and I can't really add too much in terms of that sort of argument, because there isn't really much that you can say in favor of TSM off that first map performance and kind of what we've seen over the duration, if we're being honest, of like these last 6 months. They've looked like a team that's really been struggling, that's kind of been finding their way. PWE, I think, have started to kind of spread their wings a little bit more, take off in certain elements and soar, but they've also been up and down a little bit, like a yo-yo with some of their results that they've been fending off against. My main concern here is what you kind of touched on there, is if Acor is the player that you're looking at to pop off on this particular map. As we've already mentioned, Vertigo is not necessarily an AWP-friendly map a lot of the time. And if PWE have realized that he is the main threat, there's a lot of ways on Vertigo that you can actually bypass and neutralize an AWP.
Yeah.
You can just straight up rush them down with flashes and smokes. It's very easy to do on Vertigo. The set plays, the protocols are not difficult to learn, and you better believe that PWE have that up their sleeve.
And here's something else they have up their sleeve. I just saw there was a banana peel there. Art Frost has just finished eating it. He's just got his potassium in now, Vince. If that was a pre-banana game and this is a post-banana game, oh, mate.
It's over.
Yeah. The power of the banana is strong.
It's GG.
Mate, the two strongest fruits in Counter-Strike. You got to have your oranges and your bananas. You get that vitamin C, come out swinging. You get that potassium in. Wakes you up, gets you ready. Can't play a game of CS without a banana, Vince. It's just not right.
I think Snacks would make an argument for an apple as well, Jackie.
Fair enough.
You've got your trifecta right there of fruits. But enough chit-chat about fruits and into the game. Elimination beckons potentially for TSM. But the first kill's going to go their way, and Acor's just going to stand by himself and deliver 2 big kills.
So we're talking about bananas and apples. We didn't touch on the acorn, but that one hits heavy. Falling down with a barrage of bullets, and the teammates looking to assist as well. Zyphon running over the bridge to commit to that kill. Another picked up as well. Grabs the Glock, puts it to great use. So this is looking to be an incredibly clean pistol round from them. It's only Belchinok left. I say only. This man has talent. He got the first pick. He was the one that took down Acor. But you're vastly outnumbered, outgunned. You do have the benefit of time to work with, but he doesn't know about their angles. And walking across here, it gives all the info over. They now know about your position, and Sarah takes his time to line it up and send him down. So TSM with a pistol.
Exactly what they were looking for on the opener here on Vertigo, just to calm down the nerves a little bit. No post-plant either, as they lost that in amongst all of the chaos, and Belchinok not able to pick it up and put it back into the site. So not really any kind of bite to speak of either. You got a deagle for Belchinok, and that's about it. Zyphon peeking down, a player that really does need an A-star performance here. Oh, they back away. They read that grenade toss flawlessly. No one took any damage from it. And Sirius down to 25.
Zyphon dashing in the HE as well. Trying to soften him up. They want to go for the boost up. It's Belchinok on top. Crosshairs right on his head though. Getting through this one cleanly is what they're looking for. If Zyphon's baited in, potentially the backstab from Patsy. Gold Tooth, looking to make some money, but Toothless on the fight. And with him being low now, just post up, let your teammates finish this one off. Kicker's got 10 health to his name, no chance in the round. Just don't let it become costly.
You notice if he jumps up onto the little platform as well, there's 2 players likely going to rip his head off. He's just going to lay and wait, but there is no reason with TSM on 2 low players to push down this ramp. It's going to at least neutralize Sierra, so that is 1 weapon that's going to need to replenish. And I don't think they can trade up from the MP9 to the assault rifle, so it's actually a rifle that's lost, I believe. I think it was the FAMAS. So not too shabby, and now PVision can come back in with a full-on AK investment. What do they have in order? What they have to play off here? I'm really curious because they haven't played Vertigo much, and as we've discussed before, like, the win percentages on this map are really quite bad.
To the third, with the rifles out on parade for the first time. Let's take a bit of space. It's Xiphon engaging. Down the ramp. Oh, re-swing out from Sarah. They're low, sure, but they get the pick back. You don't necessarily need to commit to anything here at all either. There's no push on the extremities for TSM. Instead, it's more of a posture off, wrapping around to support for a late hit towards the A site. So all the T's group up, walk their way back around. The stairs are going to be clear. Bomb site completely barren now as well. So the welcome mat is down. 4 versus 3. If they get in, get the bomb planted before Nico makes his move back over. It could be a real rough round. He's going to know now. Nade's coming in. He's got to play off the back of his team. It's too late. They could already be swarming over the site.
Yeah, I'd imagine this will just be a safe call, in all honesty. I think TSM realized that the 2 players below $1,000, it's not really worth the risk. 4 players still stand for PVision. It's better to just tap this one out and play again for the next one. So really off the back of 2 very quick entries on ramp, can make an argument like with Sierra a little bit late on that peak. Do they need to peak at that point? Doesn't really matter because PVision have exploited it regardless. Plenty of utility is all as well saved across on TSM. Got lots and lots to play with into the next round, so they'll be coming back pretty healthy. I think Valda can maybe even drop an AWP as well. He could, if A-Core fancies it. Nice shot.
And if Sarah was able to win out on that one, it's still certainly a round they could have found moves into, but Patsy beating him out. Survives off the back of the bomb blast, tickling him down to 5 HP. Obviously, bomb radius on Vertigo a lot more forgiving due to the nature of the map with the verticality. Ooh, first pick this time around is good for the CT. Sarah straight in. Oh, knows he's trapped. He's just trying to make it uncomfortable so they can't spam him down. Does find his exit. Egress back round on towards the yellow side. They throw the nades in. So 2 players ridiculously low, but still standing. So battle of attrition's good for you here into the 4th.
Yeah, I mean, really, as far as PVision are concerned, they're not even sure if these players are low or not. There's no guarantee here. They're going to go in for a boost as well, kind of offset some of their low HP bars. Thing is, though, if a grenade gets tossed in, that would be 2 players going down alongside it. Sierra now, Eagle Eye trained on, spots the pixel, the top pixel of the head and exploits it. Drops down in time as well, not fully punished. His teammate goes out, but it's worth the trade. And KitKat's also low. Smoke designated to try and fend off the elevator push. It's so difficult to push onto the A site with all these different angles to watch out for, especially on low health bars. Bomb now dropped down, fumbled from KitKat. Art Frost anticipating that peek, but turns around to make sure he's not getting backstabbed. And ironically gives his back up to Nico. TSM starting in much finer form than we saw in Dust 2.
This was your opening pick from Sarah, was able to keep himself alive, jumping up and down like he's on a trampoline. And then put up on the boost, finds more impact. We're in the dink. Back on the kick-up made it so uncomfortable. He won the duel versus A-Core, but lost so much health. So 2 rounds down. TSM with a far better start on their CT side of the second map. This is their map pick. Sarah, we see more of this throughout the course of the game. He's got confidence on the ramp.
First pick at damage cost, but forces back the CTs. Now, Nico may be up close over on the B side, but that's not going to see any action anytime soon. They were looking like they were going to draw away Valder off that site to try and facilitate a little bit more defensive capabilities. The Molotov is good, though. Belchanok can't push through there. HG also lobbed up and over. Does land onto ramp. Decent damage. All 5 players now weakened. Some more than others as Patsy is limping across, but TSM have managed to get across 3 players over here onto the site. They're looking for a boost as well. Patsy wants to try and shut down some of the oncoming CTs, but nothing forthcoming. And now PVision going to look to try and pressure forward. The spray's on point from Valder. Kickup maybe answers back. The CT's doing a really good job of fending them off, but there's the swipe. Belchanok from the half of Elevator, shutting down 2. And now Nico can't do much about the rest of the round as it falls firmly under PVision's control. Great flank from Belchanok, though.
Too many players, too many angles, and only one man to try and contend with them. And losing that one, it's a slap straight to the bank accounts. Calling the timeout. Have an opportunity to discuss things here. Valde looking across to Zyphon. Raging standing up to have a bit of a word with the squad here. Obviously, like we were saying, pressure's on. No room for error in this matchup. Bit of a back and forth between him and Zyphon.
Kicked off with this entry from Patsy. It's a solid one, but the problem is that they were so funneled and so tunnel vision towards the site itself and trying to spray through the smoke. They had no idea the Elevators was going to be their demise ultimately. Art Frost yet to get a single kill here. We're discussing that may be a difficult map for him to have that same level of impact on, and that has proved to be the case thus far.
Molly up to clear out the close wood angle, but it's a 2-player boost behind the white boxes. Nades perfect. Wow, lovely lineup for that one. Tons of damage done. And they still hold, expecting the peek towards the stairs, just in case it comes in late. But a far weaker defense towards the B site. It's Acor taking the position from Sarah as well. That's with the scope this time. AWP in position, 4 players walking up the ramp.
Clearing out the sandbags as well. Now fully focus their attention onto the site itself. With 50 seconds, they have plenty of smokes as well. 4 of them still intact. Acor playing the side angle, anticipating they may get dry peeked into, but it's unlikely that'll be taking shape anytime soon. He decides to back away. Or at least fake as if he's backing away. Through the footsteps downrange. Saw if anyone nibbled on that bait, but that's not the case. And now Sierra has been plucked out, deleted off the server. And the same could be said of Valder as well, as PVision looking to capitalize once again on a weakened A site. And TSM will try and back away to save. Oh, it's rough. They also lose Nico as well. No save weapon from him.
Patsy showing us that the P stands just for his name at the minute. Huge plays on this one. Takes each and every fight, wins them relatively cleanly. Huge multi-kill and another round picked up. I mean, the response back onto Valde as well is a big ticket item for him. Got knocked down the second he revealed himself. They can tuck off to survive. Acor, he's going to go for it. See if he can get the shot off through the barrels. It's close, but not on target enough to finish.
Who was it that we saw? Was it Forzy from Eklo?
I thought it was the Americas RMR. I'm trying to remember what game it was, but I know the one you mean, where he got the shot out.
Yeah, the exact same one we just saw. Yeah,
literally that position, the post-plant save.
I think you're right. I think it was the Americas RMRs, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember for the life of me who it was. It was so long ago now. It feels like so many maps have been played since that point. I mean, TSM had a lot of early success on ramp control, like playing aggressive with 3 players. We had Syrah, Acor was aggressive down there, Valder as well, but it feels like maybe they've lost some of their confidence. Understandable in this round, they don't have really the firepower utility to support it, but PWE now is just getting ramp control for free, basically. It doesn't seem that difficult for them. Maybe a small adjustment that needs to be made as Belchinox looking good to double up, get a couple kills, and shut down this eco round.
Oh, Sarah turning his attention there to try and grab his hands back on the deagle, I believe, that was on his teammate's body. So he's overwhelmed. It's Nico close in the smoke towards midside. Belchinox walking up, dives on top. Close inside of it, but restricts his vision more, so he can't quite see the top of the head. Trying to posture further back, the jump spot. Just enough for him to catch whiff of him. And Acor, the only one that's left with the AWP. Missed shot. And that's how Belchinox takes him down. Ace in the round. The freest of aces there, it felt like, for him.
Yeah, somewhat funneled their way into multiple 1v1 peaks, and he is never going to let that slip. Great confidence, little boost as well. Nice shot onto Nico, just spots him out the corner of his eye, and Acor, the last man standing, but not for long. This is where I need to see Rajin and the rest of TSM, like, try and figure out how you can be proactive, because sitting back right now is not working out for you. Giving up ramp to PWE for the most part is just way too much pressure to absorb and soak up. So it doesn't necessarily have to be like ramp control. Maybe try and put pressure mid a little bit more, try and take more control over the B side. Artfrost has an AWP, still 0 kills to his name. His ADR is 8 coming into this round. But Valdez isn't much better, by the way. It's 9. 2 players really struggling right now.
Artfrost thought he had caught them on the cross there, ready for the strike down with the AWP. We saw him eat the banana before the game, Vince. I thought that was game over for him, but maybe that potassium's not sitting right with him right now. But Patsy is certainly punishing again and again. On entry, good for 2. Zyphon with a backstab. It's 1 kill back, but still so much more to contend with inside of the 8th round here. And Nico still lurks. Playing on the rafters towards the back of B. PWE, ton of time on the clock though. Don't have to execute off the back of any of this yet. They can grind it right down, play with the time, play for the trades. You know you've got the manpower advantage.
Honestly, the worst thing they could do right now is try to get too aggressive and finish this round prematurely. That's where you walk into the potential pitfalls of TSM punishing you for that. And they're going up into middle. Really like this play, actually. It's really difficult at a player disadvantage to justify having a mid presence. You're typically going to be more of like a 2-1 formation or stacked together is what we're seeing right now. And so PWE are going to try and close the gap. However, they are moving into the stack site with 25 seconds left on the clock. And Valdez hearing this from a mile off as they line up for the spray. And that's the bomb that goes with them. He's going to smoke onto that bomb and force out the staircase players. But Kikut's the next to fall. Oh, they gambled and they rolled the dice and it came up snake eyes for PWE. Artfrost has to save and TSM steal this round away. After getting blitzed on ramp, they managed to recover for a 4-4 score.
Looks a bit demoralized as well there. You can see it on the player cam for Artfrost, and fair enough, feeling like he's had limited impact, limited success. Hasn't been able to get himself off the starting block, and it was all with Patsy making this power play on the A bomb site. But at the bitter end, Valde gets vicious, and TSM tie the game 4-4. First pause called in for PWE.
Well, he's certainly not a 9 ADR anymore, Jackie, I'll tell you that much. I'm a bit surprised no flashes went in. It was smokes, but like that was basically it. I thought at one point they were going to wrap around all the way into Elevator and try and finish on the A site. Yeah, I can see that Artfrost is not enjoying himself right now on this map. 7 ADR, as you can see on the charts. 3 opening picks for Patsy, and they've all been in the exact same position up on side.
Seems like off the back of the tack pause, there is going to be a technical. We saw Kicker fumbling with his microphone there, so potentially that's the issue, but we'll see how it goes. And yeah, I think this does come back to obviously what we were discussing previously as well. We were saying, like, for some AWPers, it can be a bit of a rough start on Vertigo. If you're not really feeling like you're finding impact, AWP isn't able to really pack a punch as much. Oh, hang on. We've cut over to the player cams here. Seems like the admin's getting a bit of a one-on-one on the go with Art Frost. Hands have been thrown up in the air, Vince, so maybe a bit of an issue there for him.
Seems to be laughing it off, though, or maybe it's a bit of a wry laugh, you know. Regardless, though, it seems like all the players are back on the server and the referee has got back into position, so we should be good to start back up again. 4-4. First map went the way of PARIVISION. If you just joined us, it was Dust 2. Pretty one-sided in the end. TSM got battered and bruised. Good news, though, Xiphon has entered the match. 147 ADR with 8 kills and 3 multi-frag rounds already. Much better from the star player on TSM. We highlighted that he had to have a serious level performance here, and so far he's been delivering on that promise. Down on ramp, getting aggressive. Love to see that from TSM. It felt like that was the determining factor as to why PVision were getting into so many rounds, and they've plugged that gap for the time being. A second kill on top of it. PVision struggling to get a foothold on this round.
Struggling to get a foot in the door at the B bomb site as well. Molly burnt the toes and sent Kicker off the wood. They go for this boost instead, looking for a pick-up. Seems like Art Frost is paranoid about the back door. He's going to be watching the rear, pre-scoped in. Kicker wants the smoke to fade and hopes that he can hit a nice tap on the peak towards the rafters. Time's ticking. They call in for the backup. Re-smoke out. Bullets whizzing near the head of Acor, but it's a stalemate. You have to get a pick and get one cleanly to get them in. Seems like they dropped the Molotov back over to Art Frost. If it's on target, it might afford them a pathway in, but you still got to wait so much time out on this one, and time isn't really what they've got left. 2 smokes left. Flash over the top. 30 seconds on the timer. Acor sees the head from the side. Quick up with the flick. Hello? Oh, boy. The wrist breaker. But converting the round is always going to be uncomfortable, and Valde's lurking in the back. You might have hit the miraculous shot, but a one and done is not enough to take the round, and Art Frost with miss after miss as Valde closes the gap.
Oh, I hope we get a chance to see that from Kicker's perspective, because that was outrageous. That's like a 90-degree flick while flashed, while getting dinked, and just removes the head. So this is where it kicked off, this ramp control we've been talking about time after time. Nice kills from Valder as well. So here we go. Kicker tagged. Get wrecked.
Oh, mate. A blinded shot, like absolute corker, but no round. It's been Patsy making the power plays. He's the one that's just so confident to run in at ramp and try and make it uncomfortable for the CT side. Gets space here, but finding a pickup just isn't really afforded to him. And Alpha's already gone, so fighting down a man with concessions made in the buy, running through the smoke. Sarah holding it. And we said, you know, Xiphon's coming alive. 8 kills. Sarah as well, being able to win out on these duels, make it uncomfortable. And we're back to deja vu on the B bomb side.
Yeah, this feels like it's, you know, Patsy and Belchanok or bust, basically. Like, they've had some kills, but it's mainly been those two. And keep in mind that Belchanok in particular, like, he basically has 5 of his 8 kills off an eco round. So more so it's Patsy. And if Patsy can't get an entry, they are really struggling on this half right now. Like, in terms of opening duels, Patsy has 3, Belchanok has 1, Kicker, Alpha, and Art Frost all have 0. This is so top-heavy for their T side. And by the way, they've only played 6 times on Vertigo over the last 3 months. 39% round win rate on the CT half. So this is their best half for the most part, and their CT side is pretty bad.
It's Kind of mad, isn't it? Well, let's see if PWE can tie up the game here. They're going to try as they might. No AWP, all AK for Art Frost, but it's a cold day and it's not working out well for him. Kicker in the close angles, able to do a bit of damage, but it's all down to Belchenok. Gets behind them, but no time on the clock. 3 seconds. If they kill him after time, it'd be insult to injury. About a second left there. He still falls. The outcome's still what we expected, with TSM taking 6. The money's in the bin anyway.
It's been really cool as well to see the small little adjustments. Like, first off, they started taking ramp control again, but secondly, Sierra, who was typically pushing on side and facing down on ramp, hasn't been doing it anymore.
Yeah.
Because Patsy punished him twice and effectively got PWE rounds off the back of it. So they're being aggressive, but in different ways, where they can dictate the pace a little bit better. Patsy's maybe getting a bit predictable. It's like he's only getting entries on that part of the map, or nothing's really happening for PWE. And once they made those adaptations, it's been pretty one-sided. Valda, a bit of an off angle. He hasn't played in this spot yet. Typically been up on the sandbags or close range. He's not liking his prospects there, though, but there's a boost. He saw it just out the corner of his eye with the X-ray on. Belchenok gets boosted up on the boxes. Is he going to go back in for another one? Sierra's watching it. Needs to stay alive here. If he goes down, it's going to be curtains for this round. Even with a low investment of a buy, they cannot afford to lose any other players just yet.
They bide their time on the group up. Zyphon's taking the fight to them here. They're going for the contact play. They're making the noise, running on in. He tucks in behind the sandbags. Don't clear it, it'll be your demise. Able to spray, rip and tear, flesh all over the ramp. Art Frost with a single kill back on the Deagle, but that's all you'll get. TSM closing that one down. Zyphon, heads up call. You love to see that. Playing advance on the ramp. As soon as he hears the footsteps, puts himself in a good angle and absolutely owns them.
Especially as you know in an eco round like this, the chances of them having a Molotov are so low.
Yeah.
Like if they had a molly, they've already thrown it to top ramp or side or somewhere else to cordon off one of those areas to push in. There's such a good read. Fly-by read from Siphon, and it has yielded them around, and it was looking a little bit sketchy when Belchenok got that opening pick. And Zero was peeking into the AK that they had. That second time out for PWE now. I mean, they should have a buy into this round. They only had one hero AK in the previous one, so they're good to go. It's a Mac 10 for Kicker. Belchenok up to 113 ADR, but Alpha's gone off the boil again after a really solid Dust 2 outing. He's back to 1 and 9, and although he's doubled the ADR of Art Frost, it's still only 22. That's a lot of nades.
Yeah, last round of the half, so all the additional bells and whistles being left in spawn for the rotators. It's Patsy that's been putting their head on a swivel time and time again. Let's see if he can flip the script back to how it was working for PWE with him finding entries. Ooh. Gets ahead of the Molotov. That one bursting just underneath, inside of the boxes. So it's not burning his toes. Acorn might not expect this. It's a close angle engagement with the AWP. Should have him bang to rights if he peeks in. Pressure applied in the back of the site as well, but he's still holding strong, just jiggling on contact. He's going to see the leg. Instant snap up. Patsy punished. Zyphon running up the rear with a backstab, but Alpha holds it. Belchenok on the bomb site. No chance there. If he wins out versus Valde, it could have been a 2-2. Instead, it's just Alpha, the lurk on the bridge. I have a bomb site to choose from, but neither one of them are pretty prospect.
That's a hell of an adjustment shot from Acor. I thought it was going to get baited in with all the chaos that was kind of submerging the ramp side. And Alpha, oh, we saw this in the previous round for Zyphon. I think Valder is going to have the exact same outcome. Unless timing works against him, Valder is going to get the drop onto Alpha here. Takes the head off, up close. A bit of a jump scare for Alpha. 8-4 halftime scoreline. Dialed in for TSM. They win the pistol one more time, and this time they've converted into a dominant half. There were moments, though, like in the mid portion of that half, it was in 5 rounds, 4 of them were picked up by PWE. once that second tactical timeout came in, man, it was pretty much money. Straightforward.
Very animated there from Raging, communicating his point across to Valde. Whereas for PVision, a little bit more somber. Kicker's been fumbling with his microphone around this one, trying to get it feeling comfortable. And feeling comfortable really does summarize how they've been throughout the course of this one, right? Like if Patsy isn't getting the entries, if he's not making moves on ramp, then it just doesn't work out for them. The late rounds, the calls haven't been there. As much as Zyphon was pretty quiet back on Dust 2, he has been large and in charge here with 15 kills to his name. For so many of the players that we were ranting and raving about there for PVision have started to fade off into obscurity. I mean, Artfrost, only the 1 kill.
Yeah, and that was towards the end of the half as well. It was a Deagle, basically a Nico round where he was able to get the 1. Belchanok, 9 kills, but 5 of them off the back of an Eco round. So yeah, Patsy with probably the most impact, then Kickert in second place. Alpha's just disappeared as well. But maybe on the CT side, you know, playing more static is going to allow Artfrost to shine a little bit brighter. But that's assuming they even get the opportunity. I mean, you lose the pistol here, you may only get 1 or 2 rifle rounds before this comes to an abrupt end. So pressure really is swelling. 3 players. Triple threat of Doom, Patsy, Belchanok, and Kickert. They're 3 heaviest hitting players. Leaving Alpha over on the extremities with Artfrost. Very slow round from TSM though. They have a smoke and a flash in play. Starting to make a move up now. Patsy's not going to be budging an inch, and they're moving into that trifecta. The triple threat. Shots now raining out. This Patsy that rattles the dome of Nico, takes him out for an early bath. Kickert is exceptionally low though at the back of the site, but Alpha is managing to deal with the contingent on the flank. It's all PVision so far. And although Valda may be able to bypass for a backstab, maybe get the 1 stealth frag, PVision looking great for this second pistol, kicking their CT side off with a bang.
With only 20 seconds left, and the Lone Ranger of Valde just waiting to go down in the dirt. Feels like it should be completely confirmed for PVision to take this one, especially off the dink. Everyone's peeking together, overwhelming with targets. And the pistol round's worth so much. Mr. Belchanok comes online again, shows us what he's made of. You also put yourself in a position now to tie up the scoreline early. We've seen a lot of reset rounds when CTs take pistols over the course of this RMR. PVision would hope this isn't going to be one of those outcomes, but with just Glocks, it should be easy pickings.
I'd certainly hope so if you're PVision, right? Like you certainly don't want to lose one of the rifles. If you can lose one of the MP9s, it's expendable, it's fine. It's not really that much of a big a deal. And we had SEO come in earlier and he was like, listen guys, I'm going to be real with you. TSM like wasting a lot of time in their eco rounds. Yep. They're stacking hoping for a push, which realistically isn't going to come through. So they are going to start making a move in. PVision hoping that they move into one of these MP9s. They can spray him down and bank up the cash. Artfrost on the narrow angle has spotted them all running out into the open. He's taken a headshot so far and only gets the 1 kill. Plenty of damage for just the 1 frag, and this is where the MP9's now going to fully just rip through and seal the round up with Patsy on a triple. 8-6 the score, but TSM will have a bye now.
Cash invested into the AKs and utility alongside that. Little head-to-head stat for you here with Zyphon being highlighted for TSM and Belchanok, the beast from PVision on the other side of things. Zyphon slightly ahead in the direct duels and the multi-kills. Obviously, he had a stellar half there. It's about continuing that form on his T-side campaign. And Artfrost, very quiet. Didn't really had much to say about him in terms of his impact. He wanted to try and go for a fast pick onto the ramp in case they were coming up quick. Stereo Molotovs making it uncomfortable for him. So he takes a bit of damage down to 81 HP early. Not the end of the world for an AWPer.
It's interesting as well how PWE have decided to approach the ramp control as opposed to TSM, like very slide heavy with that control. PWE not sending anyone over there for the time being. Now Patsy's making a move in. This is where he was a real nightmare, a real nemesis on PWE when the roles were reversed, and now in a good spot to maybe shut them down from the back. Kicker, though, has to try and extinguish the Molotov. The first kill goes in favor of TSM, and Sira's trying to wrap around the back. This could be the round-winning moment, the round-winning play.
Oh, Alpha. He goes straight through. He blows the smoke open, looks to fight it, gets the read at least. They know about Sarah. Surely someone should be aware that he could walk through, but he's able to get in. Gets one, runs out of ammunition on the quick taps. It could have been even worse for them there. But all he wanted to do was cause carnage, because the real play is out towards B. They've got in. Round's gone.
I have a sneaking suspicion that we may see a reaction cam from Artfrost, and it's going to be very tilted.
Yeah, I think so.
Because he is just chilling around elevators, minding his own business with the AWP, and then he gets smacked in the back of it. It's like, guys, hello?
You knew he was there.
It's just full tilt. Oh, what a shot from Sira, though. The one tap through the smoke just pushes it. Like you say, I mean, you nailed it. He was basically the interference play.
Yeah.
He's like, listen, I'm going to die. That's fine. Make sure we get the bomb plant in the round. The full sacrificial moment.
Terrorists win.
Right, are we going to have some delicious tilt from Artfrost? Feed me it.
We don't. We don't. Oh, mate. I do wonder what he was doing, though.
Sad.
I mean, if the game carries on like this, Vince, there'll be plenty of opportunities for him to be reacting. Because you're right, like, Sarah just runs through. Look at him. He's on a commando mission. Just the one tap straight to the brain. It's so mad.
Great round by Siro, though. He also got a beautiful entry before that onto the site itself, like keeping all those players over on that side of the map. Lots of damage early onto Nico, though. And Cyril was one of those players, it's good to see that. It felt like he was out of his element a little bit on Dust 2. We saw a lot of very weird peaks and like uncomfortable moments, so to see him with his confidence is great.
100%, because he looked antsy, he felt really uncomfortable. It was like him and Zyphon, right? Zyphon more kind of emotional in the reactions, but in terms of the positioning, it was Sarah that felt off-kill. Here he's being able to play a little bit more aggressive, show us what he's made of, which is good to see. Acor, though, a man that was stellar for them, back on D2. Having a bit of a rough start into this round, finished off early. Zyphon close on the stairs. Belching up. Quick reactions as he realizes they're coming in close, but Zyphon again delivers a bounty of kills.
Well, they needed a big player to stand tall and start to deliver some serious haymakers, and Zyphon is the man for the job, it would seem. The bomb planted. And PWE have to save. They do not have the capabilities of replenishing these weapons. So they're going to have to tap out and allow TSM across the finish line for a 10th. And it is just that man. He is him right now, Zyphon. Picking up pace and just delivering headshots and entries left and right. 5. Make it 6 multi-kill rounds now. 120 ADR. I was a little bit concerned going through on the T side that maybe he would slow down just a tad, but it's not been the case at all. If anything, he's picked up the pace.
Oh, yeah. TSM have flipped a switch. Zyphon. For PARIVISION, man, it's getting rough. PWE boys just struggling on this one. Seems like another tech issue called in here. I do wonder if that's Artfrost again, because he's looked very uncomfortable. Like, even some of the shots there on the jump across towards the B-bomb site. I know they're hard shots to hit, but that's like what he was doing. That's where he was at his best. Like primal Counter-Strike. We just hitting crazy shots, always being able to visualize the frags. I think that's one of the things for him as an Orpra on the CT side. You can see so good at being able to like visualize where the pushes are coming from, what his angles are. But just not hitting the broadside of a barn right now.
It's just so top heavy, isn't it? Like Kicker, who had a pretty good first half, is dropped off significantly as well. Patsy now not able to try and exploit the side control of the T side. On the CT side, has looked a little bit more toothless, hasn't really had the impact you'd be hoping for. It's just been Belchenok that's been keeping the flag planted in the ground for PVision and trying to play off the back of it. MP9 for Alpha. So not an ideal buy even after a save comes to fruition. Although Core is peeking up, I don't think that PVision will want to peek this anytime soon. Patsy's going to get aggressive, but there's a smoke in his eye, so a HE toss down with a double one on top of it with Kicker. But negligible damage. A-Core just loses 8. This is a bit of an off angle. Haven't seen PVision go for this kind of aggression so far. Trajectory of that Molotov is going to give away Nico's position, and he should be odds-on favorite to take that kill, Belchenok. Far superior to Nico when it comes to those individual moments. And does get the freebie pick.
The waterfall down on the ramp. Molotov, though, just as the smoke dissipates, so it's going to connect on the side of that one and be extinguished instantly. Kickert knows he's got to force the issue on the walk-up. Good for the first. Spat straight back down as well near Valde's position. So this is a round where you've won 2 opening duels, and there's limited time left on the clock. Zyphon's still alive. But making the play is Valde on the walk-up towards the ramp. With him falling, the ship is starting to sail. Zyphon wrapped off towards B. Incendiary dashed. That'll fade quite quickly. But unless he finds impact in the next few seconds, calling in for an actual play to go for this on the B bomb site is going to be so rough. So you've got to call it off, back off, hold on to both of the weapons if you can. And Patsy, full John Rambo, hunting in. If he can get the guns out of their hands, this could be a bit of a window back into the game. Might actually find the gap to walk in as well. A-Core's just tucked back in. He's already scoped. He might not spot him for this. But behind the pillar, he's ready for that one. Now they'll get through. So save both the weapons. PVision pick up a round of their own. And for Zyphon as well, you know, to give some credit to him sort of over his career as well, right? Like, all 3 of his major appearances post-COVID, sort of optics for the future, one of these younger players that was coming in, showing what he's made of. He was part of that sort of really notable Copenhagen Flames roster as well, right? You're thinking with Huxi, Roy, Nikodos, Yabi, all players that went on to different prospects, different great things. It felt like he was sort of one of the forgotten pieces of that time. So it's nice to see him here showing what he's made of, his individual firepower.
And kind of ironically, a lot of those players you just highlighted are now unknown themselves.
Yeah, true, actually.
Like, you know, not really performing at that level. Nikodos, obviously, previously of Heroic, now replaced by Dexter. Well, Adane in this round has been replaced by Belchenok in terms of their positioning because he's thwarted that push. Nico down for an 8th time, just 30 ADR to his name after a very rough Dust 2 showing. Yeah, Zyphon definitely has raised himself very high up. He is, I would say it's him and A-Core, the 2 players that most people are excited about with this team. And
yeah,
if TSM don't make it, you could make an argument maybe Zyphon goes on to greener pastures. Maybe he is in that kind of bracket if there's roster changes and some of the other Danish teams, maybe like Heroic or something. Maybe he's got a look into one of those squads to move into in the future, but he won't care about those conversations because in the here and now, he is fully focused on getting TSM back into this round, but he's going to have to do it on 61 HP. And only 2 smokes to play with here for TSM as well. They've expended most of their utility on the progress up onto the top of ramp. Just shy of 40 seconds on the clock. It's not easy. Oh, slow peeking into the rat angle. And Art Frost pulls out his fangs.
Oh, mate, pixel peek on that one. Sniffing the pixel, smelt him before he saw him. And strikes right down. There is a window. I mean, maybe you got a bit of time on this. It's going to be really close, though, with the clock. Like 15 seconds, they're sprinting up in towards B. Valde knows that he's got the close angle control, but has to find impact. Both of these need to be Valde's. With him only getting 1, they can storm out onto the bomb site. No opportunity to plant. Zyphon and Sarah fall together, laid to rest on the B site. To PVision, picking that one up. Art Frost. So many rough shots, rough openers on his T side. It's a disgusting shot through the box. I mean, they convert the round overall.
Yeah, it's been that kind of series for Nico so far. Yeah, that's kind of the concerning element as well, that there may start to be a little bit of panic spreading into TSM at this stage. You had a pretty solid lead. Down to 10-8 now, you're into an eco. PWE picking up the pace and some of those slow-moving parts. Like Alpha had a horrible first half. He's really stepped it up as well. There's not much that can be done in this round other than hope and pray for a horrible, catastrophic mistake from PWE, which is very unlikely to come forward. I say that as Kicker has the worst spray probably his life.
Mate, yeah. Actually, though, oh god, it's really starting to go wrong as well. I mean, like, this is just Glocks, boys. Can't be losing this one. Luckily enough, they're all so low on health that the spray back from Belchanok is good to batter them, and Patsy should be able to bruise on the peak as well. But that looks scary at the start. They might actually get a bomb plant out of this. I mean, a bit of extra cash wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You've already forced out 2 rebuys. Money's not the prettiest on a couple of players. Zyphon with the Deagle. What is going on? I mean, 48 seconds on the clock. Gets himself an A1S. He wants to tap onto the bomb. It's the full commit. He's hoping to get it down just for the additional money. Spam round the periphery, and Art Frost will eventually get it.
Bro, like... PWE, that... The fact they've lost 3 players and conceded a bomb plant is unbelievable. And additionally, it does have consequences. In order to pick up the AWP, they had to drop an AK. They would have loved to have held on to as many of those AKs as possible. They can't.
100%. You can see with Art Frost as well. Like, if he wasn't frustrated with some of the rounds before, he's finding a bit of individual impact. At least he closes that one before it really does turn into like a nightmare sort of round. But instantly, before the defuse, talking to the boys, like shaking his head, looked frustrated as well. Kind of wondering how on earth it got that close, because it shouldn't have.
No. No, absolutely not. I mean, Kicker had prime position there, perched on top of the ramp to just spray down 2 or 3, and he's had a complete disaster class.
He's had a mare.
Yeah, I think it was Nico glocked him. It was a 1v1, and Nico's glocked you. Like,
You know, Steele's probably woken up in cold sweats right now.
Glocks.
I think it was dazed, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of them was, he's a coach, he's a manager. Was that Steele?
I think that was Steele, yeah. Oh, mate, well, either way, cold sweats, forget about that. Put it behind you, put it to bed, focus on the here and now. I mean, still, TSM are leading by 1 round.
They are, but I think it's safe to say that the sort of dynamic of this game is starting to switch away. That's 3 back-to-back rounds. I'm hearing typing, so I think we may have a tech issue again.
Seemed like Art for us. I think he's pointing at the headset, maybe?
Yeah.
Actually, admin's over there on the TSM camp. No damage. There was no first contact, so it's fine. Round will be replayed.
Just a false start. Get back in the blocks again, guys. Yeah,
headset's off. I wonder if he's having audio issues, because it seems like he's always been like fidgeting with the headset.
Yeah. The thing is, though, if the referee and the admins have been checking it and they're saying we're good to go, like, I think some players, and this is speculation on my part, right? I don't know Art Frost personally, but I know a lot of players can get in their own heads about this kind of stuff. Like, if you notice it, it's hard to ignore it at a certain point.
Oh yeah. I mean, the classic storyline of old was Professor Chaos on Splice, mate, where he used to just basically say, like, my game's running slow, I've got to use shotguns, that's it. I remember Davey telling me the tale of effectively, like, they were on LAN on different PCs, like a dream hack, and he's just going, boys, look, it might be in my own head, but honestly, game just feels slow. I'm just going to be a bank, I'm going to drop you weapons, I'm going to use a shotgun. And everyone's begging him, like, no, please, this is you, this isn't real. And he's going, well, look, my game's running slow one way or the other. I'm only using Mag 7.
But that's the thing about CS, though, isn't it? It's like such a psychological game, I feel. A lot of it is mentality. It's what's going on between the ears. And so if you do notice something that kind of throws you off kilter and you're a little bit tilted, and obviously after that first half, understandable that Art Frost may be a bit pissed off. I'm thinking back to that Zero push through the smoke as well, where he gets domed from the side. Like, he's not had a great experience in this map after being great in the first one. So these all add in. Not entirely sure what the problem is here, but you also have another player with his headset out. I think it's Belchanok, I should say, with it off. Is it? Yeah, I think it is. Patsy's at the top. Having more conversations here from Kicker.
A bit of a back and forth between them. Yeah, so my game is just running really slow, and I'm going to have to use the Mag 7. No, please don't use just the Mag 7.
Yeah. You have a full variety of weaponry at your disposal, sir. You have like $8,000, so please.
That, like, for me, is actually just the biggest of the proof. Like, if literally, of your point, whereas like Counter-Strike is kind of like hockey in a way, where like hockey goalies are so superstitious, where they have like a whole routine of like, you know, I'm going to have a swig of the water, I'm going to squirt some water on the ground, I'm going to pass it between both hands, now I'm ready to score some goals and make sure they don't get any. It's the same with CS. Like, some players do just have a mentality where it's like, no, look, this is happening, and I have just decided it is.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing before with one of the 9 Pandas players. Was it Shalfie that had the pandas on his
little
headset?
panda danglies, yeah.
Obviously, a lot of players bring their own sort of talisman or...
We've got a little puppy dog here.
Got a puppy dog there on the Siphon, I think it is. Down at the bottom left. I don't know what that mouse pad is, though, Chief. What is that?
He's repping the anime, mate.
Okay. Each to their own. Then Valda, like, you know, the experienced sort of pushing 30-year-old veteran, just sat there, nothing.
Yeah.
Just blank expression. He's just big vibing.
Doesn't need it. Doesn't need it. Oh, tissues being deployed. One for Art Frost there. Sweaty hands. Thumbs up, though. That bodes well. Okay, so wipe down the mouse. Reset mentally. Don't want sweaty palms. Oh, has he spilled a drink?
Oh, no.
Oh, don't spill a drink.
He's wiping his whole desk, isn't he?
Oh, it's all going wrong.
Right, he's putting the in-ears back in, though, so I think we're on the... Oh, I've spoken too soon.
Is the mouse sensor wet? His keyboard's flashing. Oh, no. Has he spilled water on this?
Mate, tell me it's not the classic, I forgot to charge my mouse.
Yeah, because obviously, like, we discuss this a lot, because, like, we cast a lot of online stuff where you see it happen. For those of you that don't know, like, most wireless mice, when they get to like 25-30% battery, kicks into like basically low power mode.
Yeah.
So the sensor isn't tracking as accurately. So you got to keep your gear charged. If you're going to go wireless, keep it charged. I don't know if you did spill liquids, but there was a lot of wiping going on.
Okay. Headset's back on.
Mouse mat's back. There was no mouse mat a minute ago.
There we go, Jackie. We got the countdown.
Right.
We're ready.
Tech pause speculation with Jackie and Vince out the way. You've had your chicken facts. You've had water-based discussion. And now we're back in for some Counter-Strike. This is what you all wanted. Less yapping, more clapping as we're back into the action here. Round 20, live and kicking. Important one for PWE. TSM, they were on a hot streak. But closing the map is do or die for them. If they lose this, they are eliminated. That's your run at the Perfect World RMRs taken away from you at the hands of PWE that will live on to fight for an opportunity in the Shanghai Major.
We've seen so many upsets already in this particular RMR. After A went kind of according to plan, B has been thrown into disrepute. With all kinds of shenanigans afoot. Frost, we saw him use this angle with the M4, the same with the AWP, but he gets battered down to 2 HP and just has to back off. He cannot stand anywhere close. And a stray bullet or piece of shrapnel and he's dead. So PWE hold on to their AWPer. He's going to have to be playing passive pretty much throughout the rest of this round, so a great opener for TSM. A lot of time has been whittled away off the clock, though. Shy of 50 seconds, and TSM looking like maybe they're going to go for an execute over on the B side.
And for Xiphon, is he still red hot? Been a couple minutes there over the tech pause. You wonder if he's starting to cool off a little bit. Belchinok looking through the grates, hoping to see the back. Can't quite see the rear there of Nico, but it's the full frontal assault from Xiphon. Serra assists as well. So they might not have much time left, but they're making the power play. They can cause this rotation on towards the B bomb site. They could even wrap off if they want to. They know there's a player on A, but with such little time on the clock, they've got to commit to it. Patsy, if he goes huge here, he could still save it. 2 frags, 10 seconds. They've got to find the bomb plant. A-Core has to cover for the swing. Alpha walks out, tag onto the white box, time ticking, you've got to commit to it here, forcing him off the plant and it'd be dead and buried, but Alpha with the backstab, all in the 1v1. A-Core with 2 health to his name, baits out the shot, but he holds strong.
Oh, the fact that A-Core does not pipe down on that bait is huge. Oh, Alpha played it so well. The A-Core is, oh man. The clarity not to pull the trigger there, but to just wait.
Yeah.
In such a pressured round. Oh, let's see it from his perspective, hopefully, the way he's played this. Really nice effort from Alpha, though. Yeah, oh, okay, to be fair, it wasn't a full jiggle like bait. He just kind of jumped up.
That's one of those, you go, yeah, I jiggled. You kind of full swung. He's just interrupted me, guys. I don't know, he's 2 HP.
Oh, we can let him off, though. I mean, he played that so well. Considering that was a 5v3, like, Belchanok did a lot of damage on the approach. You got 2 players to, like, 20 HP or so. But PVision, what an important round. That has gone begging for them, and TSM pick it up to maintain that 2-round advantage. I feel like this still could very well go to OT, though, Jackie. The way it's ebbed and flowed and gone back and forth, I would not write that possibility off just yet.
Definitely not. But those rounds rely so heavily on the man on your screens here, Patsy. He was the big dog. Entries after entries on their T side, always dragging them into rounds towards ramp. Belchanok as well, big frags. Kicker, he's been going a bit quiet. Some laboured sprays from him. It's an opportunity here where he could find impact, though. They're baited to focus on Patsy. They're starting to make their move up on the ramp. But again, you don't have to commit to this. They've still got so much time. You're 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. And you're baiting out nades as well. Nades that are a luxury right now for PVision.
Yeah, they're few and far between. A lot of damage done, though, from Patsy out onto Nico. From the side onto ramp. Unanswered damage for the most part. He just gets slightly tagged in the process, but damage to Nico and Acor. TSM making moves back over. Once again, looking for this B-side push, and it's only Alpha here, and he has the MP9, the weakest weapon in PVision's collective arsenal, and it is trying to fend off against a full 5-man push. Or at least 4. They do have the mid-contingent in play too. So fast rotations through, the timing slightly off. Alpha's able to somehow back out of there. I spoke too soon. Gets picked off on the cross. Nico missing out his opportunities onto a low Art Frost, but it won't matter because TSM will have a 12th round.
They know they've got to save. It's all about the bank at the end of the day. The world runs on the paper with no cheddar in the bank accounts. They back off to hold on to the free weapons to give themselves a buy in the next. Fighting for the overtime now. That's the raw facts. And Zyphon headhunting again. Baited in by the shot, so he fires off. Can't quite get it, though. They're doing a great job of saving this at the very least. On the walk down, Acor finds Patsy. Best case scenario here then is the 2 weapons and a fight for OT for PVision. With TSM only 1 round away from dragging us to Ancient. That is the decider in our 0-2 best of 3. Elimination on the line for these teams.
Yeah, rough purchase coming in, so it's so important they stayed on 2. Those guns, they did lose 1 in the hands of Patsy here from Acor, but at least we're able to hold on to the M4 and the AWP. So MP9's dropped across. Belchanok with the Deagle. Again, I've said this a couple of times over the RMRs, but like if I'm kicker, I know you have to have confidence in yourself, but I'm thinking, right, Belchanok, maybe just take the M4, Chief.
Yeah, to be fair, like he's had some big rounds.
Yeah, like feed the hot hands. Kicker's not had a great second half.
Sometimes you just got to play with that advantage on whoever's fragging. And Art Frost, you need impact with that AWP. It's Alpha that's going to be tested. Awkward engagement. Zyphon so quick on the draw right now. Like the crosshair placement's amazing from him. And Art Frost running in, wielding the AWP like a shotgun. Luckily, he's got support of Patsy. You can get that AK. So they've got 3 strong weapons now here into the 22nd round. They physically cannot afford to lose. It'd be over, but going to the 3rd map. Sarah just waiting on the lurk. Art Frost walks in, unsuspecting. Off angle catches him. A minute of time to play with, outnumbered 2-1. Patsy on the B bomb site with Nico just lurking, tucked in. You overextend and go for info. He's going to know, but he also hears the footsteps.
He's running back into Zero, though. And he will not miss that chance. Kick up with the M4 last man standing. Bomb yet to get planted, but it is moving over onto B, and he can't deny that. TSM on the brink of taking us to a 3rd decider matchup, which would be over on Ancient, and that's where we're headed. 1-for-1 in terms of maps between the two teams, and a Xiphon masterclass, a real star performance for TSM.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Xiphon there. A game again where it looked like there was opportunities for PVision to close this one, but Vertigo's the way of TSM. They locked that one down. And a game that felt like it really, the worst part is, not only was it a loss, just drained stamina, drained energy, drained really emotions from that PVision squad, Vince.
Yeah, and when you consider that it looked like Art Frost was tilted quite a few times in amongst all of that, they're going to do well to fully recover. I will say, though, when you look at the overall standing of how Ancient typically plays, I think this heavily favors PVision, on paper at least, in terms of the stats it does. But there's a lot of caveats that go alongside that one. You can't take anything for granted. And I think PVision are going to look back on this and think we did have opportunities. You know, in that first half, it was Patsy for the most part. Kickup was playing well. On the second side, though, it felt like it fell off just a tad.
It did. It really did. You know, I was even wondering if Xiphon was going to cool off, of course, with that sort of extended pause there. It was a couple minutes, right? No, he came back in. He was hitting some good shots, was able to get assists from the rest of the squad as well, and they get it over the finish line. Scrappy rounds. Some of them really dangerous as well. Like, you're thinking about the 2 HP clutch from A-Core. How on earth he was able to find his way through that one. This is the moment here.
Yeah, even within that clutch, there was a really nice attempt from Alpha. It was one of the only like proper big rounds he had, but you can see their rock bottom of the scoreboard over on PVision is Art Frost, the AWPer. We did discuss how AWPing on Vertigo can be a pretty difficult prospect, to say the least, and it definitely showed its hand there in this matchup. But Xiphon, this is a star performance. We didn't see it from him in Dust 2, and they struggled as a result. But coming through on here at Vertigo, they needed a hero. They needed someone to step up and help out A-Core, and he did just that. He was fantastic on this map.
100%. You can see the amount of converted rounds off the back of him finding impact with the multi-frags, right? Like, he really was the star man in so many of those to close them. Huge ADR, great multi-kills, opening duels galore, and he was doubling up on a lot of those as well. So fair play. Xiphon definitely deserves his props. You know, if he was a little bit off kilter on Dust 2, he's shaken that off, shown us the heights he has on a map like Vertigo. You just got to do it again now, Vince. It's all drawn up, 1-1. It's all down to Ancient.
I think Ancient, even though it's not typically a map that TSM are great on, when you look at the stats at least, I think it is actually a map that Xiphon individually is pretty solid on. And it really does play to his skill set, that he can play more of an anchor role if needs be. He can be a static sort of turret, but he's also not afraid to go for the super aggressive plays either. Like, he can push out and get those entries like we saw on Vertigo. So coming into a third map, we thought it would go the distance. It has. We thought it'd be scrappy. It certainly has been. And I think this is anybody's map.
I think so. The bookend of Ancient will decide which one of these two teams is removed from the EU RMRB for the Perfect World Major in Shanghai. You won't want to miss it. Take a couple moments, grab yourself a drink, and then join us for the last map in this BO3.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Potential for this to be a close third map here. Do or die for both organizations, both 5 players on the server, Vince, as it goes down to the wire on Ancient. TSM versus PVision. If you're just joining us, obviously first map, absolute stomping ground. The second, it was a lengthy affair.
Yes, it was a lengthy affair. It was a bit of a fake comeback, I guess you could say, from PVision, because realistically, once that second half came round, it looked like they were just slipping and ebbing away. TSM really Zyphon, to be fair. Like, you can't necessarily say it's the entirety of TSM. Like, Zyphon was just popping off like a madman.
You know what? If it doesn't work out for the major, they could rebrand as TZM because it was Team Zyphon mid.
Yeah, it was pretty much exactly. He's getting a lot of his kills in mid as well.
Yeah.
So that's actually a banger.
There you go.
To factor into that one. Keep Zyphon. Maybe.
I'm still awake. I'm still going. I'm working it in.
Yeah.
I'm reaching critical mass, Vince.
But let's hope this game is as well, man, because it's not been the greatest Counter-Strike. I think it's safe to say people watching this
that's fair, yeah.
are kind of enduring it rather than enjoying it, perhaps. But, you know, at the same time, TSM, they're battling hard. They got battered on Dust 2. It was rough. Zyphon had an off game. They bounced back into Vertigo, looks way better. And now on Ancient, even though looking through the stats, it is incredibly bleak for TSM, they did play VP on Ancient earlier in the tournament and they lost 13-10. It was pretty close.
So there you go. You got a bit of a backstory there of the overview of the series, how potentially this one will go when we get back into it. Now, Curious, obviously, again, in terms of the form, you don't want to harp on him, but the fall-off for Art Frost was pretty monumental, and obviously it's more individually how these rounds were getting to him, the nature in which he was going down. It felt like he was very uncomfortable, sort of outside of the server as well as inside of it. A bit of a resurgence towards the tail end of the game. I think he finished the half with 1 kill. I think it was literally the one, right?
Yeah. It was incredibly low. You know what? I'm almost willing to just say whatever. Like, it's Vertigo, your T-side AWP to start off with. It's rough. A lot of AWPers struggle. It's clearly not a map that he's very comfortable with. Also, the way in which PVision were kind of like pushing into those rounds, it never really lent itself to an AWPer being able to tee off in the first place.
No.
I actually would have probably liked to see him just use the AK the entire tee half instead, because the AWP just wasn't working for him.
And he started doing that, right? Like the retakes on B was with the rifle. And I think that's also kind of what we were seeing from A-Core, where it was like, oh, well, I'm not really going to have the cash flow for this on my CT side. I'm going to use the rifle a little bit more, support where I can. That worked out. And then the rounds where he did have an opening for the AWP based off spawn or based off setup, he went for it. And I think it's just the nature of CS2. Like, you got to be a bit more dynamic with it, dude, especially if it's not working. Figure out what is, try play to your strengths.
100%. Like that's the way in which you are going to be able to best teams that maybe have a higher skill ceiling across the board. I think it's safe to say Zyphon is up there, probably is one, if not the most talented player on the server right now.
I give him that,
the way he's playing, especially. But when you look at, like, again, this feels disrespectful, but I'm just being honest about the stats, and I think they kind of tell the story. Like, when you have Nico and Valder struggling on the team as well, I think you're offset with like the Patsies of the team, and although Alpha's a little bit up and down, he still has pretty high ceilings when he wants to, like Dust 2, for example. So it feels to me that Vertigo was just kind of a throwaway map. If you're PVision, you can't really dwell too much on it. Think, right, Ancient's actually a decent map for us. It's one of the highest win percentage maps, by the way, and they've played it quite a lot as well. They got some good wins against some solid teams on it. So you just got to look to this now. The other maps don't matter. They no longer cease to exist. It's only Ancient. Effectively, it's a best of one for your elimination and your tournament lives.
That's how you got to look at it. Like, you got to just sort of forget about what's going on. Because, like, Dust 2 feels like it's an age ago. Right. Vertigo, you're trying to sort of forget, right? Yep. Just take it as it is. Last map decider, Ancient to see what happens. I am a bit worried, actually, that sort of the man we were touching on there is Art Frost, who doesn't seem to be in his chair. So I hope, obviously, he's all right. He's able to get himself straight back into the course of action once he's ready to return to the server here or carry on with the game. And obviously, you know, that aside, that he was clearly looking frustrated with the game. Talent-wise and potential to perform, it is there for him. This is another map as well where an AWP can have dedicated impact. Alongside that as well, though, it just depends of the core 5, how they're going to be playing. I'm thinking a lot more towards their CT side as well in this one. Utility usage, there's been ups and downs, opportunities for Belchanok as well throughout the series. Patsy was coming alive with some key rounds. Kickut, weirdly, it felt like he's actually been pretty consistent at the RMR, whereas in that one, some real rough sprays. It was like nearly a 30-bullet spray up against a Glock, and it resulted in him losing that round. And then we were kind of being like, look, you know, maybe give the gun to someone else at that point, because he just wasn't hitting the mark.
Yeah, it was that round on ramp where Nico basically dropped him with the Glock. Just a very sort of rough spray, and it kind of suggested to me as well that maybe mentally they weren't fully committed to the map anymore. Like they'd already kind of half accepted the fate that it was going to go the distance, and they were kind of pushing their energy to that instead. It's a bit of a worrying sign as well that we see some of TSM standing up around a PC. I think it's Nico's PC, and they're trying to figure out what's going wrong with that one. Or actually, no, what I think they're doing is lining up smokes. I think
they're just taking the time.
Yeah, it is. You can see that actually they're following the smoke, so never mind that.
Yeah, because I imagine it looks like Art Frost, obviously, wherever he is, I'm sure he'll be back at some point. He'll get himself ready for the game. But I think they're just making the most of the extra time you've got, because obviously there's been limited time between the series. Go over the lineups, make sure everything's on point. Obviously, that was kind of one of the underrated changes that I think some players overlooked, is that obviously with the changes that to CS2 a couple patches ago with the jump throws, obviously there was slight adjustments made to some of the smokes. So a couple of them aren't really landing. We saw a lot of missed smokes from Eklot, and I have a suspicion that maybe some of that goes back to that, because there's a few lineups that you have to now slightly adjust with the current patches of CS2 compared to what we were playing on, obviously, for like the first sort of, you know, nearly year of the game, really.
Oh, Art Frost is back.
There we go.
Having a swig of his water. I know there's been like some sickness going around. I know Wonderful was actually under the weather pretty badly. He made a couple posts about this when people were on his back about his performances. Apparently he was legitimately quite sick. So let's hope that's not the case here.
Yeah, shake any of that off. Focus on the game that's yet to come and do your best work on the server. Good to see him back in position, though. Pillow there to support the back. It's always interesting seeing as well, another one of the sort of superstitions of what players are comfortable with. I can't remember exactly who it was, but the weirdest one that I remember was there was a player that used to have the back of the chair taken off and put on the other way round because it felt more comfortable for him. I'm trying to remember if this was like Astralis. I'm trying to think who it was exactly. But he literally used to get the admins to basically like take the back of the chair off, put it on the reverse way because he liked the flat side rather than the curve.
Well, I just imagine being an admin, like, I don't work for IKEA. Like, what is this? Why do I have to turn the chair around?
I don't work for IKEA.
Yeah. Why?
Oh, mate, that's buckled me. Just the idea of him going, no, don't worry, I brought the Allen kit.
Yeah.
You got to do it, bro. And they're like, no, you got to start the game. No, you turn the back of the chair around, homie.
As if admins and referees don't have enough to deal with. Like, a player just comes up, excuse me, can you turn my chair around, please? Like, he's like, what do you mean, like backwards? No, just the back part. Take
I
it
need
off.
it taken off and put
switch
on
it
the
around.
other way.
So you have a 30-minute delay here because a player wants his chair switched around.
Yeah, I can't remember for the life of me who it was, but I remember seeing it multiple times, and I was like, oh, that's really weird. Like, what's happened there? They put the chair back to front.
That's the first time I've heard that. That is crazy, though. Yeah, superstitions and players go hand in hand. It's very much a thing. You can see Zyphon, though, is taking this time, and he is properly invested in warming up.
Yeah, a bit of time pin, bit of warm up. Perhaps a little bit of giving it back and forth, but everyone's starting to get themselves in position now. Obviously, for context, if you're just coming in as well, welcome to the B stream for the Perfect World European RMRB. This, of course, is to keep you in the runnings to go to the Shanghai Major. Obviously, coming up quite quick as well. Off the back of this concluding, it's only really a few days, and then we're right into opening stage at the Major, Vince. A lot of our teams already confirmed. Last few squads coming through the EU RMRB. You've got games over on the A stream as well to go through. I believe that's a third map versus Big and Passion as well, going all the way to a decider, Vince. I think it's on Mirage.
Yeah. First map was 13-9 to Passion UA, and the second map was 13-5 to Big, I believe, on Dust 2. So it is poised. And of course, the winner of that is going 3-0, and they're making it deep into the Major to kick things off.
And I think that's a really sick storyline as well, where obviously everything we've been discussing is kind of like, it's all the expected results. The underdogs, the Cinderella stories, you know, they've been moot points. They haven't been able to show up. For Big, it's a return to Majors for the organization. Super cool storyline there, right? A different roster, trying to build back into German Counter-Strike, get Tabson back in a big position to prove what he's made of again. He was having some sick rounds. On the other side of the coin, it is a Cinderella story for Passion UA. Like, that's a huge result, dude. You come into this event, you're taking names off everyone, you're causing upsets all over the shop. Like, fair play. If they qualified today, absolutely deserve it.
Legit as hell run now, right?
Yeah.
Like, they haven't had an easy, passage through, which in previous iterations, when a team comes out of nowhere and shocks and surprises, sometimes you look at their results, you're like, okay, I can kind of see how that's happened. Now, this is as legit as it gets.
100%.
Take nothing away from them at all. Obviously, we're filling a bit of time as the players are getting ready. Art Frost is in position. We're seeing fist bumps from Regin on the rest of the team. So we should be good to go soon in our all-important deciding map. And it will be Ancient. Not sure which side is starting which could have a pretty significant impact, because I think Art Frost in particular has been much better today on those CT sides when he's playing more static and sort of more reactive with the AWP.
Yeah, definitely. We'll find out. Admin's doing the final pass, players loading into the game, everything starting to ready itself up for our deciding map here. Elimination on the line. Lose this one. No matter what happens, if the outcome is an L, you are done. Your run at the RMRs finishes here as we start to say goodbye to our first teams from Group B. Firing up the squad there is the coach. Raging, trying to get him nice and activated. Acor warming his hand up with the fast circles. Interesting stuff.
Here we have it then, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience as we are ready to delve into Ancient. It will be TSM on the CT side and PVision occupying the T with a tad of utility in the hands of Alpha and getting aggressive up on middle and A main. Oh, very aggressive plays from TSM. 3-player stack on middle, trying to wrap around into the catwalk side. 4 of the 5 players on mid, but they're going to be bypassed from this fast A hit.
Feels like a bit of a read on the setup. So you're playing for that retake. And Belchinok up close inside of the donut, tucks into the off angle. Acor peering out. He was warming up his hand before the game started. Let's see if he's got some hot shots to play with as his teammates are going down, but he delivers. Reasonable plays from the man with the stickers over the USP as he starts to group up with the rest of the squad. The last 3 want to run on in. They've got the kit, they've got the smoke, they're going for it.
Yeah, Smoke's now fully plumed, but there is a slight angle that Art Frost can make the most of as just wildly sprays the P250, finally connects the headshot, and that'll be good enough for the round. You can see the TSM are trying to force their way back on the site with the smoke and just make it as chaotic as possible, but PVision in the perfect positions to fend that one off. Lovely shot from Art Frost there. And that's really exactly what you're looking for. You know, we're talking about being a shake off that Vertigo performance. Well, Art Frost in 1 round has pretty much got more kills than he did the entirety of the first half of Vertigo.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about it. It was a real rough start to his T side there. But put that to bed, like we were saying, just focus on the here and now. Don't think back about the prior rounds. Focus on what is in front of you. The chance to live on for another day. Nade round the corner. Below the toes off of Nico. Bit of splash damage up on top of the box. And obviously you've got the range advantage. You don't want to run straight on in. Afford opportunities for these close range weapons for TSM to sing to success. Only problem is with how they're gravitating towards this one with the utility they've got available. They want to set up for the late B hits. You might be rused into it because there's been no info play from the A-site player.
Yeah, that's true. Acor's playing way more static in that donut position. And as far as he's concerned, they could even be pushing through on A-main side. Like, his back is basically turned. Now they're going to find out that's not the case as Alpha rips straight through onto Cave with his Mac-10. And the bulk of rifles getting involved. Valda thought for a second they might line up for a double there, but instead, it's only CT bodies hitting the deck. PVision looking very good for a clinical 2-0 lead. And there may be a couple of survivors for TSM, but PVision really dialing it back in here on their T half. Soaking up the pressure was not possible for TSM. They had a couple of chances, though. I was thinking Valda might get 1 or 2. Didn't happen.
Yeah, I was a bit worried for him walking into the stack. Nico was forced out of position inside a cave before he even really had a chance to make a play, and One by one, the picks come in favor of PWE. Didn't look like it would be a flawless round, but it is. So you take the pistol, win the conversion, start the game with 2 rounds under the belt. And of course, it's only the Scout and MP9 that's dragged into the next, so not the end of the world.
You need to be careful though, because even though it is just a Scout and an MP9, if they're moving into sites late, PWE, that's where it can start to activate these weapons. And of course, you also have to take into account there has been a Deagle picked up at a P250. Zyphon with the Deagle, and his aim has been on point over the duration of this last map. Bit of tickle damage. Oh, that's a lot more than a tickle. That's a straight up punch to Alpha. And Zyphon, just as I highlighted him as being a threat, he has neutralized Patsy. One Deag immediately taking the advantage on TSM. And we do have a boosted up Scout as well. That could be a problem, especially as Alpha's already been tagged down to 31.
So with his opening plays towards B, Valde and Co call for the 3HE stack. They deal a ton of damage onto Alpha, so Sarah should be favored in this fight, and he's already one out on one of them. You then factor in that Zyphon got that sick opener down towards mid with the deagle. Yeah, PWE pressure's really on. And coming into this round, it's basically just an MP9, Deag and a Scout supported by 3HEs, but at every turn, all of those pennies have really been worth the investment. Kick up, tagged up by the Scout. Molotov's on target to force him out. Sarah had some good rounds previously. And with these targets weakened, if he goes confident, it could be curtains for them in the round. Beheading Artfrost, 38 seconds, both players low. Paranoid about a backstab as well, with the crosshair of Kickert honed in on mid-side. Zyphon just sat there waiting. Mate, opportunities in this round are going quick, and that one's going to be another L to the face of Kickert as he's slain by Sarah. 3 frags on this one, tons of money, and a round to boot. PWE, an uncomfortable loss here in the third.
An uncomfortable loss and a very costly one. Already, Galil's been picked up, and there should be more weapons littered around that can try and trade up to. Second Galil now. Alongside it, not just a TSM win with an MP9, a Deagle, and a Scout, but they trade up to significant improvements. Oh, that is special. Verticality, flick after blowing the smoke open. That is a ridiculous shot by Zyphon. Every right to have a laugh about that outcome. Well deserved.
Living up to their name on that one. Team Solo mid only took 1 man to make the opening gambit. Breaks the smoke, hits the shot. And they convert off the back. So second timeout already here. PARIVISION instantly trying to save face. Talk about what you can do to course correct. You reinvest into it. You still have firepower. It's going to be a bit of a bonus going into it. For TSM, working with some of the salvage weapons, the Galils, the AK for Nico. Valde with that MP9. Acor sticking on the Scout. Early mid-smoke thrown in, block off Red Room. Deep mid can be blocked off as well. They're trying to stop this push on the fast hit towards lane side in case they group up and the CTs activate together. But great offensive utility will slow down the push. It means that they can dive out. Valde with confidence. Ooh, the spam. Nearly on target for the kill, but with 7 HP, Alpha tucked into the angle. He's got to posture off because of it, though. Nico causes carnage, so he doesn't find his man on the tap back, and you've already lost 2 players.
You can make that 3. Zira is just growing in confidence with every passing second. With every bullet passed into the dome of PWE, that tactical timeout has been neutralized. Already falling 2 of them. So Alfrost and Patsy, who've not really been able to get into this game so far, a minute on the clock, bomb at least next to them to try and retrieve, but TSM are in such good spots. That same boost that we've seen a couple of times already for Acor, allowing him to peek down with the Scout. Love the aggression as well. Like, Val is just getting out quickly through Cave and Nico there alongside him. They've took enough time to try and bait as if they've gone to the other side of the map. But the fact that Zyphon is making moves around on the flank, he knows that they haven't bypassed back towards A. He knows they're still clumped on the B side. And Patsy's taken the scout shot. Drops to 29. Artfrost at least picks up the 1 kill onto Valda. But it's the expendable MP9. And with 10 seconds left, they're going to have to try and pressure forward and force this bomb plant down. I think they'll be able to get it as well. The flanking contingent's not quite in just yet. Patsy in a 1-on-4. Picks up one, but Zyphon shuts the rest of it down. And TSM will double up. Ties back to 2 apiece.
And Zyphon, he's been super impactful in this series, but also very vocal. Feels like another commanding voice in the team. You could see even as soon as he jumps on the bomb for the defuse, communicating with the squad, very animated with his hands as well, and how he's talking to them. Absolutely manhandled on the opener though. They had rifles, but until the bitter end, it felt like we didn't really see much from them. 3 players remain alive for TSM. That was a bit of a bonus for them, so now they can dump the funds and reinvest with actual firepower to play with, whereas for PWE, it's 1 AK in the hands of Patsy. Fair enough, he's had some crisp openers on the T side. Rest of them, though, just pistols to support. You talk about Patsy, shows up instantly. All right, that's the win out versus Zyphon, so cooling him off into the 5th round.
Needs to be built upon, though. Getting 1 kill is all well and good, but what can you do with it? And Nico says nothing. You are not going to be able to deliver. Artfrost has been dropped the AK though in the meanwhile to pick up the pace and does catch Sierra, who just tossed the smoke down onto the lane. Problem though is that although Artfrost is up close and has the bomb under his control, he is isolated and segregated from Belchanok. He'd like to have him there, if nothing else, as a bit of a bullet sponge to shield away the incoming damage so we can get the plant down. Belchanok is desperately hoping that someone tries to wrap around the side and get up lane via the ramp. But TSM are not biting down on this. They have Nico that's up close. They have the flank covered as well from Valda. And Acor is watching from CT spawn. All of the initiative needs to fall on PVision's shoulders.
Nico knows. He's seen Belchanok, full visual contact. They can play together here. Acor holds for the run out on CT. Walking up, bites his time, but fires out the warning shots. Now they know about your position. Angles to be paranoid about, swings up on his own. Oh, Artfrost fighting demons in his own mind here. He's got to show up massively. Caught on the reload, but can't commit to the kill. Valde still alive. Goes back in. But as he throws the clip into the AK, he'll slay. Artfrost hits the DECK, and TSM win out on the retake. The IGL for TSM there, leading by example. 3 kills and a 3rd round.
I thought Artfrost had unlocked the path to success. He waited for the magazine to deplete, then tried to cross to the long side of the site and play from a different angle, but then re-peeked, anticipating that he would catch Valda in transition. He did, but the Dane was too fast on the draw. The fact that PVision get a post plant down in that round and a couple of kills though is still pretty valuable. Money is good for TSM, but it's not fully erupted just yet. And with full rifles coming up, including an AWP for Artfrost, they can quickly cut them back down to size. Sierra playing for it as ever. Kiko just runs around the corner, completely dry and just nails him. Sierra just didn't seem to connect the dots that he was getting pushed into. There's no defenders dealing with the post plant though, and so therefore Nico just runs out to the open and deals the damage to the bomb planter. Such an awkward state of affairs, this back and forth favoring PVision for the time being, but no longer the case as Zyphon's picked up a second AWP and put it to use.
They wanted to go out as well. They wanted to give this up, run back. They thought they had space towards mid-side with the wrap-off. Didn't feel comfortable on the bomb site. Oh no, Kickert trapped with a Molotov as well. The Incendiary sends him off to the Burns ward. And this round is going up in a puff of smoke for PVision. You were on the bomb site. Man was 1 second away from the plant. You get swung out. There's no control, no assist. And as Acor finishes it, TSM take a 4th. PVision. It felt like they had themselves space to work with. How was he allowed to get out, fight through cave, get that kill? No trade. And this was the entry, like Sarah, it felt like he gave her way in, right? KitKat's playing on the angle for the peek round towards longside, so can't see on the run out. Nico deals the damage onto the bomb planter. Incendiary comes in with such low health for KitKat, and he's barbecued.
There's going to be some serious words, though, from Belchenok to his teammates. Like, guys, I'm planting and no one's covering me.
Yeah.
He just rushed out of cave and shot me in the side. Like, how is that allowed to happen? And that changes the entire rhythm of the round. If the post plant goes in, they get the bomb planted down, like, they can start to retrieve in these different angles of crossfire. They don't have to get sucked out into this weird engagement with utility flying all over the place. They've just got to try and detox from that one and put it out of their minds and focus on this, the 7th round, but it started the same way. Acor popping off and Xiphon supporting him, although the bomb gets dropped down on the deck. They're going to be able to retrieve it for the time being, and Nico, who's been absent for most of this best of 3, now starting to show himself as quite a player. However, a 2v4 quickly dissipates. Oh, with a minute left on the clock, Alpha and Artfrost still in the fight, still able to maybe clutch this round.
And we said Ancient will probably have some scrappy Counter-Strike. That's what we're seeing right now. Really messy rounds, back and forth trades, always down to moments of madness. Artfrost again looking frustrated, and it's all on him. He's in the 1 versus 2 here, 40 seconds on the clock, so much noise. Serra knows he can just hold, War peeks it, round's gone. Again, such a weird one. Like, you had an opportunity. They really did have a chance. That's 2 rounds back to back where they were answering. They were finding kills.
It's a valiant attempt to try and pull this out of the fire, considering they lost 2 players in middle. Once again, Xiphon and Acor are picking up the brunt of the impact. Squeaking out 4 Galils. But they have no nades. They've already used their smoke in Red Room. They only have a Molotov left with so much time left. So fully investing in firepower. And saying, we've got to get entry kills and we've got to get them clean. Otherwise, we lose out once again. Trying to execute with no smokes or flashes at this point just feels like such a difficult endeavor for PVision.
Sarah's just jump spotting it, so as soon as he gets contact, he's just going to throw the smoke down, try and stall the push inwards. Didn't see Patsy, so he's only got visual contact onto 1 player, but you're expecting them to just go for the run-in because there's been no noise towards mid-side. And they had the boost on the back of Donut as well, so I had crystal clear vision there. No real reason for the adjustment as well. Like, they can't trade off the back of it. So Belchenok, he went in for the solo play, bested out by Nico. About 40 seconds left on the clock here. The nades were gone hours ago in this round, it feels like. Smoke fades, they're ready for the clash. So Valde falls in the advanced angle. It is a 4v4, but you've only got 30 seconds to get out, and the crossfire's there. The Incendiary comes in. You're going to take so much damage on the run out or be trapped inside where you can't assist Patsy, and he's the one that's got to get on the bomb site. You know they're close in cave now, so the Incendiary's going to rip in. It will slow down the push. Patsy's good with the first. Bit of a dink there on Xiphon, but he's still standing, and Serra's able to follow up as well. Stereo kills all over the bomb site. TSM down to the bitter end. They lose 2 players, but they get the round, and this is a 6-2 lead.
That's where you typically expect someone on the side of PVision here, like maybe KitKat, maybe Alpha, to pick up like a smoke, a couple of flashes, and a Tech 9 or something. Just so you have something to play with on the approach. Now, I understand why they've done it in terms of going for the firepower with max round loss bonus. They can come back with another buy here, with a much better buy. As you highlight, already 6-2. TSM off to the races with a really solid CT showing so far. And PVision struggling. And again, this time it's Belchenok that's just kind of gone off the boil. He's been solid in the first 2 maps, but 2 and 7, not really any impact. He's down at 27 ADR.
As much as they had some nades coming into the round with just shy of a minute left on the clock. It's almost bone dry again. It's just Artfrost. It's got the one smoke for the setup, and Belchenok with a flashbang for the pop-on entry. You want to split push up again. Try your luck on the B bomb site. It draws out the utility from the CT side. You're not forcing them out of position. Nico playing on the edge of the Molotov. Assists Zera for the first pick, but Kicker gets a quick 2K back. Acor's here. Artfrost? He spammed down Alpha. What?
Oh, wow.
Did he turn thinking someone was ramped? Just banged him out?
I guess we'll have to see a replay on that one. That is a very strange outcome. And it could have disastrous repercussions and consequences. It would have been a 4-on-3. Oh, Valda got jump scared, leapt into the air, panicked and got found and fragged out. And now Zyphon holds on to the defuse. It could be a full defuse. A full 5 seconds have passed. And TSM take the round. The team kill has crippled PVision. And if they weren't tilted before, you better believe they are right now.
I'm gobsmacked. Like, what went on there?
I can only assume that he just panicked and got crept up on, and there was no comms. Like, I don't know. Artfrost seems a bit dejected as well, doesn't it? Like, it's incredibly bleak just looking at the body language of all 5 players. Here we go. Let's have a look.
Oh, okay. He's trying to spam the smoke.
Yeah, it's not as bad as we initially thought it was. It sucks.
Oh man, it makes sense now in context, but obviously for the outcome of the round, it's rough. It felt like, again, as well, like he was trying to activate off the back of it, realizing like I really need to do something in this round now, like I've got to go huge. Tries to take the engagements, he's looking to fight. You talk about fighting TSM, this is what they've been doing on their CT side. They feel so confident going for these rushes down, using the nades into the engagement off the back of it. Acorn misses the shot, it's hitting Scrappy on the bomb site, super messy CS. Artfrost with the AK, clashes back onto Valde. He could break this wide open, try and hit the flick. It's a miss, but Zyphon's in the back to be the insurance policy. Acor win this one, and you would send PVision into a world of hurt, but Belchenok bests him. They answer back going for a similar play. Quick burst onto the B site. It's messy, but it works. It's a round.
A little flick to the top from Acor at the end through the smoke. Was he faking like he was about to pop flash himself? It looked like the kind of maneuver you would go underarm. Nice! I'm not sure if he was trying to play the mind games or not. Maybe I'm just looking far too much into that play. Regardless, though, it's going to still go the way of PVision. Yeah, that team kill kind of shows that there's maybe a certain level of tension and anxiety and panic that creeps into the players. You can understand why it's such a massive game for their careers, for their lives. Nico's going to get caught with the smoke. And Kicker will not give him a chance to retrieve his position. There will be no retreat, no surrender this time around. Artfrost breaks a deadlock from his own perspective, and it's Acor that's sent reeling out of the round. Now tons of mollies and flashes alongside it, but Sierra sits in the middle of it and welcomes the oncoming Artfrost with his M4. Suddenly TSM are in with a chance of this round. Sure, Sierra is low, but the way he's been playing, brimming with confidence. He's capable to pull it off. He's now been put down where he stands, but Valde's there to deliver, and Zyphon takes the kill into Kicker. This round now awkward. Belchenok's had a rough start of it so far on Ancient, but he needs to pass this test with flying colors, or PVision in real trouble, and he gets caught in the side. Frag down from Valda, picks up the kit, and enough time for the defuse.
PVision thought they had found the weakened knee. They wanted to abuse it again and again with these quick hits towards the site, keep them guessing, make them think they're not going to go for it again. One too many times, Nico has been caught in transition as well with the smoke towards cave side. It's like the first time we've seen him die in that kind of position. And the response back, I mean, they pull it off. Valde getting away with kills he's got no right to. Either knew where the kit was for the quick pickup, knows he can defuse it. Soul-crushing rounds. Whereas for TSM, they're going ballistic. They're screaming. The comms are good. They're racking up the rounds in their CT side campaign. And PWE, it's all B bomb site. A doesn't exist right now.
That's true, isn't it? Like, they really have just not looked over on this side of the map at all. I think maybe one round out of 11 played so far has seen action over on this side of the map, and now we're going to see Zyphon try and hold fire. He does have backup, though. The buddy system is good, but Sierra and Acor hemorrhaging health. Blood spilled on the ground, but Patsy also is in the same bracket, in the same position himself, and TSM may be just on the edge of taking a 9-3 half on their CT side. It would be a phenomenal showing, all things considered, after getting smacked down on Dust 2 to kick this series off. They've shown great grit, tenacity, and resolve to get to this point. Led in part by Zyphon, but Sierra definitely needs to have his flowers as well for how he's conducted himself on Vertigo and now Ancient.
He's been looking really good the longer the series has gone on. Acor is removed from his angle by the Molotov as well. But he's got a peek again. The flames have faded, but the heat is still coming. And it's Kicker that delivers the killing blow. Looking for more. Hardened in these sort of situations as he gets another one, looking for the spray down. Zyphon might win one, but the duel and the round goes the way of PWE.
Well, they at least end the half as they started it in winning ways. Keep in mind, off the 4 rounds they picked up, 2 of them with a pistol and the second round, and then everything just came apart. However, you also have to say, in the rounds they lost, they did get the plant down 5 times.
Yeah.
Which quite literally shows you that they were getting tons of opportunities, tons of options to maybe pick up another round here and there. I think they'll look back on this Ancient performance, assuming that they don't win from this point, and they'll be full of regret of what could have been.
Locked into the one-on-one conversation here. Valde discussing an awful lot with Zyphon. Now looking across, you can see the hand up there from the coach as well. Radiant wanting to get his piece out in this limited time you have available. Always one of those underrated elements of coaches. You have to be able to articulate in a very short space of time. Only having those periods between rounds and between halves. Right then. 4 rounds down. Could have been an even worse scoreline. PWE, they move to their CT side. We know some of these players. This is where they play their better CS. But for TSM, that duo of Zyphon and Sarah. A scary element to have to contend with, and it's been all B bomb sites, so why would we move away from it? Right up the ramp, they go running on in. Kicker has been domed in the face. He's low on health, overwhelmed, but still gets one. Problem is, it flips straight back. The T's taking map control quick and putting them down in the dirt. One by one, PWE blown to bits.
And they've been stuck behind a smoke as well, and Belchanok takes a stray bullet from Nico. Art Frost's position is pretty much known at this stage. And TSM will be dialing in this second pistol. There is no way forward for PWE. Ideally for Art Frost, it sucks that this is his best case scenario, but just hold on to the Kevlar and the Julies. And he may not even be afforded that luxury. It's a real scrappy one, but he gets the upper hand onto Nico. And is able to delve away and hold on, but it will put TSM into such a strong spot. A commanding lead of 9-4. PWE may force into this round, and if they do, I mean, they're eyeing up a potential 11-4 before they can get rifles back in play again. This is a terrifying spot to be in. When you led this series, you had the ascendancy in this elimination match, and now you are well and truly up against it.
For Kicker, you come into this RMR cycle looking for a return to the majors, the last attendance back in 2022 when he picked up his major trophy. And at the end of this map, if it's a loss for them, that streak of not being back will continue. And Patsy, he's been fighting so hard in some of these rounds. Arfrost super quiet on Vertigo here, living the high life with some impact, 12 kills. But the rounds, the real commodity of the game, that's all TSM's. And the difference of the tempo is they won't beat their head again and again on the B-bomb site. They play with the pace in the first round, then grind it right back down. Put themselves into a position here where you can see if PVision give you an opening pick. Get a read from the round, use the utility, go for the late execute on the B site, smoke off the donut, smoke off CT, and then run in with a barrel of flashbangs on top. 3 players situated there this time. Double up from Alpha, Art Frost, and control of donut from Belchinok.
It could be a ruse, however, because they're now starting to shimmy their way back up on middle, trying to draw away rotational elements and let Xiphon cook. This is a fake. They want the B site again. Even when they pretend to go A, it will end on the final destination of B regardless. And although Patsy's up close in the cubby, he needs the backup right now. Kicker's coming in with his Julies, spamming up the wooden panels. In goes Acorn, his incursion to the site, looking to intrude and pluck out all these defenders. Alpha and Belchinok, though, are keeping this round alive by the slimmest of margins, but their positions are now compromised. They are known. Shira round the side with the AK. He's going to get the drop onto Alpha, and that puts the FAMAS up against the world. Molotov goes out, but Valda comes in and seals this round up. TSM take 10 and break PVision's economy in the process.
That's even with them getting the rotate off just in the nick of time as well. It's like 25 seconds left on the clock. They're able to get the full grouping back over with even the backstab that finds impact inside a cave. Viscera, the shot through the smoke, absolutely fantastic. This is it here. Connects onto Artfrost, the man that's been given it large. These rounds are breaking them. The difference of emotion, the human element of Counter-Strike here in the RMR is what it means. The dream to fight on versus the soul-crushing reality of losing rounds like this. It's really starting to wear them thin. And for TSM, you can play a real slow round out of this one. You know, you've broken the bank. It's 2 5-7s, a deagle, no nades whatsoever. A nades on Ancient, man. It can be the difference in so many situations. For them, they can play a real slow drive-by, go for a contact, look for the post-plant. You're gambling. It's a 50-50. Heave a bomb site. They walk in towards A. You might be into a position to make a play with it, but they're going back towards B.
11-4 is to be coming right up as anticipated. PVision may want to hold on to the Kevlar, but realistically, there's not much else to save. Deagle 5-7s. Might as well go for a couple of exits and see what happens, but yeah, I mean, this round is a done deal. You can tag this one up to an 11-4 lead. TSM on the fast track to survival. Awkward spray from Valda, but the Galil allows him the extra 5 bullets, and he uses each and every one of them to get 2 of the remaining PVision players. Xiphon having no chill with his Galil, his aim still on point. Razor sharp, nice headshot from Nico as well. So TSM dial it in, no survivors in this round for PVision. And this is pretty much, you'd have to think, for all intents and purposes, their last chance. Their last opportunity to claw in and force TSM to work for it. And they will be calling their first tactical timeout of Ancient to make sure they're all on the same page and ready to put this one to bed as quickly as possible.
That's the gravity of the situation that we're facing here for PVision. You got your hands on the strong weapons, an arsenal that you can contend with. Offensive utility alongside the defensive as well, and the smokes there being passed back and forth, setting themselves up with the best possible spawns. Seemed like they had those primed, potentially expecting a faster play towards B, get the early default smoke off, block off the doors. Round 16 coming up. There's the opening smoke. Block off mid, block off the B doors. Red room also going to be restricted there. It's a deep Molotov. Could play around the edge of it though. Acor straight in, running on out. Patsy does not want the heat on this one.
Oof, nades consistently landing down on the bottom of lane, doing significant damage. Acor drops to 13, but they are undeterred by this presence. They still continue to drive forward. Step by step, closing the gap onto PVision.
looking to onslaught and now picking up the pace. Planting that bomb down, but it does get denied. Valda standing tall, delivers onto Alpha and funnels away the CTs. Just strong-armed into a retreat. And although there's plenty of health bars looking grim on TSM, PVision have to save. 8 elimination points beckon.
Kicker had to find impact. It's the only way. It's a different story. He's going to be kicking himself as well because you could see how frustrated he was with some of the other round losses they've already gone through inside of this game. So many targets. Couldn't finish either one of them, and the nade was right on them as well. Softened them up massively on the initial hit up ramp. But TSM, they take their 12th. One away from staying alive in the RMR. The exact opposite will be the outcome for PVision. And like you said, they just had to save it. There was no other outcome in that round. Run the risk of going for it, lose it, you know it's guaranteed that you're going to go down because you won't have any cash.
Yeah, that's Kicker's perspective, and as you said, man, like he had to have a lot of impact on the approach, and they just didn't. As blunt as it is to say, he did not have the level that he would have been hoping for. You could see the disappointment, and now the panic, the realization sets in, the bell begins to toll. Will you get a stay of execution? Good damage early doors, though, for PVision this round. A lot dispersed between 4 players, but the entry frag is forthcoming for A-Core. They don't have to fully commit to this. Pretty isolated, the bulk of the Ts. Sierra's on the extremities, now pushing into A main, while the rest of the team is trying to just bypass those smokes that have been deployed just outside a cave. Will we see a fake on B and then get hit onto A site? Perhaps not after the frags found by Valda.
This might come back to haunt them as well, because as much as you get the pick onto the A player there from Arfrost, he might not know the true picture of the round. Valde's walking in. You've already got 1 kill off the back of the double molly into the frag. There's no response from Belchinok. Valde, vicious, rips them to shreds, tattered and torn are the dreams of PVision as they are knocked out of the RMR. It's TSM, digging deep, fighting to the third, and Valde, with some great plays at the end there, gets it over the mark. TSM stay alive.
That's a phenomenal final round for Valda. One of the first times we've seen him properly erupt in this best of 3 and save the best for last. The mantra. Yeah, devastation on the side of PVision, understandably so, and they'll look back at that first map and they'll think of what could have been. They dominated on Dust 2, pipped to the post on Vertigo, and never fully got started off here on Ancient.
Opportunities, rounds where they caught timings from Nico again and again on the fight through cave. The B site hits, always playing for those aggressive openers, but when it comes down to the crunch, it's TSM that are able to get it over the finish line. The dream for the Major only just beginning though. You survive your first in the elimination, their first win in quite some time as well. Both of their LAN performances were here at the RMR. None played outside of that in the past 6 months following the player break. 2 losses, 3D Max best them on Vertigo, VP best them on Ancient. But this time around, when their backs are against the wall, they find their first win. And it's a 2-1 split against PVision, 13-4 on the third map. Valde up top and fairly played, man. Huge rounds.
Yeah, it started off with Sierra and Zyphon being sort of the orchestrators of PVision's doom, but it ended up being Valda. You can see 4 kills in the last round. He had, what, 8 kills in the last 4 rounds?
Yeah.
So it was finished incredibly strongly and put PVision to the sword. But like you say, Jackie, you've managed to navigate 1 survival matchup, but there's 2 more where that came from, and we have some very scary teams in that 1 and 2 bracket, including Eternal Fire.
It's even harder than that as well, right? With the decider matchups that we have, Vince, like your journey really is just beginning. That's your first stepping stone in a very, very expansive affair you've got to go on. It needs to be back-to-back-to-back victories with some shaky scenes that we saw from them throughout this series as well. Like, if you do that up against another opponent like we've seen that are definitely higher caliber of opposition, you won't be afforded those same chances.
It felt to me that the PVision were kind of in their own heads. We already discussed that Art Frost was like consistently looking kind of just tilted or just uncomfortable, and of course that's speculation, but you could see something wasn't quite right. And then you had team kills, you had Kicker kind of getting tilted towards the end, and I don't know, maybe their own worst enemy in the end of this one, unfortunately.
It feels like it. It feels like there were certainly chances. They're a squad that's had close results the whole way through their RMR losses, trials and tribulations they were unable to find success in. And here, where your backs are against the wall and you have to show up, it's TSM that best them. We say goodbye to PVision. They're out of the tournaments. Kicker won't be back at the major. Same can be said for Patsy. The other players not getting their chance to get their names immortalized in the game, Vince. But that's it for our first elimination series. Much more to go, though. Keep it locked here. Of the Caster Swap, we'll be back with more games on the B stream.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
And it's time to see if Astralis can stay alive here. They're facing off against Bait. I've got Hugo Byron joining me in a nice blue sweater. How are you, Hugo?
I'm great, Harry. Any chance to watch the 0-3 match is always exciting. It's even more exciting when it's the legendary Astralis org facing another missed major. This would be their 4th in a row, Harry. That's not a good number.
No, last time you saw them appear at majors was back in 2022. Since that, the last time they achieved anything at a major, 2019, and that was the end of the Astralis era.
Yeah, it's a far cry from that now as they come up against the plucky underdogs of Bait. But let's talk about Astralis because, let's be real, this is not the roster we expected to see. Bro standing in last second for Device. Really hurts to see. Obviously, Device having to take medical leave right before this event. Wish him the best of luck. Hope he feels better soon. But you know, this Astralis roster in the past 12 months and even longer has been an absolute roller coaster. Cadian finally coming in just a couple of months ago, not even, to take over the leading duties. And now, somehow, he's got his AWP back as well and the old heroic core. So on paper, it almost felt like for a moment we were looking at an Astralis where it's like, wait, Cadian, Stown, Yabby, these guys were good. But obviously, results have been pretty dwindling so far in the RMR. Not even dwindling. They started sour, and they might end sour if this Ukrainian underdog team can take them down. But on the flip side, I actually had high hopes for Bait in this event.
I think a lot of people did.
They've had a really good run recently. They were at ESL Challenger Katowice. They managed to come second place.
Grand final there where they lost to Saul.
Yeah, got some legit wins as well in that. They beat Eternal Fire in a BO1 and a BO3. And even prior to that, were in Elisa. They beat Nip. Not that that means anything nowadays. But their results online, their results recently have actually looked really, really good.
Yeah.
And they come here and what's going on?
When you look at the teams that they've been able to beat on the run-up to this event, it is squads like your Eternal Fires, your Gamer Legions, Sinners, you know, a bunch of these kind of Group A squads. Yeah. Bunch of the guys in Group B as well have also been on the receiving end of the pain from Bait. And then it kind of falls flat. They have a disastrous opener, 13-1 to Spirit. But that was Spirit in like really good form and Donk like looking super confident, which obviously didn't keep up for the rest of the day, as we now know. But I don't know, it was in that follow-up game where you leave it feeling a little bit underwhelmed for Bait.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, they probably have a lot to try and prove here if they do want to try and course correct and go from the dreaded 0-2 reverse sweep. Astralis on the other side of things, certainly a beatable opponent for them. So in terms of, you know, how you see this one panning out, what are you thinking?
Don't ask me for a prediction.
No,
I'm off the record.
I'm not asking for a prediction per se, but give me some like win condiciones for either side.
If this was like a
Spanish.
If this was like a normal game and not an 0-3 game, I would like to think that like I maybe lean in the upset potential and go Bait, you know, looking really solid coming into this event. Maybe they can make a run, but I don't know. This is where Astralis absolutely should come through and win this game, even if it is a scrappy 2-1 affair. Harry, it takes everything they've got and they squeeze it out over the line with, again, I want to give them the caveat. It's like a roster that doesn't even really exist. It's not going to exist. Presumably, Bro just joined in last second to try and prove himself as an individual.
Yeah.
And I think also big respect to Bro for that, because I'll just say it like it is. Bro got screwed over by Astralis.
Yeah.
And now here he is doing them a solid.
Well,
he could have said, nah, I'm not coming. I'm not doing that. But he's a real one. And he showed up on LAN to try and help them qualify to the major. Now, do I think Astralis have a hope in hell of making the major? No. But I think they kind of need to win this game to have something positive to take home from Shanghai.
Thank goodness Bro was able to recover from that mystery illness.
Yeah,
you know?
True. It was not long lasting, I heard, but you know, took his vitamins, Harry.
Yeah.
Have you taken your minerals this morning?
No.
Oh, might need to get on that. Mirage, Nuke, Ancient are Veto for today. Bait going for the Mirage pick. Astralis, Danes on Nuke. Danes love Nuke.
I like this because there was like a potential where Bait could have lent into Dust 2, knowing that it's been a sour map for the Astralis squad as of late, but it's not a particularly good map for Bait either, and I like that they play to their strengths as opposed to trying to play to your opponent's weaknesses, and I think Nuke makes a lot of sense in that. It's a map that you yourselves feel reasonably comfortable on, and it's one where, especially with essentially a stand landing, you know that Astralis could suffer there. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I like that Bait went for that and didn't kind of get baited into the well, there's gonna be more of that.
Workshopping that. All right, love watchers, hate watchers, tune in, lock in. Astralis v Bait for 03 in Group B of the European RMR. It's been a spicy group so far. Let's see if it gets any hotter, Harry.
It certainly could.
Who knows where
this was like a fake start in the pistol round. So
it's a live round, though. It is still live. I want to see a big game from Stown and Yabby today. I think they absolutely need to prove themselves. Obviously, again, part of this problematic Astralis moment in time, but oh, what? That was a clear. That was a Kirk clear. Alex comes up cat instead. Stown needs a shot here to stop them from overwhelming the B bomb site, but they jump past him. Nice catch in the site. It's Bro with a tap. Gets overwhelmed. 2v2 now. Astralis are low.
Stown, front man up through short.
Whoa.
Had a chance to catch Alex there out in the open. It's the damage that was done earlier to Stair that's going to leave a lot of this on Stown. He's got to accomplish something here, swinging out from short and looking for that kill to bring them back in. Stair watches on from afar.
Easy.
Stown dead and Stair walking wounded. 10 HP and they've got no reason to fight him here. So Bait off to a great start as they secure the pistol. That's in spite of that crazy fight over towards the connector, not going their way. They managed to get past Stown, up through the catwalk.
And sure, right? Like, again, caveat, the fact that Astralis are just fielding a roster that they can to come here. But I think even in these kind of games, that's where there's going to be a lot of freedom for Stown and Yabby to play how they want, to play in that old heroic Cadian style, to be very aggressive on CT sides, to hopefully pop off today. I think these players are, without a doubt, required to play well in a matchup like this, where at the end of the day, Astralis is a favorite, and Bait are struggling right now in this tournament. Doesn't help that, of course, Stair had a bit of a horrible day yesterday, at least in that first game on Nuke. Stepped up a little bit more on an Inferno against Sashi, but to no avail. But I'll be keeping my eyes on these supposed Danish superstars, because we've seen them make those deep runs. We've seen them in playoffs with MVP performances. So let's see if they can channel some of that form in this matchup. Bait playing very patient. Tucked in top mid, 3 guys. MPL having a bit of a poke around on B. Very loud on the camera. You can see the motor mouthing. He finds that B pick, but it's all a fake out. Cadian spots him. Nice shot from Cadian's scout. He gets out. MPL's just cleared B though. None of this matters. Bomb's coming back safe.
Oh, Stair, that fight. Won't be able to win it. And with the bomb heading over towards B, there's no hope now for Astralis. Oh, ho, ho.
Kurtka.
All right, Yabby. Hoping he can get out with the gun here, but they are wrapping him. They're in behind him, and they're facing him from short. So Yabby is getting boxed in here. Getting out of the round with this Galil. Starting to feel like wishful thinking as they've got him in a box. One quick kill from Yabby. Oh, he hears the flank over the stairs, but there's head trick to keep it all in check. Still, that ends up being a very expensive round for Bait.
Devilish. One eco for the Danes. And Bait just charge out middle. Astralis full stack on the B site. Pretty normal round here on a low eco, near full eco. And there's definitely a chance Bait could walk into this, but right now they're probing con. The map is very quiet. The quieter it stays, the happier Bait are as they clear out more positions and set themselves up for a plant. Very methodical. And I think you can view Bait almost in a similar, but not quite the same reign as Passion UA, who we talked about a lot yesterday after beating Spirit. You know, a team that's grinding, a team that plays a lot of games online. They've already got 320-something matches, or maps, sorry, played this year, online mostly. But definitely with some LAN experience as well, in decent events. So it's a team that has the reps, and that's very helpful in knowing how to stay focused, not get tilted. You lose some awkward rounds, some awkward games, it's going to happen. But also have a deep playbook. Oh, this is weird. No, it gets out with one. But yeah, having a deep playbook, being prepared for all styles. When you're grinding in the Tier 2, Tier 3 European region, you're going to have a lot of things to fall back on. So I think that's very helpful for Bait in a game like this versus a team that hasn't, barely played together in this full 5, right? The rumor was that Astralis, they knew maybe a few days before Device announced that he wasn't attending, and so they had been playing some pracs. They were trying to get this together, but probably no more than a week. Important first rifle round here for Astralis. Nice start.
Running towards B though.
Oh.
That smoke might just send them away. That's made it very awkward, bro. Good timing on the deploy of that. To slow the roll, it's the util and apartments that sends Bait packing. Back to the drawing board now. Looks like they're going to try and link up with Alex other side of the map as he's still working through Palace. So they've left options open here of Bait. But they're going to need that kill that kind of tips the scales in their favor. And it looks like Astralis' plan on re-clearing mid.
Oh.
Bomb now away from Bait, and with only 40 seconds left, it falls to Alex. That's a quick flick back up for Stare. So Astralis are on the board now.
Yeah, fantastic beginning. Stown playing the smoke spam, and Astralis hearing Bait leaving. I think the dink that Yabi gets really helps. And so they re-push mid as a unit. They take the brawl. They win it out. Some nice adjustments for Astralis. Get their first round on the board. And even Bait's money isn't perfect here. We'll have to cover? We'll have to suffer.
There you go.
Two words at once. I have to suffer a couple of losses.
All right, little timeout there as it looks like little headset issue by the appearance of things. Of course, it's for Bro.
Can't catch a break. Bro thinks he's on the team.
Okay, that's actually fine. That's good. That's good in this
scenario.
Yeah.
It works, doesn't it?
It works on like many levels.
That's what I'm here for.
No, I was having a little look because like Device is someone who's had to be subbed out a few times across his playing career.
Sure.
The thing that's like wild is that like back in Go, obviously very different era for Astralis, but even going like past the Astralis era when he would be subbed out, they would often find success. Like
without him?
Yeah.
I remember that event Dupree was main oping and he popped off.
Well, like if I list some of the subs to you, you'll understand the time frame we're working on here.
Okay.
Pimp subbed in back in ECS. That was kind of in a good time for the Astralis squad. Yeah. Dennis stood in for them.
God, I don't remember.
Back in Blast Copenhagen.
Swedish Dennis?
Yeah. And they made a playoff run there.
Wow.
Rabino, obviously,
classic.
Became a bit of a career sub.
Oh. God, Cadian.
Stood in at one of the 2 events he did for Device. They made playoffs again.
Are there more?
Yeah.
Keep them coming.
Christo, this was in 2022.
Okay.
Stood in, and once again they made top 4 in Espo.
Sure. Different beast now, different game. Oh, bro. This is ugly though, because they're in B and they've got great positions. That's too far for Essential. Could have just tucked in, went too deep in the market. They swing together, but an ugly shot for Kurtka. It's on Stown and Stare trying to move in quick. Alex can play this bomb, just bait out head trick right now. He's got a 1v1 available in this tuck position, and he takes it. Easiest round of his life, and he swings. No kit, no rush. Take a deep breath. And Bait a 4-1 up. God, it's like Bait tried to lose that round. They did everything they could to try
Alex
to lose
was there
round.
as a reasonably safe pair of hands.
He swung. He tried to lose the round.
So Bait with a 4th.
That hurt for Cadian. That was a brutal entry. They see that under smoke, they know what that means. This ain't Go no more. You can't get Dennis. What's Rabino even up to?
Cheeky laugh. Here we are, Bait with the util over towards A. Stare tucked in under the palace. I need a bit of support. Stown tries to provide it. Running through that smoke's done a lot of damage, but Bait steamroll through those 2 site defenders, 3-on-3. Alex has looked good to start this game. He's going to go up and over into the spawn, but Cadian's waiting for exactly that move. Now a gun retrieved for Bro. Oh, and PL, just the one and done. Bro even spots head trick. They know where the last man is, and that makes life very easy for Yabby. Astralis managed to collect themselves, come in for the retake, and they stick the landing. Big orb shot from Cadian. You feel like that was kind of a defining moment of the round. Not only does it then arm Bro as he's coming out through the spawn, makes him more dangerous, but it stops just that tidal wave of Bait that was washing over the A side.
Cadian's not prepared for that play. They lose the round, right? Alex will get both kills, and Cadian's reposing or setting up util. It's a very important kill for Cadian. They snowball, and they find their second, despite some quick entry work out A. And I mean, the anchors both go 1-for-1, so that's what you want to see for Astralis. They keep Bait honest, a rebuy, self-molly. Who was that, Stare?
Yeah, Stare did just molly Cadian now.
I want to play triple. No, you don't. And they've reforced back in, so all on the line here for Bait. Bomb is A. 2 coming under.
Cadian now with trust issues is backed off to the spawn. decides to recommit. But they're already out with the Tech 9s. Good flashes. KD and Zorb again providing these openers for Astralis. There is MPL up in the window. He's been boosted up there. But Yabi's holding for exactly this move. So nothing becomes of it. Stown even runs down Alex over here in middle, and that leaves it all on Head Trick.
Astralis very willing to brawl right now. That's a good sign. They're going to get those kind of fights for bait, and frankly, more proven individuals should be better individuals. Astralis showing up in the gun rounds. Good to see.
КТ контролит. Походу потом прожал. Найс! Найс!
Well, that was the force buy for bait. And it did not go swimmingly. Far from it, in fact.
Drowningly, maybe. Cadian straight to mid with the spawn as well. But it's an eco, so bait just gonna run and gun it to B. Cadian top mid with the AWP on anti-eco. Hey, I admire the confidence. Bro.
Oh, this is his round. This is his round.
Oh, yeah, get him all.
This is his ace. All 5 for Bro. Big smiles, wide smiles. As the MP9 farms up the bait squad.
May not get many smiles out of JKS, but just look at Bro. He's got enough for the two of them. Beautiful.
Oh, that's actually really wholesome.
All right, another rifle round, but not a lot of util for bait, so they need something poppy. Oh, and confidence play for Astralis. This is the Cadian calling we know and love. Pushing right down ramp off the spawn, and they catch it. I don't know how Essential gets a kill. That's impressive. Stairs able to reset. But Astralis 4v4. With eyes on mid, good flash. Stow makes the most of it. Kill and almost 2. Deep in B. They're playing very active, but MPL hits a blinder.
Low on health though, so he doesn't want to commit to trying to take the space, and that nade from Cadian is perfectly timed.
Oh, and look at Stown as well. He hasn't stopped. He's still going for it. Walking out under right now as bait group B. He could still miss this timing, but he should check this. Oh, there it is. Both kills for Stown. Finishes what he did in middle and puts Astralis up 5 with 3 alive. They are building so much money right now.
Yeah.
Astralis are starting to become unstoppable.
And, you know, a lot of the synergies felt better across these last few rounds. You've got the flashes kind of teeing up these peaks. They've been hyper-aggressive. It's that classic Cadian called round with a lot of moving parts, a lot of aggression, faith in the individuals. It's util to help them out on their way.
And good read. 3A. Got stair tucked in. I'm great. I've only got deagles and a bit of Kevlar with no nades. I mean, this is going to be a bloodbath. Is MPL going to once again try and fake out this B site? If he's doing this on the anti-eco, just solo pushing B while his team walk out A. Cadian, easy shot. Oh, look at his eyes though. He's looking at the map. He's got in-game leader brain. He's looking at the map. He's looking at the clock. Is he looking at his crosshair?
MPL takes contact over on B, and then the rest of them explode out on the ramp side. Stair was in a good spot to deal with this, however, and his AK churns through bait.
I don't know how they do it, man. I don't know how in-game leaders AWP. Like, it's impressive. He's won trophies doing that. It's so hard. There's so many things to worry about. You're getting paranoid, Harry. Where are my teammates? What are they doing? What's open? Where's the gap? How much time? He makes it work. Or Stair does at least. 11-3. Great game out of Stair, who started very slow to the RMR.
Yeah, if he's able to keep this up, that's a huge extra piece for Astralis. If your anchor just on the extremity over at A is not letting bait in, that removes a lot of options for the bait squad. Oh, bomb site, in fact. They might have to look for their answers elsewhere. And Astralis are aware of this, right? You've repelled so many of these A attacks. You're starting to think that bait really have to try and take this mid control. And bait were looking to do that at the dawn of this round. They were grouped up heavy for the mid fight. Stown has even pushed all the way up into the top of mid. Spots Alex on the jiggle. Takes the lead. Stairs actually moving in to lend a helping hand. One more man out through lower. Good trade from Captain Kirker. And a clean tap up on Iyabi. When you look at who you've killed here, you've found that Stair push over in mid. Should be able to read that this A site's a little more empty, especially now that you've seen the KD and AWP fire off.
Yeah, he's immediately rotating, though. He knows they're already going to take the space on A, so that reset for the bottom, Kirker's bringing it in. KD keeping the pressure on right now, seeing if he can cut it down. Bro is a long way out, smoked in the connector, looking for an angle from the catwalk. Tap, they try and fight him, they beat him. Cadian. This should be too much, and Headtrick makes it so. Not really talked about Headtrick in this team, or NPL, but exciting to see these experienced players inside of bait. Both ex-Na'Vi junior or youth players, in Headtrick's case. And off to other pastures.
Yeah. Ooh, thinking.
Greener for NPL than Headtrick. Obviously, Headtrick got some time in NIP. Didn't go as well as he would have liked. And NPL leading with a lot of experience playing inside of that Na'Vi team for 6 months. Oh, MPL! Oh, that was very cheeky, but Bro's been a rock at this B bomb site so far. This would be a huge round for bait to come back 4v5, because they started so strong, but they definitely petered out towards the tail end of this T-half. They've lost their big fragger right now. Essential at mid, or at ramp rather, and they come up through middle. Stown stops him in connector. Oh, 2 will do. That's what they say. That's why it rhymes. 2v3 now for bait.
Both these players are knowing about, though, and they're moving into the Astralis double hold over here on A. Gotta find that first incision. Good damage. No kill yet. Leaves it all on just one man. Sent the all out from ramp. Notice he's got one pinned in. There's the flashes. Quick flick up. Isn't able to deal with Bro. And so good util there lends a helping hand to that 3v1 to stop it spiraling out of control, even as both the site players are low. Astralis do pick up the pieces down the stretch here, which is reassuring to see. A little disjointed in the beginning of the game where they fall 4-1 down. But then they embark on quite the streak to go and close out that first half.
Yeah, very nice recovery for Astralis, seeing just a lot looser rounds, right? Stown just fighting middle a lot, getting supportive utility. Got a couple of important multi-kills in that CT side. Bro never let them into B past those first 4 rounds. Stair very active towards the A site as well. Cadian just playing more of the supportive element, not had too much impact himself. But this one's gone to plan for Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, you say about Cadian, right? Like, sure, hasn't put up crazy numbers, but I think he's called a great game. He's moved the pieces around in very classic Cadian manner. And even things like the sort of util to facilitate that got cleaner as the game went on. I remember cutting a Cadian early on the cams, and he was getting frustrated about a flash that didn't come through. That round where he got annihilated in the bottom of mid.
Yeah.
But as the game's gone on, they've really upticked in all of that. So big challenge ahead of Bait here as they move on to the CT side.
Yeah, and at this scoreline, they make a bit of a gamble on B. Hope for the best. 3 players got a bait and switch for Asenthal and a third at the back of bench. It feels like Astralis just wanted to prod and poke this B bomb site and have no intention of committing into it. So it's a retake round. Kurtka in spawn, 4 and 10. Very quiet game for him. He's got the smoke kit. So Bait can offer up a 5v5 post plant, but it just means they have to group CT spawn and all storm in together. Any kill that someone can get on the perimeter, NPL or the captain, would go a long way. Astralis have great positions right now.
Is it going to be a 5-man CT retake? I mean, they don't have window. They can't go anywhere else. They all have to just commit to this fight. They don't have a flash to kind of initiate either, so you really need this opening kill to go your way, and they're going to get it. Bro out on an island, gives one over. Alex able to take the lead even further. Smoke now on the bomb. That kit's not been retrieved yet. Cadian swings wide. This is a whirlwind of a pistol round. Stare. Can't convert. Kit picked up. Bait secured themselves a CT pistol. The 5-man push out through spawn.
Yeah, Bro's the first domino there. Didn't realize exactly how many players were in position, how quick they were going to go. As soon as they get the smoke in, they just storm out CT, and Bro's trying to repause. He had his opportunity in the pre-plant to pick his position. And Astralis fighting from a man down. The smoke causes a lot of commotion in that round. They don't know if someone's sticking, if it's just a tap. And so that's, yeah, Bro knows that's a very awkward mistake. And Astralis pay the price. They go for the force buy with a bomb plant. Heavy Mac 10s going B.
Sentinel might have got the spot. But will that make it any easier? They are flooding him here with a bit of help from Alex. And now that rotate from MPL. This looks to get kept clean. It's only Bro left in it for Astralis. Right, 1 kill secured. Ace gets taken out of it now for Bait. They can't come running through anymore. That nade's going to find good damage. Brings him down really low. There's a flank through the short side for Captain Kirk to try and contain this. Bro.
What?
Oh, picks up number 4. Is it another ace for Bro? Not even meant to be here. Can he be the saving grace? No, wrapped on by Head Trick. Finishes the job, but Bro gives it his all. He was shooting for multiple aces in the opening map of this elimination series. That one more impressive than the last, but 1 kill shy of it.
Yeah.
Still, it's a lot of damage. It's a bomb plant. Do Astralis put their money in again? It feels like they would have everything to gain from doing so.
Always tempting, isn't it? But it can dig you a bit of a hole if you're losing those rounds. Very nice try for Bro, putting that advert up on the wall.
No death slam for Bro either.
No.
Like, I think he knows in his heart that was a damn good try. I was not supposed to win that 1v5. 4 out of 5 ain't bad. Or 1v4.
Yeah, 1v4. Very nice try. It's enough for Astralis to justify a buy. Cadian saving, so he can still get the AWP in the next gun round, but that will be in 3 rounds' time if Astralis don't win this force. It's a scary prospect. That's a risk you're taking with this decision. Head Trick AWP known about, as it fired off in the market. So do Astralis keep that in mind and just go for a standard execute on A to try and limit this AWP? It's back in CT spawn. They've got a CT smoke. So Astralis popping into Captain Kurtka under balcony, or over rather, 4 and 12. He needs a round. He can't do it. One deep by Yabi. Blind shot. Hedrick hits it, and Bait are on.
Good stuff from MPL and Hedrick to alleviate some of this early pressure. Now you can afford to wait the smokes out. A man up in the retake.
I didn't believe that. They were waiting for a lurk on B and in under, but it doesn't matter because Hedrick's just getting fed.
Down not firing off there is pretty huge. He was blind by the flash. Second one comes in, he dodges it, but the swing, triple swung. Cadian left up in this all alone. And no heroics from him. Cut down. Another plant. But Bait take themselves the lead now.
Great round for Hedrick again, right? Just compare those CT AWPs. Cadian, yeah, one round similar. For Hedrick, that's back-to-back big impact rounds, stopping Bro on his way to an ace clutch and finding those 2 shots as Astralis have to get aggressive. They had to fight Spawn. But he's able to isolate very well, and Bait take the lead back. Astralis full buy. They got a bomb plant, they got the damage, but...
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of this is a game where you have a bunch of individuals in the server who have been identified as problems in the past on previous teams. You had MPL, who everyone's kind of struggled to get behind when he was brought into that Na'Vi squad. Hedrick, who was hit and miss, was meant to be the power piece of like that NIP team, but it was a NIP that were like very much failing already.
Yeah.
And then Bro, who, obviously was removed from Astralis. And all 3 of them are, like, topping the charts right now on the server. So, the 3 with the big points to prove.
In a game that neither team feels like they deserve to go out 0-3, right? Like, Astralis still, even with this roster, should be capable of more. And Bait know they're capable of more. They've achieved it recently with some decent land placings against decent opposition. They've lost the worst teams here. So here we go. Contact out ramp. Astralis, you don't even know, Captain Kurtka, what you're in for. 2 out ramp and a Palace player who can swing off the contact.
Down dead early. MPL. There's a lot of damage in middle. It's the fall of Kurtka that's going to lead to this swarming of the A site, but these mid fights have come up in favor of Bait.
Captain Kurtka just looking lost right now. Looking absolutely cooked in this map. Astralis again play for Spawn. It's a good setup. Katie needed that one. He hunts his teammate out to dry. Can he follow up with a kill? Yes, he will. Still one more. Damage done or miss. Cadian running out of chances and certainly out of ammo as the pistol battle gets one out the other way. That is ugly.
Okay, this is actually ugly. Like a really brutal second half right now for Astralis. Bait are winning all these rounds, picking up this steam on the CT side on the streaks. They're never comfortable. They're always on the edge of reset, but they are still winning them. And because of these decisions for Astralis, keep trying to capitalize, keep trying to punish the fact that they've got Bait's money down low. They're all inning all of these rounds, but it means they're always lacking something. You know, they don't have the perfect util sets. They're playing with Galils more often than not.
Sure, but that was the round right there. That was what it's all for. Cadian saved in the previous round on their force to get the AWP, and that's what we get from it. Not what Astralis need right now.
And so now it's another cobbled together, force buy where you're still trying to capitalize on all this early damage. But once again, you come into it with 3 smokes, a flashbang, a molly. That is it in terms of the util you get to play with.
That AWP is not the right device for Cadian. So he's down on a Galil now. And 0 util again, Harry. The prophecy you foretold repeats itself, and Bait continue to build in this second half of their map pick.
Like, and you can feel how problematic it is, because Astralis have the utility to get themselves into a bomb site. They could just never survive the post plant. They're never able to block the sight lines, and every time they tried to fight for CT, knowing that they kind of have to with the lack of utility, that is where Bait have found their success. Oh, Alex.
Oh, he missed it.
Turn.
I think he saw him.
Managed to get up through con, but yeah, he did see something. Captain Kirker,
There we go.
5 kills deep. But is a part of this round as he doubles up and they pinch us down alone in the connector. Bait are sprinting towards the finish line. And this round now, that's worst case scenario for Astralis. Because while you've been super close to breaking through, you've always had Bait's money on the edge, so you've had a reason to be going for these buys. Well, in this one, you don't make a dent. They get out of the round with 5 alive. Astralis are now lacking money with no bomb plant, and your opponent has the ability to withstand a lost round.
Absolutely. They got 4 bomb plants in a row, right, to come into this half, and now that's a first round without it. So dire consequences for the Danes.
That's the nature of those, you know, those decisions to force. It's like every decision is not without risk. And the risk you run is exactly this. If you don't break through, if you never find that round that you're aiming for, you never get to capitalize on all that damage. And so Astralis have to come out with pistols here, give over 11 essentially. The one thing that could help them is they actually have more util in this round than they did in any of their rifle rounds. And so if they're able to use that to get themselves into a site and actually have util left to block and slow the retake down, maybe you're onto something. But Yabi falls early, alone out in towards B, while the rest of Astralis try and work their way up through middle.
Just smoked out.
They've been blocked over a short. Hedrick's caught down as well out on catwalk.
I'm not sure what this round was because they sent a player into B, but their end goal was B. All they did was allow Bait to pre-rotate and get a 3rd player in that bomb site. Doesn't help they get smoked off either. But even if that smoke wasn't there, they're going into the stack. Now it's just Stare fighting for survival. They're chasing him down. Nice D, 2nd shot, almost a 3rd. Kirker puts it to bed. And Bait, anything but. They trade out. They find 11 rounds. And this is the 1 rifle round full for Astralis they're going to get. 6 rounds straight for Bait. This just feels, it's got to feel like a wasted opportunity. Because I'm with you. The justification is there. The buys are good. The plan is good. They actually get into some really nice positions, but they can't close any of them. And they're paying the price right now. They've got to pull 6 rounds in a row. Bait answering the call. Trying to take their map pick.
I mean, this is one of those games where I don't think the scoreline tells the full story to how close this could have been. Astralis was certainly not without chances to pick up this first map. Bait have done a phenomenal job at keeping their composure in these retakes and understanding the risk that Astralis took to open up this second half. The limitations that came with it. We said this already, this could be the only full buy that Astralis gets, so you hope they've got something nice up their sleeve. It's slow mid control.
There it is.
Down opens.
Oh, out under, gone. Head trick blinded off the angle. They're out in the sight. He's going to have to hit some absolute monster shots, and Bro will deliver instead. Top performer of Astralis right now. Cadian's hunting with the orb. That'll do it. Won't survive. MPL. Now the one fighting for exactly that as they come his way.
I mean, the freedom to play the round in the way that Astralis did only comes from having enough of that utility finally to get to do it, right? Problem that Astralis had there was every round you're coming into, you have like 3 smokes. Well, that kind of forces you to go for these set plays. That's why we saw so many of these set pieces out into the A site. Finally, it's left to the mid-rounding, because they have the util to take some space. A bit more left for later in the round, for when you're trying to get into the bomb site, and it looks so much better for Astralis. The big worry is just, has this happened too late? It will not be easy for Astralis to turn this one around, but it's not impossible either. Kind of shadows of all that damage done earlier on still remain, and so Bait come into this with a slightly weakened buy. But it's not to say they can't offer up anything here. They've got the AWP for head trick, rifles on almost everyone. Sential is the guy leaning over towards B on the MP9. That's all well and good. He can make that work.
It doesn't land as tightly as the last one. Actually brings head trick down low when he tries to peek window. Last time he did that, he took 0 damage, so bit awkward here. Beginning to rotate back to the A site, reinforce Captain Kirker, and Astralis have shown a repeated interest in these A executes. Oh my god, look at the gamble. Bait realized you don't have a lot to play with, so let's just play together. Let's just full save if we get it wrong. It's only Alex at B. It's 4 strong on the A site. Astralis are walking into the mother of all stacks.
Head trick doesn't fall off the line once the flashes rain over. He is steadfast in this ramp hold, and if this AWP can make that first incision... Oh, Stown, that is a must-win fight. They are ready for the stack. It's Stown in the Abbey.
Okay.
Making the magic happen. And even though they walk into the stack right into the belly of the beast, they get out with all 5.
That's insane. Some incredible shooting from these Astralis players, and they are looking to take every gun away.
It's a sick shot from Stown to make that work. But I mean, part of the genius as well is in the smoke, right? Like with where they've thrown it, the only angle open is kind of up and around on top of Ticket.
Well, yeah, it's actually it's usually when you throw that
to stop the triple, like
or to stop Ticket holding con with an AWP. So it actually makes it look like you're lurking up connector. So it's really a fake. I mean, I think it's a fake smoke for Astralis. Like, because they have no mid info. We're heavy mid. We're coming up connector through under. But Snare was middle, but he never played. And so Astralis just pop out with some good flashes. But yeah, at the same time, you're right. It does limit the angles that the AWP can play in CT. And they know head trick is sitting CT spawn every round, playing that backline. So it's multi-purpose for Astralis. Pistol pop. Oh, the flash missed.
Who threw that?
Call him out. MPL.
Oh.
All right, a couple of kills, but Astralis are happy with that. They come through with 10 rounds, and this full buy, which won't be perfect, which will lack the AWP, which may even have a problem with getting kits here on the CT side, is kind of a perfect storm for Astralis to take this map away. It felt like Bait were in full control on the CT side, Harry. They were winning all the crucial rounds. They had full control of the economy. Or at least Astralis is on the back foot, but now the Danes' second wind in this map. They can even suffer a loss. They don't want it to get that far, though.
All that early back and forth, the idea that Astralis might have taken one too many risks. Well, it's looking to pan out for them. They had one chance with full rifles, and they made it work fully. MPL up in window.
praise.
Timing on the smoke drop. They lose head trick in the meantime. The fact that they keep besting him, someone who's had a lot of impact for Bait.
They wanted to go B. That's a huge re-smoke for Alex.
What's KD going to cook up?
Just has to go B split now, but just leaving Stair to play late lurk on short. And Bait have read it. They've lost this before, even with the right stack. Still got to hit your shots, and Astralis are sharp right now.
Flashes in from Cadian, trying to tee up. Bro and Yabi's push. Stair coming out from the short side. Bait, 3 players here to hold the line, and they do so successfully. Stair has to try be the difference maker. He's ready for that double swing, but can't flick off in time. And Cadian, here's a shot out from the bench, swung on by MPL, and Bait put their pieces in the right place. Astralis walk into the stack, and this time they're not able to brave it.
And, I mean, I don't blame Cadian for going for a clutch there, right? Like, we know how much of a clutch player he is, and the impact of him winning it would basically be GG there. But that's the only way Bait were going to get an orb, if you give them one. Some lovely gambles for Bait. This one actually works out. They hit map point. They get head trick and AWP and CT on A, and Astralis run through a Molotov up against 12. Desperate times, Hedrick's burning alive. He burns 100 to 0, full blind. Kirker 1 for 1. Bait are going to have to retake yet again.
This was where they did the bulk of the early work here to open up that huge streak on their CT side with these A retakes. Astralis never even take the space though. That's because Cadian goes through the eye of the storm, makes it all the way through the murder hole, and now has control over the rotates. He has opened the runway up for this B play.
Surely Alex does not check this. Not this.
They're going to come through at the same time, maybe? Walks it, checks it, sure. But now life gets very hard for MPL to try and rotate. That whole market area is off limits. Cadian has saved the day in this round. And now, even now, Stair is getting aggressive, pushing up through market to play in tandem with Cadian, holding for the retake. Bait can't move. They are locked out. Cadian has locked the doors. And so it's a 1-round game. Astralis shooting for overtime, and they've got a wounded Bait buy coming up in the next round. If they hunt down even one of these guns, that is a disaster for Bait.
Cadian knows exactly how bad that could be. This chase is so important. 1 kill would have resounding consequences. He forces it. MPL shoots back against his opposing in-game leader, and Bait managed to survive with 2 guns and the AWP in this round. But Astralis, what a mid-round. They get out A, they realize that Bait are throwing themselves into the site, not letting Astralis plant in a 3v3, looking to brawl, and Astralis just bailed. Cadian with so much room. A round-winning move. And he hit that shot like he knew that would win the game. And it just might, in overtime. Astralis trying to fight for it. Awkward misjump. Hedrick's got to try elsewhere.
Captain Kirker on the Palace push, and he's going to hear them juggling this util around. Yappy moving back over, but is this to... He's so suspicious about Palace, and with good reason. Oh, this move from Yappy. It has saved them from the danger that Captain Kirker represented.
No, I don't love that, but... feels like he has a backstab timing.
Now there's only 2 players. MPL, 23 kills deep. the lone defender.
Whoa.
Oh, 2 quick kills. Hedrick's able to help out, but it's all MPL right now. Hedrick's got them boxed in. They can't make it up through Con. Has MPL just saved the day from Bait? Blade always believed in this guy. And he gets to show us why here and now. 4 kills from MPL. Bait, it looked like they were done. It looked like this was going to overtime. NPL has saved them, and he is on for the ace. The nade will find him. It's Hedrick and Essential left up in this one. But MPL has given Bait the ultimate gift. There is no time for Stair to win this. MPL take a bow as single-handedly he secures this map for Bait.
It was done. It looked absolutely cooked. That's a 5v3. Astralis have everything. They're splitting. They know positions. And MPL, out of absolutely nowhere, finds 4 beautiful kills. That is a devastating way for Astralis to lose a game. All of that comeback, that money trade out in the start of the second half, they finally win the economy match. And it all just comes crumbling like that. That was not in the script, Harry.
No, and the fact it's MPL alone getting wrapped on. They're coming out ramp. They're coming up connector.
How?
They dealt with everyone else over towards the A site. Astralis had everything they needed, and MPL.
I just want to watch that round again and again and again.
It is madness. And, you know, we said coming into this, MPL is someone also trying to, you know, rewrite his story. Everyone looked at his addition into that Na'Vi squad as such an odd move, a bit of a poison chalice into a Na'Vi that had been struggling. And, you know, he was thrown in at the deep end, playing alongside some huge names. Yeah. And he never lived up to the hype. And then when he got removed, and, you know, you saw Na'Vi make that change to go international, he joins his Bait squad. And he actually is one of the most experienced players in this team. And my God, did he play like the star here.
Yeah, he brings that experience. He leads his team to victory, and he puts on the individual performance capable of that as well. I mean, that is shocking. We're surely going to get this highlight at the end here. Let's check it out and see exactly how he got away with that. 2 beautiful, clean shots. Turns around. NPL, 4 frags in a 3v5 on an A split. I feel for Astralis there. That is a devastating way to lose the game. That, it just felt like it all happened so fast. You can't even hyper analyze that and just say like, oh, there's a big mistake for Astralis. They did everything right.
Yeah.
They slow crawled
They had
that round.
all the positioning.
They read the flank.
They plucked the extremity players out of the round one by one.
They haven't boxed
till
in.
they're left with a 5-man A split where they have the one guy trapped in sight. But in a matter of seconds, it went from, we're going to overtime, boys, like, you know, prepare for a long match, to, oh my God, it's over.
It was 5v1.
Yeah, MPL in seconds stole that entire map away from Astralis.
And the AWP stuck at B. The other players on Catwalk can't get a fight because they smoke connector. Like, that's literally, he just 1v5'd. He just 1v5'd at 12-11. That's like one of the rounds of the tournament. I don't know how do you come back from that?
They're going to have to figure out a way. They're going to have to...
the whole point
by
here,
the time Nuke rolls around, Astralis can piece this one together.
It is Nuke. It is a map they're comfortable on, but it's also a map they lost in a BO1 to 9 Pandas to start the tournament.
I think, you know...
Wow.
They're trying to play on comfort for Astralis. I always worry when it's Nuke and you have sort of a stand-in in Bro, right? Like, is that a valid reason to be nervous? You've already seen them fall down on this map already. And for Bait, like, it's not a map that they've won a lot, but it's a map they play a hell of a lot. And when you look at some of the wins they do have, some of the close matches they have, it's versus some legit Nuke teams. So I don't think you can underestimate Bait here, especially not with MPL and Hedrick, but mainly MPL playing like that. Like, that was an insane game from MPL.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if he can keep that up as well. What a beautiful match of Counter-Strike. We've got one more. So after a 5-round T-side, the Ukrainian squad put it together and closed it out. It was a great Bait mate, 8 out of 8, and we'll see you after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on my
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
MPL with a lights-out opening map here, just about saved the day for Bait, but now we head to the map pick of Astralis, Hugo. They've picked into Nuke in this series. One that you've seen them have some troubles with the RMR already, but a map that they hopefully feel more comfortable on.
A map not without reason for them picking it. Right back in the World Final, they beat Na'Vi on it. They beat Mouse on it. Sure, it wasn't a good tournament for Na'Vi. They got just owned 0-2, but you know, off the experience recently, yeah, it's a map that Astralis should be comfortable on. But I don't think the map at this point is what matters. It's the pressure of the situation. It's the voices, Harry, in your head, because this is right around the corner from NPL and the boys, the young, plucky Bait team, from eliminating Astralis to miss their 4th major in a row as an organization.
Yeah, even when you look at the individuals within the Astralis squad, considering when the 3-man core were on that heroic team, you'd seen them doing well at majors at the end of go. And sure, it always felt like they were falling short of the glory from, you know, making it all the way to the finals in Rio, even in Paris, making top 4. And then obviously that roster imploding and now reforming on this Astralis squad. You know, you haven't seen those 3 make it to a major in CS2 yet either. And so it'll be the 2nd missed major for that 3-man unit of Katie and Stan and Yabi. And the 4th missed major for the Astralis organization as a whole. The organization that used to be like the premier Danish Counter-Strike org.
It's like the cursed monkey paw. Win 4 majors, but miss 4 majors. I mean, yeah, obviously a very different team to that point. No one on it here that was part of that run in terms of Device not being able to attend this one in Shanghai. But yeah, it's one thing to miss it. I don't think there were high expectations after Device especially announced he was leaving. Or not leaving, sorry, but not attending this event. But to go out 0-3 in the fashion they have, if this does happen, is, I think, the real stinker for Astralis. I mean, it's been a very competitive group, a lot of underdogs coming through with big wins, but even so.
Yeah, I think, you know, even with the caveat the Device couldn't make it, you still just have more expectations on this team and the Astralis organization. Right? Like, I think that's more than fair enough. Hell, even when you look at Stare, who weirdly now is like the longest standing member of Astralis, which is wild to think about, you know, in the server. He's never made it to a major with this team. He's been a part of them for 2 major cycles now. He's a part of that, you know, missing out on the last 4. He's made it to more majors with Sprout.
Oof.
Than he has since joining Astralis.
Don't say that, Harry. That doesn't feel good in my brain.
And, you know, Sprout were able to do it. Sprout were able to get there.
Shout out
But Astralis might not.
Yeah, true. Oh, that's a horrible little...
So when I put it like that,
don't
Hugo...
say that. That's a horrible piece of information, Harry. Don't put that in my head. Flipping the script, though, Bait, you know, we saw them at the Paris RMR, a form of this team, and they went 2-0 up in the BO1s in the RMR in Copenhagen for the Paris Major, and they dropped the ball. They lost 3 BO3s. They were eliminated. They a devastating loss. You see it. You kind of do see it every RMR. A team that goes 2-0 just kind of choke. I think it was 9 did it in... Was it Copenhagen? No, maybe not. Either way, you see it happen a lot, and it does hurt. But right now they're trying to piece together the inverse of that, the reverse sweep from 0-2. And I think this team has come a long way. And even though we were disappointed, we're going to write off the Spirit game. That's Spirit running at you. But the Aurora game was underwhelming. They had a really bad first half, 2 rounds. I think we see really positive pieces in this team. And I think get rid of Astralis, increase some confidence, go into the future games, depending on draws. It's not impossible. Right, it's a team we held to a higher standard coming into this RMR, and even though they've disappointed so far, they've just pulled out a monster win on Mirage, and they're trying to go toe-to-toe on Nuke. So let's see what Bait have got for us here. Because this is the group of upsets. This is the group of underdogs. Plucky young squads. hungry for more.
Gonna try and wrap around the yard with this main smoke in, but Headtrick's in a good position to deal with this. Only good for one. It's essential right now that picks up the double kill and does the bulk of the damage to Astralis to open up this game. Stown and Stare, worlds apart. Good positioning on Stare. What does he want to do with it? Problem is, it's not like he has some element of surprise here as he goes up into heaven. Beta more than aware what Astralis were trying to do, and so they've responded accordingly, taking away lobby control, holding onto the extremities. A player already down in B as well, while Captain Kirk waits back in the lobby. So they're prepared for this to end up on either site. It does, however, mean their forces are spread thin here. Meaning room is given to Astralis. A bomb plant should be more than achievable here. And with Stare in the position to win the round over in heaven, he's in a strong post plant. If Stown is able to harass and, you know, get out with even a kill before he falls, this is a very winnable clutch for Stare.
He's got a great position, taps out the first, and MPL is low. He can't swing just yet. He's got to wait for Alex to close the gap, coming up through the top. Oh, Stare missed the timing, and Alex gets a kill, but still, the kit is down indoors, down repositions. Didn't know where NPL was, and you're right, that bomb is backside. NPL, if he dies instantly, though, none of this matters. He got to buy a few more seconds here, tucked in, stalling the clock, hits the shot, and they get that 10-second stick as well. I thought there was no way with that kit down in main, but Stare hits a very awkward timing, and Stown, a powerful position, somewhat negated by his teammate's death. Unfortunate pistol for Astralis. They make the most of a bad situation. But Bait play that very calm. Great to see MPL not speed out Vent to try and trade his teammate either. That's, if he does that, Alex, no way he can win it.
NPL seems keen on keeping up that strong start. Yard control. All right, Stare has complicated matters a little bit with that scout. Something interesting here is Astralis as well. Even though they get that bomb plant, this time they don't play for the early pressure. Outside of this scout, that's really the only exciting thing for them in this round. And so there's a way this round can feel like a victory without winning anything, and that's just if you're able to get away with some damage here, soften up the money, you've got the good times still ahead of you for Astralis. The turning point for them on Mirage being when they finally got to have a full buy and they weren't playing with crazy limitations. So as they make their way out towards this top site, Scout continues to paint Bait with damage. 2 kills and the bomb makes it down lower. That should be a plant secured here for Astralis. Even more money made. Stare!
What?
Catching head trick, dropping in.
No death call?
They could win this. Astralis, that scout has been worth its weight in gold. Essential trying to close the gap. He's sticking this. Stare, you could stop it right now. P250 lands the dink, gets him off the defuse, and now he's got to look for the kill. Stare can toy with him. The double doors is a strong post plant. Faking again. Essential feels like he's feeling so much pressure here. And so it gets away from him. Stare, a huge 4K, a huge round. On that hero scout, Astralis upset early on.
Beautifully played.
Turns out less is more for Astralis here.
Apparently so. Beautiful round for Stare. I mean, the fake on the door, just about getting him off the defuse of the second left. But where's the dead call head trick? Stare was on his screen, and he drops in unknown. Maybe they thought he saw him? No one says anything. And that's a huge win for Astralis, who didn't even expect to win that round, come through with a good, take over a top bust. You got to save.
Didn't really know what Essential was doing there in the 1v1 either.
Lost. Pressure.
The 10-second stick just seems wild. And like he wasn't covered from anything either. I don't know. I have a lot of questions.
Well, I mean, what can you do there, right?
That
Like
1v1.
when the player has the window and the door control, like they can just play with you. Look at Stage. He didn't even peek. He just double E'd the door and forces you to get off the bottom because he could push you. Like, ironically, if you stick that, it's your best bet of winning the round if he doesn't peek. Like, you can't force the kill. If you run door, he runs window, he jumps out, you're in a ring around cat and mouse game. It's kind of, you're cooked. You're cooked, Harry. Heat of the moment. Astralis clean anti-force, but bait save, so they go again. Astralis very good at the passive lobby outside take. Oh, that's a beautiful clear for Alex as Yavi gets tucked in the corner. Astralis now just kick up the pace. They know that they have full info, so there's nothing wrong with making it clear where they are. Getting aggressive towards heaven, and they can overwhelm the site with some rifles fighting in. I like TKD and let his rifles roam here. He could drop in. So Util coming in, being methodical. Molly in the hut. This is going to have to be a retake with no kids.
And 2 players down the vent. Alex does heat things up a little with that kill. Stound's able to deal with him from heaven. They fly up the vent. Bro now falls as well. Cadian's trying to alleviate some pressure by taking away the hut control.
Uh-oh.
They get run down. MPL finds him. Stound in this all alone. 8 bullets in the AK. 6 shots left. Every shot counts right now for Stound, and he can't convert. The stick is working. MPL holds the bomb, and his teammates cover him. Bait with the reply.
All right, we got a crazy game of Counter-Strike, Harry. That's lock-in. It's going to be insane. We're going to see a lot of these just ridiculous rounds. Eco wins from both teams. I can't believe that. Cadia really trying to force the issue in Hut as well, re-swinging into 5-7s. Astralis are feeling the pressure of this match.
NPL, good spot for him here as the yard smokes are in. Now they will just path on by. Alex burnt to a crisp early on, and now MPL hears the footsteps down at lower. Senthiel's been dispatched to try and home in on this lower bomb site a little bit. He's even got support from Headtrick over at ramp, but they lose Captain Kirka in the meantime. That's over on A. Astralis making in with the bomb, but they haven't cleared out Senthiel. That's one back. Oh, Molly into the back of the site, trying to displace Bro. He swings wide. Deals with the pesky dark player, MPL. Alone down on B. Look at that mini-map.
Is he trying something late, Harry? Is he hanging around for the old Jambo? That's what they call it these days.
No way he gives him a Jambo.
You have to run a long way on this side.
No way he gives him a Jambo.
I think Stairs in position to stop it.
He's going to try. And now you see Alex saving. Now you see Alex
They're
saving.
on it. They're on it. Oh, wait, no.
Oh,
no time.
no time.
I like that he tried. Astralis was super aware of that, by the way. They were like late off of ramp. They were late at a single. The call was don't get ninjured. But I like that he tried. These games are always fun. 0-3 is the loser of this series. Ancient is our final map if Astralis can drag us there. Quick cross outside. Astralis utilizing these smokes round after round. Yabi a little more present in the lobby this time, inside the hut.
MPL here, right place. He's even got Alex here to back him up. And Alex takes first contact. MPL steals himself away, but he's been spotted. A little too wide on the angle, gives over that double kill down in secret. So the attempt to remedy this outside control does not work for Bait. And now Cadian threads the needle perfectly. Hears them drop out from heaven. Captain Kirka is blindsided. Headtrick already needs to think about saving this AWP, and Essential much the same on the M4.
Yeah, that was the call from the get-go as well. It only just gets helped out more by the fact that they killed both secret players pushing. Acadian was always wrapping around the world. Astralis using these smokes, but playing very deep CT. So Bait needs to keep eyes outside right now. Right at the moment, they're just using Heaven. They're just spotting. So very dangerous. Oh, that is a problem. Not surviving that one. Maybe nor this. They're everywhere. It's deathmatch, no ammo though. Doesn't reset here. Stair finds the kill and the AWP for Cadian. Oh, C says no. No AWP. They are playing very loose in the yard, so up against pistols now.
Yeah, I think the pacey nature of the rounds has been helping Astralis a lot. The speed at which they're able to take this outside control, and you feel like the AWP maybe slows that down a bit.
You might see him buy Mac 10 here, to be honest.
Yeah, keep it out of there. Now, Captain Kirka is had a very rough opening map. There's kind of no denying it. And Bait was still able to win in spite of that. The thing that's, I think, sucked in this game is he's off to a slow start again, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily through his own doing. Oftentimes, it's been Astralis finding holes, and he's ended up getting shot in the back a hell of a lot, like in this round from Cadian.
Nice, man. I've got to play big.
But that won't help him feel like he's going to be able to get activated as he starts this one off 1-5. They take the full eco. Kirka on the board.
Wait.
Captain Kirka!
No, not like this.
2 kills off of the USP. Guns retrieved, but that swing from MPL's punished. Another kill from the USP. Oh my god, they've done it on a full eco. Essential and Captain Kirka light up Astralis, just the USPs.
Not even rifle kills, Harry.
Like Sam Fisher. Swinging wide, USP pulled, and destruction the way of Astralis. That is an embarrassing round to lose.
The hitmen of Bait. Bullet in the back of the head. They find out the hard way. Dude, what? How have we had 3 eco wins already in 7 rounds? That is unconscionable. Oh god, MPL, great position. He's even been baited in head trick. That a one tap?
That was a one tap, one bullet, one shot. And now they don't know about MPL back here in Garage. Down does look suspicious. It's a lineup.
Oh dear. Well,
Down, of course. Finds a way to get Cadian in the crossfire.
oh, this is the wheels of off, Harry. The car is rolling downhill. Clunk, 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 crash.
Stairs been very good for Astralis. Let's see if he's able to maneuver past CT. He's not. Head trick. Great round from him. So now it's just down. 3 kills to his name already.
You arsehole.
It's down, looking for even more here, but Alex catches him out in the yard, and so Bait tied this game up at 4-all.
Oh dear. Oh dearie, dearie, dear. Look, it's entertainment. I'll give you that. But there's also careers on the line. And right now, Bait are shipping rounds straight down the barrel.
It's that one scout by again.
Oh, or at least
that was how the... well, this was exactly what happened last time.
Picked up.
Cadian died with it, and then Stair went on a tear. This time it's all looking a little bit different, though. Yabby now. With the cursed scout, it's not blessed in this round. One quick kill from Yabby, they've got him pinned in. Oh my God, Yabby! Can he do it again? No, finally stopped.
Dude, this is out of control. This is out of control. You can't analyze this. You can't break it down. You just have to enjoy. Live in the moment. Soak it in, folks. Madness. Bait making the most of this situation. 5-4. Fall by for Astralis. They're still playing with pace, Harry. They refuse to go quiet. They refuse to go calm. Straight into the ramp room. Mac 10's firing off.
Backstab in, Captain Kirker. That USP round has brought him back to life. Brimming with confidence now as he chases Astralis in through the lobby, and it's like, sure, you've got ramp, but where do you go from here? All the extremities are held. 2 players down on the B site, lobby taken, hell being watched by the head trick AWP. Astralis gonna try and brave this B site. That's where Alex and Ascenthial lie. You want to go 1-for-1 at worst if you're Bait. Smokes come in. Ascenthial even caught one. They weren't ready for the smoke. And now Bait lay down the pain. MPL on that rotate in.
Break is good.
A lot of damage onto MPL with the util. That's going to stifle his ability to play into this. Captain Kirker, where they've lost rounds before, is losing this double door control. This time he plays for it early, and it's just Bro left standing. One in at ramp with the spam, turns around, damage onto head trick. Captain Kirker swings him wide, and with a bit of help from MPL's flashbang, Bait are teed up. They run away with this CT half.
Astralis need to pull the pace out of this game. They absolutely have to slow it down. Like they're playing exactly into what Bait want, which is very fast rotates, which is no fakes. Think about Astralis' early rounds in this game. There were rounds where they were running smokes. They had Lurker outside going for heaven. They had Yabby in lobby. It gives you the option to commit secret. It lets you pull back out if you don't want. If you're just going fast, then Bait are going to full rotate. They're going to believe what you're selling them. They're going to go 2B, and you're going to go into the stack. You're going to lose. Astralis are meant to be the better team. They are absolutely the more experienced team. They have to showcase that with a better pace. Not in this round. You can rush them down. It's Tech 9s after all, but where are they going with it? Orb fires off Hendrick. They're not respecting the CT molly, but he gets at least 2 kills for it. Orb given over. Yabby. I mean, anyone can do it on this team. There's 3 good candidates on the AW. He's going to have a go. But Bait just retake lobby. A nice 2-man push. A lot of information granted. Could even leave a player here. There's an early warning system. Canary in the coal mine. Captain in the Kurtka. And Astralis go round back to main, but I feel like Bait have pieced this one together. Look, 2 players holding main. And MPL checking lobby timing. He even has the cross. They can smoke him off. That's all they've got.
Alex back at the site has support from the captain. Captain Kurtka roars to life. MPL falls back in the lobby.
Nice shot.
Alex picked up as well. Oh, but this guy is switched on. All it took, couple of confidence building pistol kills, and look at him. He is the captain now. 3 kills from Captain Kurtka seals the deal on a 1-out half for Bait in a game where Astralis looked like they had all the speed, all the momentum. It's broken out. It's a flat violence, a brawl that Bait are winning.
Yeah, I love that he's leaning into it. He's playing very confident. He's re-clearing. Bait are not static on this CT side. You're telling me this is Astralis' first pause? This is their first pause? After the game we've had, after the eco wins, after the rushes, they call a pause on round 12. Sign of the times. 5 rounds in a row. And it's Bait who won Mirage from a 5-7 half down. This time, they have the option to even take 8-4. Smokes outside again. Head trick goes for the ramp pick. Astralis look like they want to meet him there, but he's forcing the issue. Oh, the last player sneaking in. Got to get out. Teammate there for support. Essential is essential. 2 AK spray kills. Bomb loose. And flank Kurtka. Look at him. Back for more.
What do you even do against this?
Nothing. You lose. You get eliminated. 4 majors in a row. This would be for Astralis missed.
Longest standing Astralis member present. Wants to do everything in his power to turn this one around.
They don't even have the bomb, Harry.
No, it was caught up in that Sentinel 2K over at ramp. It's having to go back for it now. You're always wondering, where the hell is Captain Kurtka? The newfound star, trekking around the map, always in behind Astralis. And so Stair goes looking for him. Re-smoke in. Oh dear, Astralis, they have to go through. They can't afford to wait that smoke out. And they line up for Captain Kurtka. Slow starter, but a strong finish. 13 kills deep on a 1-out half for Bait. A runaway CT side leaves Astralis feeling down in the dumps here on their map pick. What could very well be the Astralis squad's last map played at this RMR if things don't course correct soon.
Unbelievable. Captain Kurtka has got them in his jacket pocket. And there is simply nothing Astralis can do about it. They were trading rounds out early. Harry, they won round 2 with just a scout on an eco after losing pistol. But not only did Bait win a 5-7 5-man round, but they won a full eco with USPs. Captain Kurtka's lobby aggression was unrelenting in this defense. More like an offense, and that's exactly where Bait move right now. To try and knock Astralis out of contention. To humiliate them. And Astralis that will not be fielding a single map here at the RMR unless they pull this game back.
Stair deserves some justice as well. Like, he was, even in like the old device-led squad, he was one of the guys you were looking towards alongside like a bro, and he wasn't given the best performances, sure. Not in like the the positions or the roles to offer up the crazy big numbers. He's the one guy who's really given it his all across both of these maps. For Yabby and Stown, they always had this unavoidable association with struggling and falling off in the truly important moments. And in the past, those important moments were where you were close to the glory, where you were close to the gold. Well, now it is just for survival, but it's a very quiet game from Stown. Sitting down bottom of the board with last-minute stand-in Bro. Stown in this pistol and Cadian have to be the two to try and turn it all around, and Stown does have the timing for this backstab, but he can't make it work. Head trick, 3 kills, bait, pistol secured on a winning map. 9-4 up, an eco for Astralis. Double digits should be all but guaranteed for bait.
And yeah, there's no weak player for bait here, but it's also just great to see, aside from Kirka, the redemption of Head Trick inside of this team. He's looked really, really solid. Big 3K in this pistol round as well. Redeemed from his time in NIP, as many have been. And MPL leading his team to victory on map 1, a map that felt like it was destined for overtime. Out of the Na'Vi jersey, and in a team of rookies around him, beating out one of the most legendary organizations, if not the most, in Counter-Strike history. Cadian forced down to B. Astralis have a 5-on-4. They've done good damage here. But bait don't bite. They leave a lurker on ramp. They go back to lobby. This is an A split, and there's no heaven control. Kirka shouldn't be aware of this. And Stown has just moved in to defend. But timing is everything on this lurk, as bait set up for what inevitably will be a top split into Stare and Yabby. Two of the brightest sparks in this series for Astralis. Dot their I's, cross their T's, bait check the spawn. And they recommit to ramp. No, they don't. Oh, they're walking there. No, they are going for this A split. Stown re-clearing, runs away. Oh. Now they're in trouble.
Boy, Yabby falls. Bait try to move in. They dealt with Cadian in the vent. Stairs. Heroic final. Last stand is not enough. He's tagged them all up. It's a lot of damage. Stand in, Bro. One you didn't think would ever get to don the Astralis jersey again is now left with their life in his hands. Both players tagged up. Bro moving in. No kills to be found. Captain Kirka teed up for the clutch in heaven, even if he manages to flank onto Head Trick over here in main, but turning at the last second. Bro is cancelled out. And bait, save face, as that last stand from Stare is not enough for Astralis.
Yeah, Stown even fakes Captain Kirka out. He read it, he guts off the ladder, but Kirka heard him drop and just wins the heads-up duel. That's all bait needed. I can't believe they even jump into the vent to kill Cadian. How unnecessary. But another kill, add it to the cabinet. Astralis skulls stacking up. Been too long since this team had trophies. Now they're not even in contention. Full eco. And bait won't make the same mistake. A methodical anti. They go back. Look at how yeah, they just know. There's no reason to make this at all weird, at all complicated. Pressure on A, late smokes at a minute. Bait are absolutely not going to throw this game. I can say that with so much confidence right now. They are playing it by the book, by the numbers. A late secret cross, And Astralis can't afford to just gamble down vent. They can't even cross past door. So this is just bait. Walking the red carpet into B. A bomb plant waiting for them. Astralis pushing lobby is their best bet, but even that is not enough.
I mean, sure, they find Alex, but it's not a winning recipe to a round. He's done like 350 damage to the 4 of them. They're going to be saving and guarding this one AK. Much like Mirage, Astralis have one fall by between them and this being over. The difference there was they were at least competitive. They were able to close the gap. They'd done damage. There were signs of life that were just falling on deaf ears. Here, it's been no contest. With the reactivation late of Captain Kirke, MPL is no longer a requirement to win this map. Everyone is firing on all cylinders for the bait squad. Tactically, they've been outperforming Astralis early on. That fast pace was teeing Astralis up nicely, but it takes them too long to move away from that, too long to adapt. And so on no conceivable metric are Astralis matching up to bait right now.
I just can't believe that they fell into this rushing on the T side. No timeout, no time to breathe. They were definitely overwhelmed by the pressure. And they were just playing into exactly how bait wanted to meet them. This isn't even a good map for bait, right? We call them a grind team, and they have a lot of games logged, they have a lot of experience, but this map is in the negatives for them on the numbers. They have, you know, awful wins v teams that aren't even here, like losses, sorry, the teams that aren't here. Like, this is not a go-to bait map if you were thinking that. And Astralis just played into their hands. Sure, there's a lot of outside noise. There's a lot of stuff going on. They don't have the most famed Astralis player who departed right before this event.
And don't get me wrong, losing Device is a hard hit. You know, he's not an easy man to replace. No. But still, you have the multiple-time major playoff attending and even grand final attending core of that old heroic squad. You have Stare having some fantastic games to go alongside it. Bro, he's had some good maps, he's had some bad maps, but he was a last-minute stand in here.
Best performer
like
last map.
You should have still had enough pieces to be able, when you look at who they've played, right? This is Astralis, the team that used to win everything.
Yeah.
The most decorated organization in Counter-Strike, and you look at who they've lost to, 9 Pandas and Sashi, and now potentially bait without making a dent on their map pick. You know, this used to be the team that was always in the conversation to win every trophy. They'd won multiple majors 4 times over. And
it's just
not only are you a long way away from ever talking about them winning anything again, this isn't some, you know, losing out and incomparable to the high heights. This is a new low. Stown, with 1 kill in this round, has at least softened the blow. MPL, dead out in the yard. But bait, they don't let up. They're crossing with these smokes down.
Oh, Captain Kirke, 16 and 6, finds Stown. Yabby, untraded, but he is trapped. And Alex just walked out. Yeah, he can just take him down. On top of the rafters, Alex stopped. Stare in a position to do so, and a 1v4 that will not kick off. Just going to be a save in secret. He could even justify peeking for damage, and so he doesn't die after time. But Essential saves, and Astralis starts their almost impossible comeback in this map. Because it wouldn't just be that it happened, it would be how it happened for me. At this scoreline, against those opponents. And bait jump on it early. before it's too late. Timeout coming in, 5-11 down. Or up, rather. KD and Zorp is out.
For Bait, what matters is not letting Astralis streak anything together. Like, you have Astralis down and out for the count, essentially, right? Biggest enemy for Bait is themselves right now. In a high-pressure position, you don't want to even be considering a comeback. So you could dodge all that danger by picking it up here and now. They go into Bro. KD in there to lend a helping hand. That orb fires off from hell. And PL gets them into the ramp room. That's pressure applied. Astralis concede this. They've already got Yabi down at lower. But you're going to wait for the reaction. See if Astralis give them anything.
Oh, what a shot for Cadian. Through the vent, through the smoke. But they still get up heaven, and right now it's not being watched. Cadian repositions to the door. Now he's got it.
Where's this come from? Where's this come from? He's on for the ace. Cadian was bottom of the board coming into this round, and he gets all 5 from nowhere.
Can that inspire any energy? Can that recommit Astralis to this comeback? It's CT Nuke. It should be where you're comfortable. Cadian trying to get pumped up. Sick round.
In that one round, he got more kills than he had in the entire game so far.
Back against the wall.
Well, you know, one thing that KD got very used to over the years was in high-pressure moments having to be the guy to stand and deliver.
Yeah. I mean, for the longest time on the stage, he was the only guy performing. When he was on Heroic, it was down, you know, just falling off, and Cadian doing his best to carry his entire roster of young players through.
You know, we're still a long way from being able to say that Cadian's the only one doing anything. In fact, he was close to doing nothing heading into that round there. But if this can be a bit of a turning point, if Cadian can now start outputting himself, maybe there's still some hope for Astralis. They've not made it comfortable. They've really left this to the last possible minute.
And I don't blame Bait for how they're playing, but it's also interesting to watch them really slow down. Of course, they were just reacting to Astralis' pace in that first half, but that's what pressure looks like, right? You don't want to jump around, you don't want to make a mistake, but really, I think overwhelming Astralis and playing a bit pacier is a good recipe to success. But it's a very different game. Now, what's on the line? Bait knowing how close they are. On a T side of a map that has not done them well this year. Only an eco right now. Astralis keeping it clean enough.
4 rounds the difference. There's going to be plenty more buy rounds for Bait between now and a tie game. But these scorelines close up quick, and for Astralis, you know, nothing was going right in this game. Nothing was working. But finally, they've got something to latch onto here. And they've given themselves a second chance late into this series. Inspired by the KD and Ace. Inspired by these strong performances from Stair. Let's see if they're able to offer up any more resistance. I think when you put on that Astralis jersey, it's about something bigger than just yourself. Representing the name, the country, the nation for the longest time. This was the team that Danes looked to.
Cadian in the right position. This shot, he goes for the jumping player, and he still finds Captain Kirka. Cadian dropping a smoke, trying to buy a few more seconds so Bro can come in and help out, gets one. Cadian couldn't pick his side. Gets swung. Essential Making this round interesting again. 2v3 now, and they're gambling. Not only is it double lower for Astralis, they don't even have A. Stairs in the lobby, forcing Astralis to play a retake. Are they going to come with the vent, though? They might have to be grouping ramp for safety, if nothing else. And diligent clear on this top site before presumably Headtrick drops in with the bomb. And this, you're not playing Heaven either. This might catch you off guard. Essential on the rafters over the hut, an uncommon post-plant position. Could be the round-winning position.
I mean, you are aware that Bait have Heaven. That's the route they would have had to have taken to get into this top side. But yeah, that's why this position from Essential is kind of the make or break right now for this Bait squad. Flashes stream in. Astralis, you've had aces to help get yourselves back into this game. But now you've got to stick the landing on this 3v2. A lot of damage from Essential, but not enough to win the round. Astralis hold on. The gap continues to close. The pressure continues to build. Can Bait rise to the occasion, or will Astralis make this a series after all? Have they done just enough to save themselves the embarrassment of an RMR exit without a single map won?
Certainly not yet, but it is in consideration. That's 4 rounds in a row, off the back of Cadian finding the ace as well.
Nice! Boys.
Nothing to lose in trying. Final tactical timeout for Bait. Absolutely feeling the burden of this situation. But still a team that has brought tenacity to this series. And this round is freeing in a sense. Tech 9 armor, bits and bobs, lob them in, and hope for the best. Crawl wall outside, and maybe an early ace split if they can come in through main. We've got a silo player ready to play his timing. MPL looking like he wants to fake lower right now. And after the spam, he can storm across. He sneaks as well. There's Captain Kirker dropping in. Flash will not stop Yabi though. Cadian in the vent. They come back up. They hit that top side. They find 2 entries.
MPL slows his roll for a moment. His teammates managed to keep the pressure on. Headtrick with another, but MPL now know it about, and they are ready to receive. Astralis able to withstand an up-tempo round from Bait. Sometimes those can be the ones you trip up on, where the freedom is a little bigger for Bait, the pressure's a little lower, you're not expected to win it. And so for that brief moment, Bait played more like themselves, but Astralis have been able to keep it in check.
It's getting tense now. 1 gun round separates an even scoreline from an 11-4 lead. Bait have it in them. They've got to answer the question now.
I think in the same way as all, we were a bit miffed that Astralis never took a timeout. Bait going to be in need of them too.
They've just burnt their 3rd last round.
Ooh.
They called it out early. They called it out immediately.
Yeah, to try and get ahead of it.
After they lost their 1st round on this half, they called it out. Then they called another after the previous rifle round.
Okay.
But that was it, because they used their 1st in the 1st half.
No more of them.
No more timeouts till overtime.
So suddenly, all right then, you're playing for the OTs down from the heavens.
Okay.
Captain Kirker, nice opener. There's the reply out of Stair. Nearly 20 kills deep is Stair.
Behind you.
Oh, they're right in. And Stair turns around on a dime. Last 2 players are churned up. Astralis, it's a 1-round game.
Oh my.
And suddenly the vibe is completely different.
Oh my.
Cadian from 4 kills to 12 is now screaming the place down, calling some confident rounds. Stair and Yabi are keeping up the strong performances that they have done. It started to take some shape for Astralis. He had no reason to be acting like that earlier on, did Cadian.
The ace. It was the ace, Harry.
The mindset shift that came with it.
That did change everything. You could feel it in the moment. That changed everything. Now Astralis have a reason to fight. 1 round behind.
They're gonna try and exploit Bro in at ramp.
Good move. He's bottom of the board. On his own. Gets a shot through the smoke. Bro lines him up. Knocks him down. Low health on Alex. He cannot stop Bro. Looking for another ace in this series. Denied. But his job absolutely done. 3 kills. Did what they asked him to. And now plunge bait into another slow crawl. Where Astralis have everyone in the right place. Hell contained by the AWP. B with 2 CTs. And the lobby reset and a hard clear for Stair. There is no way in here for bait. They've got to get clean headshots on this B site.
Not gonna happen. Yabi's already down here. He's got support as well. Down in the window. Sure, it's 1 kill given away, but it tees up Yabi to go for that swing.
No way. No way.
And now it's a tie game.
11-4 down.
You know, I think Bait have very much started to fall victim to the pressure ever since that first round went against them. But it's nice. It was a big shift in how Astralis have been playing. They were playing this whole second map almost like it was over, like it was like just a predetermined fact that they were out of the RMR. And finally, that belief is back. That fire is burning for the Astralis squad.
What you play for?
Cadian is the fire starter, the man that got the ball rolling.
He's twisted. He's twisting the knife right now in Bait's back. Is there any hope? Can Bait gasp for air? Playing so slow on these T sides, feeling constricted from spawn. They do late smokes. Cadian again in the round-winning position, perhaps. He isn't peeking outside. He won't get that early info on the commitment behind the smokes, but it certainly looks to be a reality here. And Cadian can play his fallback, a shot and drop. He was whiffing earlier on this game. He was missing simple kills. Cadian's recovery all comes down to this. 1v5 down lower.
Yeah, the ace might have been the thing that got the ball rolling. But these kills right here, these are the ones that define the entire map. And he secures the opening, and now he has disappeared.
Scared of ramp as well. They've kind of screwed him. He doesn't have any ramp info, so he's got to watch a lot of positions right now. Bro hasn't re-cleared it. Cadian in hot water, 20 seconds. They have to just overwhelm him on this B bomb site. That's their only chance.
Abby's dropping in to lend a helping hand, and the timing on this is good.
This is done. No way you win this.
10 seconds as you try to make your play. Bait are terrified. They get past Cadian, but they need that plant. Right now, Yabi can stop the entire round, and he does. Swinging out, bomb plant denied. Astralis might have 1 map left in them after all.
This would be their first map win in Shanghai in this RMR. Falling to 9 Pandas on Nuke. Crumbling against a lesser Danish team of Sashi, so we'd think, on Inferno. And back broken by NPL on Mirage. This was ready to be written off, and Astralis 8 rounds straight.
Echoes!
1 more for Astralis.
It's gonna sting for Bait, knowing they had so many chances, so many opportunities to at least get this one into OT, but this is what they're left with. An Astralis that's form have suddenly reignited down the stretch. The more experienced, the more tenured, looking to come out ahead on Nuke.
They know, they're going 4A. They've just cleared outside with smokes. Astralis have a 3A rather. Cadian's rotated ramp instead, but still, this is not an easy round for Bait yet again.
Staring Yabi, 2 chart toppers for Astralis. They're the ones entrusted with this site hold, and they have demonstrated consistently that they are a safe pair of hands. Cadian moves in for the backstab. It's just MPL, and no heroics today for MPL. No Dream 4K to save Bait at the final hour. This one is going to a 3rd map as Astralis lock in, log on, and survive the night.
Ready to kick him out of the tournament, but Astralis Astralis with a monumental comeback from 11-4 down, and Bait suddenly thrown into the furnace of a third map in this series. 11-4. And Cadian's ace to kickstart it all. My God, what a beautiful story. This is Counter-Strike.
It is a tried and tested method for Cadian. When the going gets tough, he has to get going, and get going he did. That ace round brings him back into the picture, brings his energy up, and that reflects across the entire team. And you know, that was when he was in Heroic. That was one of the defining elements of that team, was how Cadian was very much the spirit level for how they were emotionally. And his reactivation coincides perfectly with everyone else getting switched online. Stare was fantastic throughout both maps, if we're being honest, and he kept that going here on Nuke. He was kind of never a problem, but it was getting Yabi switched back online. It was getting more from Cadian's AWP. That's what really made a difference here. And for Bait, the fact that it all started crumbling right before their very eyes, the fact that they are the underdogs in this series and they only just scraped by in that opening map, whereas it felt like they had so much runway here in the second, it comes back to haunt them.
Yeah, this is a team that's choked from 2-0 at the RMR before. They won 2 BO1s in their debut at the RMR in Paris, and they still managed to go out 2-3, losing in all the BO3s. They felt the pressure. They've paid the price, and once again, that's happened here to this Bait core. That's a commiserating loss, and they couldn't have had a better opportunity, to be honest. You could see the wind kind of almost sucked out of them at 11-4 when they were playing really slow rounds and calling early timeouts. In a sense, I mean, hilariously, I did say actually at 11-4 when they won the anti-eco, I said there's no way they throw this because they were playing really safe. But if anything, it felt like too safe by the end. They never kicked up the pace in a gun round. They never found an answer for Astralis. They never really ran a fake either. The outside smokes did nothing to stop Astralis. They keep breaking them. They keep getting info. And damn, that is a kick in the teeth for Bait. I don't know how they mentally reset from that one, knowing you were so close, so ready to remove Astralis from this tournament. And that's what happens.
Yeah, after that 9-round streak to get to 11, they find nothing. It all comes up in favor of Astralis from then on in. And it starts with that Cadian ace. Just a wild timeline.
What on? Yeah, and let's remember for a second that first half of Nuke, where Captain Kirker was just pushing lobby on timings and just multi-killing, shooting Astralis in the back. Yeah, they were playing like they'd already won the game. I just wish they kept that up, because they probably had.
100%.
What can you say about
I know. I mean,
11-4?
No, it's sad to say. It's like that is what happens when you are, you know, a less experienced younger team, right? Like you're so close to the victory, you're so close to the win, your first win at the RMR, and in the same vein that you've seen this team fall down in these high pressure moments, it happens all over again. It's like history repeats itself for the Bait squad. And sadly, even with some more experience to the top level pieces in your head tricks and your MPLs, it's not enough.
Well, we'll have to find out if it is enough, Harry. Third map required in this series, shockingly, as we go to Ancient to close it out. The loser of Ancient will be going 0-3 in the RMR, and that's all we have to say about that.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Somehow, we've arrived at the third and final map here. Astralis able to turn it all around from that 11-4 scoreline back on Nuke. They long it out. 11 was all they get on the side of bait, and even greater bait, mate, on this second map.
Baited me. I said at 11-4, there's quotes, no way they will throw this. And
yeah,
really, I let
that was
everyone
good.
down. That was some of my better work. They threw it, Harry. How have they done that? How have they done that? Forget Astralis. How have bait done that?
Well, you know, they're a young team.
Yeah.
You can't argue with that.
No,
that's
a statement? Is that a build off that, or?
And there's a certain pressure that comes with it. I think it's like if you'd lost the round that gave away the 5th in any other manner that like wasn't an ace, I don't think you actually would have been so hit by it. But there was just that moment where they're like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Like this guy who hasn't done anything all game just aced us. Hopefully that does it. And, you know, one by one, everyone in the team starts going, we can't choke this. And then the whole mindset changes, right? Like, you don't have that. I mean, hell, like, it can happen to really experienced teams even. The whole, like, the fear of the choke actually is the thing that causes it. Just like in real life. If you're eating and every time you're chewing away, you're thinking, God, I hope I don't choke. I hope I don't mess up swallowing this. Like, you've done it fine your whole life. You know, why are you suddenly overthinking it now? It probably ups the chance. It's why I don't ever think about all the blood moving around my body, because I know the moment I do, I'm going to mess it up.
I have nothing on that.
Does that make sense?
No, not at all, but I get what you mean. So I guess it does make sense. I'm going to move past that one swiftly as we talk about Ancient, which is our final, presumably, map of this series, unless they just add another one to troll us. It's, of course, numbers
would be a bold move to do that, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would make no sense.
So I doubt that's going to happen.
No, you're right.
What you just said made less sense than my blood thing.
Yeah, you got me, Harry. You got me. Either way, numbers not good for Astralis, but also they're against top teams. Mostly, they even beat Spirit on this map at full finals. So, yeah, it's, you know, it's been a... When the device in-game leader Astralis arc began, he actually liked this map a lot. We saw Astralis playing into it quite a lot. Kaydun, obviously with Heroic, back in the day, was very good at this map, especially on CT side and Go, was one of their go-tos. On the flip side, Bait's second most played map, right? They played over 300 maps this year already. And they've played this one, 20 times in the last 3 months, got very good numbers on it, but this would be the most important and the best opponent they played yet. So it's not exactly, there's not much you can derive other than, yeah, they're more experienced. I will say, like, while there's an element of choke maybe definitely in that previous map for Bait, it also comes down to, I think, T-side Nuke can be very hard when you don't have the depth, and it didn't feel like they had much depth. They were doing outside smokes, they were walking it, they were doing A hits that were pretty telegraphed after outside smokes that Astralis broke, but there wasn't really much to that T-side in fairness, and it's a mix between gameplay and mental, but it definitely felt like the gameplay wasn't as good as what we know Bait have to offer, whereas I'd say that they'll have more to fall back on this map, especially in the T side. So that's something more reassuring, but there's no room for predictions at this point in the series.
Especially not from you.
Damn right. I called wrong. Sorry. I mean, can you blame me?
No, it was more just the level of conviction.
I said it before the
I don't think anyone has ever said anything with that much certainty.
That might be the most confidently wrong anyone has ever been. But I said it.
And politicians exist.
I said it. True. Wow. Got me there. Said it before the KD Ace, in my defense. Did say it before that. Said it at 10-4 on the anti-eco that they won. They got 11-4. They lose. They save outside. Then KD and Ace is at 11-5. And at that point, I was with you. We bought in pretty early on that Astralis comeback. We bought when the stocks were low, Harry. And they paid off. It's just a shame I shorted them in the first half. But here we are. No short change for this series. You're getting what you paid for. 3 maps. For elimination, 0-3 in the RMR. Say goodbye, Shanghai. For whoever can't take this third one.
Last game was the ironic process theory, or the pink elephant paradox at work.
Sure it was.
Theory states that when someone tries to avoid something, it makes it more likely to happen.
Otherwise known as the caster curse. Into the B site. Bait. 5v4. No smokes down. This is very tricky. Oh. Oh! Oh!
Bro! What are you doing? Bait! They're stuck! Oh, and Bro's trying to help them. MPL on the line. Runner and the Doolies are only good for the double. Bro carries Astralis through to a pistol round win.
Well. Well, well, well.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Fit as a fiddle. Astralis with a pistol. They had no right winning that. Very weird. They go for a long pond. What's he apologizing for? Not acing. They go for the long plant, but they don't actually have the manpower on long. They get flashed off when they go for that. So one flash really just tees Bro up to steamroll that round.
The thing I'm really worried about is like...
Yeah? Which...
Vibes matter. Yeah. They do. Like
Astralis have good vibes.
You kind of hate to admit it. And like Astralis, understandably so for many reasons, have had pretty horrible vibes across the RMR so far. But they seem very hyped up. And when people are like this, you know, you're calming more, things are flowing better, you're talking to each other, you're able to write things off easier, you're not just sitting there in silence thinking about every mistake you ever made that led to this moment in a game.
Yeah.
And, you know, things look positive out of the gate. Whereas for Bait, I don't know. They've not been in positions like this as often as Astralis have. Hell, one thing you can say about that heroic squad back in the day was they got really good at writing off the horrible losses. And same even for Stair in the kind of like revolving door of this roster that he's seen players come and go. Now for Bait, where you could look to save the morale is a cheeky little, you know, get on the board early with a 4-spy, and that's the situation that's presenting itself to them right now.
Cadian, though, on the edge of the smoke, and he's on a nice off angle. They do get a trade. The smoke spam goes a long way. Almost takes out MPL, the spam wall from the other side. And Hedrick's so low. A chance shot through the smoke. Ends this round. And, ooh, Fate comes in. Stown spotted, but he's not going to give away the kill. There's no time to play. Buggers as Stown shuts it down, and Astralis get rid of that force.
Nice. Nice, boy. Good, boys.
Just look at how Astralis are playing right now, though. They're very oppressive. They are getting up in Bait's face. And even last round, they're doing the classic Cadian calling, right? They're getting Yabby pushed in with that deep B cubby position, then they're fully rotating, making it gamble. This is a really good gamble team, or at least the core was. Making a lot of good reads, but not always just like random gambles, based off of a bit of information that they just fully trust in. Nice deagle, but
yeah, that was a nice shot. But yeah, it's the end of the line, right?
Yeah. I can confidently say, well, he's not winning this round. I am a man who can be trusted.
Oh,
I'm a confident
let him cross.
Man. I know he's it's over, Harry. Cadian's got an off angle again.
Oh no. Okay, thank God. Cadian able to keep it all in check. And so 3-0 secured. Hat-trick from Cadian. And Bait bringing out the rifles.
Here we go. Very important to start strong for Bait. All can be forgiven on a third map. Do Astralis keep the pressure on that they've showcased these last 2 rounds. They'd stack in mid. Alex delayed pop in middle, smokes the Molotov. They boost over. Cheeky little move for Astralis. Might catch him a 5v4. That's how
there it
you
is.
do it.
Yeah, little gimmick to grab that advantage.
Massive.
I'm so worried. I can't help but shake the feeling this third map is going to be a blowout. And so Bait will kind of just leave the RMR with the feeling that they were 2 rounds away from surviving at least 1 more game and having the chance to carry on. And that might be the closest they ever get, because Astralis are playing, following the footsteps of how that old, very successful heroic squad used to play. MPL trying to be a difference maker here, but Sential just catches an awkward timing, and that leads to his fall down. MPL doing everything he can to keep them in this, but they lose MPL over in middle. 1 back from Captain Kirker. They're going to chase down Yabi over in Dona. Headtrick needs that kill, and he's going to get it. Bomb plant in. Bro only just arriving. They got off the bomb to fight him, and Headtrick will get the trade. Oh, it's close.
Yeah.
It's not far from comfortable for Bait, but they do put a round on the board.
All right, experienced players have been the key here for Bait in this series at the end of the day, right? We talk about this Paris choke, and even in the road to Rio, they, went 2-1 and lost 2 BO3s in a row to not go through. But both of those rosters were different. Neither of them were necessarily the core, only Alex and Captain Kirk are remaining from those lineups. And so since this addition of experience in NPL, in Headtrick, needs to come up for Bait, because they are outmatched, outgunned on the Astralis side. Not in this round though. Orb gets smoked off on the long side. Cadian looks like he wants to go and break it, try and get a pot shot in. He finds 1, he finds 2. They make it into the site, but at what cost? Cadian making it expensive. And Yabi might keep the pressure on. Shot through the cave, leaves Alex in a predicament.
And he's living on borrowed time with this backstab. Nice and easy for Stare. So not even the perfect buy there for Astralis. Cadian lends a massive helping hand with that double up through the smoke. 4-1 lead locked in. One thing kind of is for certain here, you're going to be looking MPL Headtrick, and I also want to see Captain Kirker keep up his sick recovery. I think they're the 3 you're going to really need here if you're Bait. And so even though you were just kind of celebrating the success from the last round where you start 4v5 and you have to recover and it takes that sick little multi-kill from MPL on the mid lurk, you're instantly brought back down to reality by Astralis. Bait now broken. They've got a hero gun on MPL, Tech 9s for everyone else. And a deagle for Captain Kirker. I think you can even tell that Cadian feels a little less burdened in this third map. His individual form is looking better. He's able to focus on himself a little bit more. Now staring the Abbey. Trade the contact perfectly here to melt the A play. And Bro moves in right at the end. Astralis, strong start to Ancient.
Very strong. They couldn't really ask for more from Astralis at this point. Even the 1 round Bait win comes down to a 1v1. And they were immediately broken. Now they've got a rebuy. And they've got to return to form that they've showed on both maps. Just not the second half of Nuke. They were the ones who pulled a comeback on Mirage, keep in mind. But this is just, I think the point you're making about how this is a different Astralis, they're playing with far more gumption, Look at them go. That's Stown. That's a Stown we know. Been a quiet series for this guy, but 3 kills rushing through a smoke.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's an unfortunate matrimony right now because while Bait are at their lowest, Astralis are at their peak in this series.
Oh.
And it's nice to see Steph finally allowed to put his feet up a little bit more, right? He was gunning for the victory on those first 2 maps, was a real standout player for the Astralis squad. Well, he's given a bit of an easier time now as everyone else is feeling it. And look at this, man. If this doesn't speak volumes, you've used 2 of your 3 pauses already. Yeah. Because this game is so quickly getting away from you. Everyone can tell the vibes are not good for Bait. Going from being 2 rounds away from victory with 9 chances to get those 2 rounds, materializing none of them. And now in the last 16 rounds of Counter-Strike that you have played, you've won 1 round. Like, none of this is building to anything good for Bait. It's a real test of your resilience, and resilience isn't just something you turn on and off. You know, you kind of either have it or you don't, and it takes a long time to get there, to build that up.
Devastating. It's not done yet, but Bait need to wake up. Absent from Ancient, they up the pace. Fast through the smoke, Heaven split, pass down spray, Acadian again with a break. Just misses the mark. He's smoked out, it doesn't matter. And he can retreat back to the bomb site. Cadian has the flank cut off as Bait want to go for a B hit, but they've got to force his rotation first. Alex is playing slow, and if Yabby runs here, it's the perfect bait for Cadian, but instead they reclaim it together. This is nice as well. Bro's moving in as a 3rd man. They shouldn't need him. Orb looking good to clear this corner. There it is. They're in B. Stown doesn't know. They're already up past the smoke in the site. But this is all just a band-aid right now. Bait looking for a bomb plant to make this round interesting.
Oh. Sent to your left is the last man. 1v3 lands a lot of damage on the push out through short, but Astralis, they just swarm him. They play together. 7-1 for the Astralis squad. And Bait is starting so many of these rounds, a man down.
Just feels like a textbook game of crumbling under the pressure. And it's so sad because it felt like, with it having happened in the past, with these experience pieces added, with these firepower upgrades, with the game we were getting out of them on Nuke, a map they don't normally perform well on, that this was going to be a different story here today. Bait trying to break in, but so many opening kills for Astralis. They continue to rack them up. Only 1 opening death in this map so far. 8-1. Yabby keeps them coming. He's 12-2 with 3 kills in this round. And Bait can't even survive at the bottom of B. Yabby's just coming in for more. Smoke forces a bit of respect, but Stown's ready to go. There is no rest for Bait. And Heroic had the money to risk everything chasing this, knowing they can get kills at the end or even after time. I think they're going to start boxing them in. If Yabby pushes elbow with Bro and A main, like they're looking for these kills. They don't want Bait to bring an AWP into the next round. They don't want Bait to have anything, and they will lose every player if that's what it takes. No ammo in this AWP left. It's all Alex fighting for survival. He's gone. Glock is out. You are done.
Counter-terrorists win.
Look at how Astralis are playing.
Yeah, it's bait at the lowest of lows. And Astralis playing with full confidence. I mean, this is a bit of a grisly stat for you, Hugo.
Hit me.
But since that dreaded Cadian ore pace, bait across the remainder of Nuke and here on Ancient have had 2 opening kills go their way. 1 on Ancient, 1 on Nuke.
My God.
They've been playing every round 4v5. They've won 1 round in the last 19 rounds of play.
Talk about momentum, yeah.
They are just kind of done. And it's sad, you know, to know that now, but you've got no room really left to recover here on Ancient. And even if you do, Astralis are playing like the favorites. They're on the same page. They're communicating a hell of a lot. They're making a lot of these active moves. There's not a weak individual in sight. Maybe something could come of this round, right? We've said before how like these Tech 9 rounds can be hard to contain because your opponents play a little freer. They rely more on these big individual moments, but there's always answers, and Astralis in this round have dropped the bomb away from bait and siphoned out that man advantage. They're now holding on to the mid-cross. They've read this well. Cadian's in the right place. If that bomb tries to leave, it'll be dead. Alex instead is going to try and chase him down. Nice. Will get away with the kill, 2v2. Ooh. Alex, there's that Tech 9 roaring to life.
There we go.
They're both low. Yabi is 13 and 2. He has rarely set a foot wrong.
Very low, Harry.
Even this round, you are gripped with fear if you are the bait squad.
The post-plant position is optimal.
They're looking for their 2nd round in 19 rounds of gameplay.
He's walking in.
Their best chance of getting it is right now in the 2v1, but they are both low. They are both wounded. They've got him right here. And Alex just holds on. A huge 3K from his Tech 9. Secures bait a 2nd round. But they need to start building now. There is no time to slow back down. You need to take that momentum, however little it's given you, and use that to push you to a 4-round half.
Absolutely.
Anything less feels like it's a done deal.
Could not have put it better. Absolutely must harness something. Alex has given bait the opportunity. Can they do right by it? Aggressive mid-take again. They're playing with a bit more pace here. The molly pushes Stown back, but oh, it lands in the smoke.
Oh,
they're coming through. Stown 50-50.
Stown's ready.
He's read it well.
That's MPL dead first.
Big risk.
Astralis
Reward.
Chomping at the bit.
Oh,
always good for the openers, and this time even taking it further.
Bro, he's low, but he's just crept in time. That's really awkward timing for head trick.
And it is that old 3-man heroic core here that are nailing them to the wall.
Yeah.
10 for Cadian, 14 for Yabi, 12 for Stown.
Finally. It only took them the whole tournament to get here, but if they can keep this up, Astralis, we know they've got the players for a reverse sweep. We know they've got the experience. We just need to see them play with their balls, because the confidence they showed in that 2nd half of Nuke was unlike the Astralis we've seen in the rest of the RMR. Cadian's not missing a beat either. 11 and 3, he repeaks.
Yeah, I think, you know, Astralis have kind of been playing every game in the same mentality, it's felt like. They haven't all been on the same page. I think tensions have felt a little high. So a win like this does a lot to activate the entire team, and I think that that could even have repercussions outside of this one series. Like you say, if they're able to play this brand of Counter-Strike and look like this, they become threatening again, and that's what's been missing from day one of the RMR. They're looking for a runaway CT side from 2 rounds off of victory on Nuke to just 2 rounds in the first half of Ancient.
Wow.
It might be a horrific fall from grace for this bait squad.
Yeah, this, I mean, going 2-0 up in the RMR and then losing 0-3 or 2-3 is one thing. That's pretty horrific, but this might actually feel worse. Just how close you actually were to surviving today, to getting a confidence boosting win, to beating a top team on paper, beating such big names, and then crumbling in the way they did. Bay looking for 3 on the half here. And that old heroic trio that were so good on Ancient in their heyday are rolling it back for a little bit more. Yabby swinging through Donut. There's no trade in sight. Alex lets him go and Stown repeaks. The synergy is there. Astralis, Tandem, trading. Strapped to each other's back. Side by side in the Donut. They go nuts for another kill. It's only Head Trick and this big flank that needs to come in right here, right now. Stair tucked safely. Gonna be the guy peeking in, or at least try to. And so he shall, leaving Head Trick in another impossible position. Can't convert a kill. Astralis will find themselves 10-2, 3 rounds away from eliminating Bait. For all the shit we gave this team last map, it's a very different game now. It's a very different Astralis.
Yeah, you know, I think they have to carry this momentum through. There's no doubt about that. They have to keep this up for their remaining matches here across the RMR.
Yeah.
But
still 1-3 isn't impressive, but if they can build off of this win.
Yeah, the way I would look at it is winning here at least dodges a new low for Astralis.
Yes, yeah.
Going to an RMR without winning a single map, without winning a single series is something even in the darkest days of this organization they hadn't achieved yet. So you've at least dodged the lowest of lows, but you have to take that momentum and carry it through if you want to try and move into a brighter chapter for Astralis. This is still a very legitimizing win with how they've gone about doing it, and I think it's going to do wonders for them in their matches going forward. Because if you are able to carry this mindset and this way of playing and this level of synergy through into the other matches, you suddenly become a scary team to face again. This is Astralis playing up to the level that you expect when you see the names in this roster.
Yeah. Ooh, fast rotate. Bait realized. They hear the A smoke.
Oh, this is a clash.
It's super hard to get out of Donut when it's smoked off, especially in a 4v5. Smoke shot goes a long way. Bomb planting. Alex won't spam it though. They'll get the stick in. 2 smoke shots for Bait.
That's something. A bit of chance smiling upon Bait in this pistol. Alex, one step further. Katie and Dead back in main, and so it's just Stair. This guy's had a phenomenal series, been the one standout piece for Astralis across all 3 maps, but expecting him to win the 1v4 is wishful thinking, and Alex makes it so. Pistol round picked up for Bait.
All you can tell yourself here is anything is possible. That's the only thing you've got going for you. You've seen worse, you've seen better. But Astralis getting a bomb plant, bringing in AKs and Galils. There is no rest here for Bait. No relief. Just the 1 AK actually. Astralis. Measured. Looking for an entry out middle as the Pistols push A main. Easily done, but Stairs in red. That's something.
He's going to have to do everything alone in this round.
Oops.
They've learned about the positioning of this AK now. There is going to be this reaction out from heaven to try and deal with him. And they managed to do it cleanly. So a 5 alive round for Bait on this CT half. I think if you're Bait, you're telling yourselves, well, come on now. This is where we did Our best work on both maps. 8-round CT sides for Bait on both Mirage and Nuke. Now here, 8 would not be enough. They would have to play their hardest, their best yet, and up against a very different team. But the one thing you have right now is the power of belief.
Just got to take it round by round here, both teams. Slow clash in the cave. They've climbed up heaven from middle. 3 players on the right side. Should be surprising, but MPL trying to bait for his teammate who swings very early and they get nothing from it. Crunch down on this B site. They start running at Alex. He doesn't even get a kill. And any hope, any dream snuffed out.
Yeah, Astralis are 1 rifle round away from winning this game. Oh, that was nearly interesting from Captain Kirtka. But he wasn't able to convert that second kill on Takadian. So Bait, you know, that was their bonus round. They still have money to buy up in the next. They're still going to have the AWP for head trick. But this is it, their last chance. They need to embark on an identical streak.
Yeah.
They are in the exact same position that Astralis are in back on Nuke. But with very different circumstances.
I could say it if you want me to.
Go on, throw it out there.
There is simply no way Astralis lose this game. There is not a hope in hell. The more experienced team playing from the back, pulling back Nuke, with wind in their sails, with all the pressure on the line, with their stars performing, and Bait just look suffocated right now. Astralis just need 2 rounds.
Brilliant.
And what a sad story for Bait this would be.
Not a bad start for the last hurrah of the Bait squad. They get away with a double opener over here in mid. Astralis take away the red room. Alex is watching this, but it's really just for info. He's only got a FAMAS, so going to be hard pressed to actually do anything to anyone trying to cross, but can at least calm down the line that they've taken red room away. And with that, build a better picture for how this round is aiming to pan out. They're going to take the space and move in through CT. Thanks to that spot, Captain Kirtka is aware.
Oh yeah, good push from Bates. Realizing that staying static means Astralis get more and more space, so they go for information, they find it. Out into the A site. Unbeknownst to them. Oh, the drop. That's awkward. Kirtka behind the site. This is teed up for him. Drops the bomb. Take it cleanly at least. That would be relieving for Bates. Giving them a fighting chance to play proper rifle rounds. Bro here trying to make it expensive. That is the goal. Not to win, but to make things harder for Bait moving forward. He won't be able to accomplish that goal. Bait find 5.
Money now broken for Astralis, but no unnecessary risks. No wildness needs to be considered here. I know we're all kind of thinking it, but like, let's just address the elephant in the room, right? Like,
we're not thinking it. It's just you. You're the only one. Go on.
Like, we're thinking it, but it's like it's the forbidden thought. We're not going anywhere near it, right? Lock that one up in the memory box.
Yeah, put it in a drawer.
And like, if we're thinking it, Bait are thinking it too, so maybe they get a bit more switched online. Hopefully Astralis aren't.
You said you were locking it up.
Like, hopefully Astralis. That's all I'm saying.
You were locking it up.
Astralis can't be thinking about it. Like, with how well they've played, there's no way. Like, sure, they themselves, even in the heyday of their careers, are giving away some big leads. But like, it's something that no one is even considering because Bait are so far behind and are less experienced. And so even one big round from any of these performing Astralis players would be enough.
But Harry, as a caster, you get great power, and with great power comes great responsibility. So I ask that you do not harness that curse.
I'm not harnessing anything. I'm merely acknowledging the thought, the shared sentiment that we're all having, where we're going, okay, look, it doesn't happen twice, right? No one wins 11-4 twice, but different teams both times. Zonic can't be that right still in current day.
Yeah, it's not even MR15 anymore. It doesn't make sense. You be quiet, Harry. Well, not too quiet, because still got a couple of rounds here, but yep, another buy round for Astralis.
Yeah, they've got it. And look,
plenty of chances.
Kadian getting spoken to there first. Timeout called in for Astralis.
Haven't felt the pressure all game.
No. And so the way like this one for them probably even feels surplus to requirement. It's like get it out of the way early, right? And I know you might then think, well, you know, Bait did the same thing back on Nuke, and I would say it's a fair point. Can't actually argue with that. Like, factually, it did happen. But regardless, it's still silly to even be thinking about it.
Then let's move on, shall we? Into another rifle round.
So everyone stop thinking these thoughts, and let's just enjoy. Astralis, let's see.
Main take for Astralis. We've got the AWP alone at B right now, at Senthiel deep in the cave, and Alex covering on the CT side of A. Meanwhile, Bait have full mid control. Astralis still kind of stuck in the mud right now, outside of the A site. Oh, Bait gambling. Look at this move. They pulled back completely. They put the AWP on A. As Astralis go for a mid-take, but they should announce this with some util. That will give Bait an idea. We're playing double long. It's very quiet. It's too quiet. So red smoke makes their intentions known. But where do they end?
Astralis just need the opener. Like, that's what this is all hinging on now. They've done so well playing from the front, but they don't get it. Alex tucked in. There's the response out of Cadian, though. An immediate equalizer. That's something that Bait are going to feel. That hurts. Leaves them down into this 4-on-4, and Alex is still getting pressured. Life does not get easier for him. Stown overruns him back in the donut. Now, the bomb is going B. MPL just leaving this side of the map, but something's called him back. Something's brought him back over. MPL, that's the round right there, and he lines them both up.
Nice.
That double kill means Astralis can't win this anymore. And so, for now, they have to let this one slide on by. It's one of many, many chances, though, as the gap continues to close.
Rugger looked a little stressed there in the camera. I know it's an annoying round to lose. They actually, Astralis pulled everyone off to the A side quite well, but then I think they made a step in the cave last second, and that made MPL second guess his rotate. That or his team just say it's too quiet, don't rotate. He stays in position, he gets 2 kills, wins the round. So, nice round out of Bait. But Astralis, they've got Mac 10's Tech 9s, they can go a bit faster here.
They can, and these rounds will be a real test for Bait because we've touched on this a few times if you've been paying attention. It's like you're a little looser, you're playing a little more confident. You're not supposed to win these rounds, and so sometimes you do.
Yeah.
Because you play like you have nothing to lose.
Mind is powerful, Harry.
So here's the B util. 3 strong over here for the Bait squad. They have to show that they can repel this. It's the entire game riding on this round, and Astralis have managed to make it in.
Ooh.
They managed to get the trades. They find themselves a 2-on-2, a 3-on-3 rather.
Bomb has to cross.
Oh, and Headtrick will deny it. That all fires off. Captain Kirkwood with a risky swing, risking it all right there, but it works wonders. 3 rounds the difference. Okay,
why are you getting hyped?
I'm going to acknowledge this. Bait, the gap is closing, and the problem for them, when they were, 11-4 up back on Nuke, and then the comeback started and they get in their heads, and then this map starts off really slow, and they're hating life, and no one's talking, they don't believe, they think it's already over, but now they're believing again. Meanwhile, Astralis is suddenly in the bait position, and they're going, all right, boys, holy, we can't choke this.
The difference is Astralis are an experienced team, Harry, with a lot of players who make deep runs, who have won big events, and Bait are, average age of 20, young roster.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, experience matters because you tell yourself that you have the experience to close this out. But in terms of the mental battle, that is something that's profoundly human and down to each individual. And sure, experience helps at lessening the effect of that.
Can we see these player cams? Can we go through the Astralis players just to get a kind of taste test on see what they're doing? They're sitting around, they're drinking, they're chatting, they're using this like a timeout, but they have even longer. So, chatting it out, thinking about the future, Harry. Taking a breath, planning the next buy round. Stress? Never heard of her.
Those with experience have dealt with the emotions of games like this more, so they're supposed to be able to deal with it better.
Absolutely. Bomb plant's nice. Oh, beautiful spray. Essential. 4 kills. And yeah, everyone's getting activated right now for Bait. Everyone's hitting their shots. And wait, suddenly, there's a 2-round gap.
It's a 2-round game, bro. Okay, Astralis.
No one at 11-4.
Here we are.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Astralis, this is where they have to separate themselves from this Bait squad. This is their big chance to do that. They're going to have everything they could possibly need. They just had a timeout, and now they've called it another one, so they had time to talk it over at the start of that round, and now they have a second chance here to really go over every finer detail, to try and uplift the morale a little bit more.
Would this be worse than getting 13 forward on Nuke?
In every conceivable way, yes.
Okay.
Because this one gets you out of the competition.
No, but...
And you were in the lead.
Yeah.
And you were right there about to take it after a sick comeback of your own. There's a lot of reasons, I think, why this is worse.
All right. Well, they've had multiple minutes to talk about this rifle round. So I'm keeping my eye on Astralis. They played some slow rounds that have come pretty close. Very thin margins. MPL with that late rotate. Think about that round where he drops the bomb in cave. This is how close some of these rounds have gotten. So Astralis, probably not going to jump the gun. Probably going to play quite slow. Little mid-take. One player out through the smoke. Yabi doing the same thing on B, alone. A lot of responsibility to control this side of the map, but they aren't pushing, they aren't pressing. They're playing the backlines right now. Orp on Temple, reliable position for Headrick.
Okay.
Bomb outside of A, that's a good sign for me.
Stair has gained a lot of real estate as well. And sure, he got briefly caught in the spam, but he's been able to make it all the way across into the red room. This is some good advanced positioning. As you touched upon, Astralis gave themselves over a minute to plan this round and go over every single detail. So the move to get Stair there is super intentional, and it's going to tie in to where this is hoping to end up. This is not a round of mid-rounding or adapting on the fly. There is a set end goal in mind here, and so Stair will play into that later.
They just replayed middle as well, but yeah, Stair is the guy to watch out for. It's a good Molotov. Stout finds the entry. Stout finds 2 entries. We needed him right now to step up in a big way, and he's done that for the Astralis squad. Stair has a position to kill a rotation. This should be Astralis' round every day of the week, and they're going to find 4 kills in the blink of an eye. Slow and steady. They walk it over the line. They lock in series point.
And that moment of relief washes over Astralis. They have dodged the dreaded choke. The time to talk, the time to plan, and then Stown stepping up to the mark after a quiet series from Stown. Someone where there was always questions about his ability to perform under pressure. He has just delivered salvation to Astralis. 12-9. Yeah. And so that's what the experience brings. The knowledge that, yes, you can. You are not unfamiliar with these type of situations. And the best laid of plans works wonders for Astralis. This is the type of relief that Bait never got to feel when they were in this position.
Yeah, just one round that, I mean, the relief of overtime carries a huge, or lifts a huge weight, rather, for Astralis. And now they have 3 chances to close out this series to avoid anything uncomfortable, frankly. Anything devastating. Something that Bait have already experienced in this series. An 11-4 loss on Nuke can haunt them. Fake for stare. Oh, he's making them panic right now. Well, I say that. Alex won't rotate. He stays at the B-bomb side, but 3 players throwing nades and pushing through smokes on this A side. Meanwhile, walking into B. He's missed the timing. Molly going to make it clear. He's crossed it. Hendrick this shot. Oh, a complete whiff. A complete meltdown. Crumbling for Bait. And Astralis might have finally done it. They might have done enough.
A recovery from 11-4 down on that second map. And a comeback that was starting to take shape here, denied by Astralis. They take many a moment to plan this out, to talk it over, and the experience shines through. Astralis dodge the lowest of lows. They managed to get out and stay alive at the RMR. For Bait, it is the end of the line. Those 2 rounds that eluded them back on Nuke, 2 rounds between them and sending Astralis home without a map 1 at the RMR, will forever live in their brains as this one comes unfurled in map 3.
Hurts for Bait. Right, 2-0 at Paris RMR. They lose 3 BO3s. They go home. Here, 2 rounds away from dodging elimination. A map up in the series, and they crumble. I commend the slight comeback there on the CT side, but also Astralis, the experienced team, the better team. They're able to close it out. They're able to avoid devastating. No huge celebration for Astralis after that game, because as you said, this isn't them making the major. This isn't them beating a top team. This is them avoiding a new low. So they've got to fight forward 2 more BO3s for Astralis to make it all the way.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, at least for Astralis, it's nice now that, like, your fate is in your hands, right? Like, you can still make it to the major. Yeah. Now, those chances are not fantastic, as they would be for any team that's down 1 and 2, just a game away from elimination. But as you already saw in Group A of the EU RMR, right? If Gamer Legion can pull it off there, go on the full reverse sweep from 0-2 down, then you would have some idea that it wouldn't be impossible for a core as experienced as Astralis.
Definitely agree. I think the difficult thing about this reverse sweep run is the teams that we've had upset. So we've got a lot of teams, I think, that could be dangerous rosters to run into in 2-2 matches and 1-2 matches. G2 in a similar predicament. I think they lost to 3D Max earlier. So if that is the case, there's scary teams, Harry. There's scary teams to run into.
There is.
But I completely agree with your point, right? Like, if there were a roster that you would be able to, I don't want to say rely, but have expectation, have expectation of, it would be this team. So the players in there, I'm not going to count Astralis out now until I see him play again.
Yeah. For Bait, this one is going to hurt. It's going to leave a mark. But you know how you build that experience? You know how you build that ability to bounce back and get better and get stronger and more resilient when it comes to being just 2 rounds away? It's in losing matches like this one. And that's a lesson that if you look at Katie and if you look at Stown, if you look at Yabby, they've had to learn that time and time and time and time and time again over their careers. You know, they've been matches, rounds, games away from trophies, from majors, from all the glory. And you deal with setback after setback, and it's how you deal with it, and it's how you grow. That's what turns you into a better player.
Yeah.
So, you know, Bait, sure, it's super sad with how close they were, but even then, you know, they would have still had to embark on this same journey that we're even doubting Astralis on. So, you know, I don't think this is like some crazy low point for the Bait squad, right? Like, sure, I think we had more expectations for them coming in, and Passion UA have kind of stole their thunder in that regard in the wildest of manners. But yeah, Bait, back to the drawing board. Keep growing, keep playing, get better, get stronger. That's the goal.
I love that. Great way to end it, I think.
Yeah, kind of a positive ending to a pretty sad match for everyone involved.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you're crying in the club right now, appreciate you. Oh. And I think that's it.
That's it, Harry.
I think we're done. That seems like a nice note to end on.
I think it is. We say goodbye to our first teams here in the European RMR Group B for Shanghai, and tomorrow we should be qualifying some more to the Major, Harry. So that's exciting. That's positive. Stay with us. Tune in tomorrow for more of the Perfect World RMR.